All right. So number one, the Dredger Staff, the which I hadn't seen until I made the slideshow, and this was the first card that popped up. 1 mana, 1/2, Battlecry, give your minions in hand plus 1 health. I like it. I like it. This brings to mind the 1 mana, 1/2 that does Battlecry plus 2 health to a single minion on board. This is a hand buff. And so, obviously, if you run out of cards, it's no good. But early in the game, when you can hit probably 3 minions with it, it's decently stat. Yeah, but Basso says better than Sidekick. Could be. It depends on how much you need 2 health on active minion versus 1 health on non-active minions. But yeah, I like it. It does seem sort of odd to me, though. It's the Dredger Staff, and it's presenting a knife. I feel like presenting a knife should give +1 attack. I feel like it should be presenting a shield for +1 health. Makes sense as review time. It is indeed, and here we are. Good to see Jaybird. So yeah, the jerk says 3. I I think a whole hand of +1 health buffs for only 1 mana is pretty good. I think I'm gonna say 4. I think this is good. I think this is better than decent. What's the card you only take when the others are bad? I think you might be right that this could be a low end 4. But I think this is still a card you might take when the other cards are decent. Do you take this over a 2 mana 2/3? For instance, and I think the answer is yes. Do you take this over a Peon, a 2 mana 2/3 that has Frenzy give you a spell? Maybe not, because that's a pretty, like high end 4 card. This might be a low end 4. Larry says 3 for them. I still think it's a low end 4. I think I like this quite a bit. I think it's pretty easy to hit like 4 minions with this, or maybe 3. And I think that's certainly worth the cost. And you can buff this body itself. It's also a small body for infused cards that we'll be talking about later. I think I like it. I think I like it enough to say 4 over 3. But yeah, not a high end 4. Not a high end 4, but I think it's good. I think I'll take this pretty often. The Sinstone Totem. I saw this too when I was testing the slideshow option to go from previous slide to next slide. This one, yeah. 1 mana, 0/3 at the end of your turn, gain +1 health. Now, maybe there's other things that make this work, but yeah, that we'll see in the future. Yeah, Larry says this is a 5-star card. We get the bonus 6-star. Instant draft. Don't even look at the other 2 cards. Yeah, without ways to buff this that we're not seeing right now, unless there's a billion ways to buff this in Arena, this is a don't draft, not even avoid. It's just this gets killed for free, and it doesn't do something like a Meeting Stone that gives you adventurer cards that are useful. This should replace the 1/1 Shaman Hero Power Totem. I don't know if I agree with that, because this is a hardcore whiff for a lot of decks. All right. Oop. The Anonymous Informant. Reminds me of I imagine I'll say this a lot through the review, but yeah, it reminds me of a certain character in Elden Ring with the letter, with the seal in particular. 2 mana 2/3. The next secret you play costs 0. Worth noting that this does not say the first secret you play this turn costs 0. It's the next secret, period. So if you play this in Mage and you get a discovered or natural Oasis ally or whatever, 6 turns later, you can still play it for 0. You can still play it for 0. The just better version 3 mana 4/3, or we can think about the Hunter 3 mana 3/4 that says your secrets cost 0, but only while that's in play. This, even if they kill it, you still get the 3 mana discount in Mage, the 2 mana discount in Hunter. Not as big a deal in Paladin, where you only get a 1 mana discount, but it's still better than a vanilla 2/3, even in Paladin, maybe. So yeah, this one, I usually call a 2 mana 2/3 a 3, a low end 3. Any type of benefit you'll draft over it, but it's still the stat line you're looking for. So Obviously, this card gets better the more secrets you have. If you're in Mage and you've got 2 secrets, then hey, you increase to 4. And if you've got, well, maybe 2 secrets, you might even be very excited to draft it in Mage specifically. In Hunter with a couple of secrets, 4 of you. It's one of these cards that, you really have to think of how often are you playing secrets. At a base level, it's just fine, but it has no downside. All right. So we're teaching marine biology. What? Right. Oh yeah. Boston compared this to hot air balloon, which starts at 1-2. But yeah, the one attack matters a lot. All right. Boom, boom. The Crooked Cook. I'm wondering. Did I do this last time? Hold on. Do I have? I want this one. This one may be a little too intense. I don't know, I just feel like I want some soft Hearthstone music in the background. Da, 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 da.
By the hearth.
That's the right theme, but it has the innkeeper voice there. Let me try one more thing. If we don't get it, it's fine, but I feel like I want some soft music. Soft music. This one. Whoop. Maybe that's enough. Just really light. Just really, really light. Okay. Seven, good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Let me get this back on my screen. Let's give one health to another minion. Oh, that would make it, make more sense. Shmo, thanks, Git, for the gifted sub. Yeah, get gifted 20 yesterday. It was very appreciated. All right. There was a Shadowverse card review after this. There was I missed the anniversary stream yesterday. Yeah. We streamed for 9 hours. It was good. We had 3 infinite runs. It was good. Deal damage says, "Hey, Save Jack, good to have you." All right. The Crooked Cook, 2 mana, 1/4. At the end of your turn, if you dealt 3 or more damage to the enemy hero, draw a card. I'm wrong. Shoot. I thought I wanted this soft music, but never mind. I'm wrong. It's distracting me. All right. I was gonna do it, but never mind. It distracts me. All right. 2 mana, 1/4. At the end of your turn, if you dealt 3 or more damage to the enemy hero, draw a card. At the end of the turn. 2 mana, 1/4. Slightly hard to kill. It's like an armor smith. And because it's at the end of your turn instead of at the start of your turn, if you've got any way to do 3 damage and you just drop this, then it draws at least 1 card minimum. Yeah. I'm gonna call it another maybe a low and 4. Also a 1. Even a 2 mana 1/4 would be, either a high end 2 or a low end 3. But yeah, it should be pretty easy to make this draw card cycle itself. And it's one of these cards like Peasant that the opponent needs to kill, or at least stop you from being able to go face, or it'll just keep drawing more cards. Just win more card. I don't agree. I don't agree with that. I think Peasant is not a win more card. Peasant is a, hey, your opponent needs to kill this, or you're going to win. I don't call it a win more card at all. I think it's pretty good. You can close to guarantee it draws 1 card, and then it might draw additional ones. It has soft taunt. So it can't be losing card. Yeah, that could be fair. All right. Maze Guide. Should shift already be on board or deal damage? I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong about that. But 3 damage is a pretty low threshold. I feel like a lot of times you'll just have the choice between. Now it's a tough choice for me because I like to trade, but a lot of times you have the choice between okay, I can put my 3/4 into their 3/3 or whatever, or I can go face for 3 and draw a card with this. Now that does present an additional issue that if you don't trade, then it makes it easier to kill the 1/4. So maybe it'll be worse than I think. But I have a tough time calling it less than a 3. All right. This is a bad version of Acolyte. It costs 1 less mana than Acolyte. It has 1 more health than Acolyte. I don't know if I agree with that at take either. Anyway, the Maze Guide. Here's one we got to reveal. Here's one of the cards we got to reveal. Did I say scientific, by the way? Hopefully I did. The Maze Guide. Battlecry summon a random 2-cost minion. Now, this will vary across metas in terms of how good the 2s are. If a meta has a lot of 2-mana 2/2s that don't do much for you, then this becomes worse. But the more high rolls it has, like there is a 2-mana 4/4 in this set, then the better it gets, obviously. Yeah, you know, it's still. I would you draft this over a 2-mana 2/3? Almost always. Almost always. Even if you get a 2/2, getting a 1/1 and a 2/2 is pretty decent. Plus, it's 2 minions for an infusion. So, I still feel like maybe this is only a high end 3 or a low end 4. Maybe it'll be better than I think. You know? Yeah, I think it's better than your average 2. I think it's better than your average 2, but you might low roll. You might get 2. You might roll like this card or something similar to this. I guess you can't roll this because cards can't roll themselves anymore, right? Even in this way. But there might be other 2-mana 1/1s or even 0/1s, maybe. I don't know. What would that be? There's the Sinful Tome that we saw. That was 1 mana though, right? Regardless, yeah, I would call this certainly better than most 2-mana cards. But it doesn't seem it's RNG based. It doesn't seem wildly good to me, at least at face value. But having two infusion minions might be good. Speaking of infuse, 2-mana 2/3, infuse 3, gain +2/+2. So if you have 3 minions die while you're holding this, it becomes a 2-mana 4/5. Becomes a Yeti. So yeah, I mean we're getting a lot of 4s so far. This I would say a lot of times you'll just play this as a 2-mana 2/3 because you don't have another 2-mana play, but it's a little better than usual too. All right, so I'm not really sure about these high infused numbers in Arena in general. As long as they're like this, where it's like, okay, by default, it's a decent card, and if you infuse it, it becomes maybe crazy or very good. Um, then I think infuse is always fine, right? But if it's something that's bad, if it doesn't infuse, that could become risky. We talked about during the card reveal, though, that I had my doubts. I had my doubts about some of the cards like Queen Ajara. Play 3 spells while you hold this to make it activate. And those cards have ended up better than I thought. It might be easier to have 3 minions die in Arena than to play 3 spells. And so maybe Infuse will actually work better than I think, just like those hold a card while you play spells cards. Having better than I thought. Yes, very good to see, Monsieur. The weekend continues. Yesterday was one of those days, Monsieur, where you only got to see like the first run, I think, which was only a 5, and every run after that was better. So it was one of those Saturdays. Wednesday, the Rogue Yeti 1/5 with combo +3 attack. Yeah, the thing about that though is you can't play that on 3 and have it be decent, right? You need to combo it for it to be decent. This one you can just play and have it be decent. Yeah, Monsieur said left your first run, typical. We've had some weekends lately where we get a good first run, but not yesterday. I haven't seen this one. Oh, okay, yeah. 2-mana 2/3 battle cry. Give a friendly beast +2 attack. I mean, there tend to be beasts in your arena decks in general across most metas, so it's one of these that by default it's kind of a low end 3 or a mid 3. If you're playing hunter, it probably goes up to 4 because you'll have a lot of beasts. But yeah, it just depends on how many beasts you have, how much you want to draft this card. It's another 2/3 with a possible pretty big upside and no downside. Leaf says they hadn't seen this one. Yeah, I had not seen this one either. It's another reason. It gives it permanently, not this turn. That's true. It's another reason, of course, to clear your opponent's beasts. I tend to clear boards in general, but if you have the option to clear something with a beast tag or something that has no tag, you should kill the beast to avoid this card. So cards like this matter in terms of how you play. I think it's easier to play spells. They just hold 2-drop, waiting for 3 minions to die. It could be true. It could be very, very true. But you can play it as a 2/3. Alright, the Sketchy Stranger, another card that we got to reveal on the reveal stream, which you haven't seen, it's on the YouTube. Discover a secret from the class. And yeah, so we talked about this on the reveal stream. One thing of note is that if you're playing Mage, this card becomes worse. Because usually you're looking to discover a Mage secret, because the biggest secrets, the most impactful secrets. But because it says another class, you can't do it. You can't do it as Mage. You can still get a Hunter secret, you can still get a Paladin secret or a Rogue secret, but you can't get the best secrets as Mage. So this is a little disincentivized as Mage. It also might be extra incentivized as Paladin, because Paladin in general has the weakest secrets, so you get to avoid those. So it might be a really good card in Paladin. And it says the Rogue secrets are very good this expansion. I think I saw at least 2 of them. Does it work for any class? It does work for any class. It does work for any class. If you're playing a Warlock, you'll discover from all the classes that have secrets, same for Warrior and such. But yeah, it's worth noting that it's a little worse for Mage and a little better for Paladin, I would say. And yeah, Jerks is a discover card with no premium stats, right? We've seen a lot of things like, the Scorpid that has very premium stats and discovers a spell. This is missing an attacker health versus other 2-cost cards. It's still a pretty strong effect, though, especially if you can get those Mage secrets. It's probably, if it was a 2/3, honestly, all it would take is if it was a 2/3 or a 3/2, we might call it a 5. But being a little understated, I might call it more of a high-end 4. Discover in general is strong, and being able to pick a secret that's good in the situation you're in can be strong. But it's pretty RNG-based. You might get 3 Paladin secrets that don't help you much. You might get some of the Hunter secrets. Like, I don't need Snake Trap right now. They're just going at my face. So we'll have to see this in action a little to see how often you can low-roll 3 secrets that just don't help you. But in general, Discovery is strong. I would probably call it a high-end 4. Right. Yeah, it makes sense. Anybody in Wild can get an Ice Block. In Wild, yes. Oh, somebody went on the YouTube. I appreciate that. There's a class that don't have any secrets. Chance to get Mage secret is really low. Quite possibly. Quite possibly. There's often a lot of Paladin and Hunter secrets in. Another meta-dependent card. You're going to discover different secrets depending on what the arena rotation is. The Volatile Skeleton. I think Mage has some skeleton stuff going on, right? We'll see that later. So yeah, 2 mana, 2/2, Death Rattle, deal 2 damage to a random enemy, which could be face or it could be a minion. So I would rate this higher in Arena if it didn't say random enemy. If it said random minion, I would rate it higher. In Constructed, maybe you want this to hit face, but in Arena, you probably want to hit a minion. It's pretty easy to whiff this. Still, you lose 1 attack or 1 health to get a pretty good Death Rattle. I'm comparing this to like Kaboombot though. Kaboombot is a 3 mana 2/2, 1 extra mana. It does 4 damage that does always hit a minion. Yeah, Jerk compares to Huge Toad, which did this, but it was a 2 mana 3/2 for 1 less damage on the Death Rattle. Yeah. I mean, it totally depends on what you pick. If you're lucky with Skeleton Synergy, it'd be kind of good, really good, like a Mech Mage. Well, yeah, that's, we'll have to look at the Mage cards later, because I haven't seen all of them. Maybe, if Mage does have a lot of this Skeleton Synergy, or maybe if you have a lot of Death Rattle Synergy in general somehow, maybe it becomes stronger. But I haven't looked at all the Mage cards yet, so just by default, would you take this over a 2 mana 2/3? You've got this up against a 2 mana 2/3. In this meta, I'm inclined to say no, because I don't like how this card lines up with some of the stuff we see really frequently, like Corporal and Peon. So if Alterac is still around, I feel like I rate this more as an avoid than even an average card. But and then yeah, I really don't like the fact that it can hit face personally compared to say Kaboom Bot. I don't yeah, it's like Volatile Elemental. Volatile does 3 damage, I think. The 2 mana 1/1. The trades yeah. Volatile Elemental, I think Volatile only hit minions though. Did it hit face? I can't remember if Volatile can go face. But yeah, the other thing about Volatile was you could ping it as a mage, but it was less dead. Yeah. I wasn't a big fan of Volatile though. I wasn't the biggest fan of Volatile, so I think I'm also not a big fan of this card. So we've been doing a lot of 4s, but I think I don't like this card much. Matrix is only minion. And yeah, it makes sense a bit Volatile was only minion. Yeah, I still didn't like it much. So yeah, I think the Skeleton might be the first card I rate as a little below average in Arena. I don't personally like it. It's not horrible, but I don't think I like it. The Ashen Elemental. 3 mana, 2/4. Battlecry whenever your opponent draws a card, next turn they take 2 damage. Right, so this seems like much more of a constructed card. This is a card that, in constructed, maybe you're playing right when you know that a rogue is trying to do some type of miracle turn and draw 10 cards in a turn or something. Maybe a tech card in constructed. In Arena, it's another card that I would definitely call an avoid because you don't want a 3 mana 3/2/4. You want a 3 mana 3/4. If this was a 3 mana 3/4, we'd rate it quite well. But I really, really don't like 3 mana 2/4s, and I don't think the effect is all that strong. They'll take 2 damage and then they'll probably kill this. I think this is another avoid. The creepy painting, which you can it's hard to see on the stream. I can see it pretty well on the screen in front of me. But yeah, it's got one of those classic, horror show Scooby-Doo. The eyes of the painting are cut out, and somebody, maybe Rafam, because the eyes are glowing, is looking through it from another room. But yeah, after another minion dies, become a copy of it. So yeah, this card is really, really curious to me. Because we've got, Faceless Manipulator, which is become a copy of a minion. Battle Cry, but it's on 5 mana, not 3. So this card can be really, really good with particular rush minions, right? It's much cheaper than Faceless. So if you can play like a Mothership for 6 mana, and then drop this at the same time on 9 mana, then you can go, boom, trade the Mothership into an 8/8 taunt or something. You get another Mothership, you finish the 8/8. But as Mikazan says, yes, and Shimon says, this include your opponent's means, right? So, and because I'm guessing it's play order. If your opponent had a taunt and you were rushing into the taunt, you'd probably get a copy of their taunt, which might be a good thing too. But not if you want the extra rush. But yeah, this card. Okay, I have to turn those off. Uh, okay. Let's see if I had to try. Why refunded you? What two died at the same time? Yeah, I don't know if it's confirmed that the earlier played minion is the one you copy, but that would be my assumption. Yeah, shots think whoever's played first. That would be my assumption. It's how things like Death Rattle work. These copies a bit vague since you went copy buffs like with Manipulator. Should say new copy. Are we 100% sure of that? Are we 100% sure of that? You very well could be right, but I actually don't know the answer to that. If they had a 10/10, an 8/8, they'd buff the 10/10, and you trade a rush into it, and the taunt died. Are we sure you wouldn't get the 10/10? But you're right. You're right. Trick says, don't know, feel like it wouldn't copy buffs. Unclear. I wonder. At least it says copy. Yeah, so I mean, the way it reads means you would get the buffs, but I'm not sure if that's confirmed. Let me see if there's already an answer, like, on the Hearthstone wiki. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Hmm. I'm still going to assume it does copy buffs and stuff, but I don't see anything directly confirming that. All right, so because I have to die, so it becomes right. Yeah. Good synergy with infuse. Yes, I someone becomes his copy of its base stats or its last stats before death. It does read his last stats before death, but it's unclear. It's not 100% clear, but I'll currently assume it includes buffs or debuffs. Oh wait, I didn't actually rate it, did I? With all the Russian arena and with all the Taunton arena, I think this has a very high potential to be, a 3 mana card that copies like a 5 mana card or better. This could clog your hand up in the early game, which could be a problem. But I think with all the rush around and with all the taunt around, I want to say that this is gonna be good. Better than Faceless. Better than Faceless. I'll be surprised if it's a 5-star card because it is situational. But would I draft this over a 3 mana 3/4? And I'm going to lean towards yes. We'll see. Maybe it's worse than I think. Perhaps it gives some minor tribal synergy too. If you can like double up a Murloc effect or something, maybe. All right, the Dinner Performer. 3 mana, 2/3, which is understated. Battlecry, summon a random minion from your deck that you can afford to play. So this gets stronger and stronger the later in the game you are. It gets stronger and stronger the more late game you have. So, I mean, yeah, it's it's a card that you don't want to play. Probably. Well, I was thinking, even in an aggro deck, how good slash bad is this? It thins your deck is interesting because so even if you roll, let's say you're on 7 mana and you play this, you're looking to roll a 4, but if you roll a 2, it was still a 3 mana like 2/3 and another 2/3, which is above average for a 3, and it thins your deck. So this is bad on curve, right? The 3 mana 2/3, that's terrible. But thinning your deck and almost always being above stats if you play it on turn 5 or above, actually is really good, isn't it? It says within your deck. It doesn't say summon a copy of a random minion from your deck, so I'm pretty sure. Well, yeah. I I think it would. Wait. Well, performer. Shoot. These these wordings. Summon a minion from your deck. I think. I think this takes it out of your deck. I think it takes it out of your deck. Does anybody know for sure? Does the deck? I think it takes it directly out of the deck. I think it's a recruit type effect. It'd say summon a copy if they didn't really pull it right. Yeah, I'm almost positive. Almost positive. So yeah, oh, sorry, I've got like a bug here. Let me see if I can get rid of it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it pulls directly from the deck. I think it does thin the deck, and yeah, as long as you're playing on turn 5 or above, it should be understated. So yeah, this could be part of some big constructed combos, but in arena, it's quite good, maybe even very good. The only trouble is, like I said, you don't want to play it on turn 3, and unless you've got some really good ones in the deck. You probably don't want to pull it on 4. It also is not particularly good with cards that their power is wrapped up in the battle cry, and we do have a lot of those in Arena. Still, I think as long as you can play this on 5 mana or above, I think it's quite good, especially because it thins your deck. I'll rate it 4. Doing a lot of 4s, a couple of 2s. Only 1/1 so far, that totem, right? Thank you to Skin with the follow. I appreciate that. All right, the Forensic Duster. Good to see Tormac, by the way. Good to see Donnie. The Forensic Duster. Battlecry. Your opponent's minions cost 1 more next turn. So yeah, we got to reveal this card in the card reveal. And yeah, I mean, this is Quam says that's a 5 for them. I don't know if it's a 5, because I think a lot of times in Arena, your opponent can just, play a spell. But it's a 3/4, which is what you want, with a pure upside that could really disrupt your opponent. I still feel like because of the capacity to play spells, and maybe your opponent just wants to play a 4-mana card on 5 mana anyway, because they don't have a 5. I'm a little hesitant to call it a 5. Personally, it might be a low end 5. The thing is, like, a Sunwell Initiate, because that was the question I posed in the card reveal to the guests we had, was, would you draft this over a Sunwell Initiate, Frenzy, get a Divine Shield? I think for me the answer is no, but I still think it's really good. I'm leaning more towards a really high end 4 than a 5 for me. But it's really nice. It's really nice. You're getting the stat line you want with free disruption. So yeah, I'm hesitant to call it a 5. Maybe it'll end up being a 5. This card really punishes you for going second. Possibly. I'm trying to think about it. Your opponent plays this on 3. You're on 3 with a coin. Maybe. I don't know if maybe. Yeah, shows with you coin. I'll have to see it in action for that. It's good to see play. I hope it'll well. But yeah, really, really nice card. You'll draft it a lot when it comes up. And it could potentially be very, very annoying since most of Arena is minion based. I don't think I've seen this one. The Invitation Courier. After a card is added to your hand from another class, copy it. Well, it's still, again, premium stat line. So there's no downside to drafting this card if you just need a spider tank. So there's obviously in Rogue and maybe Priest, this is better than other classes. Because it's way easier to add cards from other classes, right? Value for Rogue and Priest, lots of value, exactly. So if you're in Rogue or Priest, the value of this card goes way up. It becomes a high-end 4. If you've got a lot of Thiefy type copy cards, maybe it even becomes a 5 for huge value. There's no downside to this card. It's just, these days a Spire Tank is just a 3. It's what you expect. So if you have no ways to add cards from the classes, it's kind of a 3. There is one exception, though. And we don't know how much of it we'll see yet necessarily, but there are these cards, like the Suspicious Alchemist and one other Suspicious card. There might be others that I haven't seen, but these cards that say, discover something, and then it gives your opponent a chance to guess what you took, and if they know what you took, they get a copy of it. So you could, but there's a problem with that too. The problem with that is that if you that happens at the start of your turn. If your opponent plays one of those cards that says make your opponent guess, as soon as it comes to your turn, you have to guess. So you don't get a chance to put this card down and then take the guess. Right? So if you've got this down, your opponent's either not going to go for the suspicious thing, or they're going to make sure they kill this before they play the suspicious thing. So I don't think there's actually much synergy there, because the only way it works is if you already have this down and your opponent is so cornered that they don't have any choice but to play the suspicious card. So I don't think there's actually much upside there. Which is all to justify that if you're not in Rogue or Priest, this is probably just a fighter tank. But if you're in Rogue or Priest, it gets better. I don't think it's going to work with those suspicious cards, though, because you're going to have to take the guess at the start of your turn before you can actually put this down. The Murloc Holmes. I think you get like a free copy of this on the Battle Pass or something because they talked about getting a refund for it. I'm not 100% sure. They haven't really announced the Battle Pass yet. But yeah, it's a Murloc and it's also finally statted. So the way this works, it was one of the first cards they revealed. If I recall correctly, the way this works is first shoot, I might need to verify, but first you guess a card that is in your opponent's hand, and then you guess a card that is still in your opponent's deck. And then lastly, do you guess one they've already played? In which case, run a deck tracker so you you know for sure what they've already played. So it's available in Arena. I don't see why it wouldn't be. Let's see. Oh, sorry, it's not a card they've played. It's similar though. It's guess which card was in your opponent's starting hand. So if they've already played all the cards in their starting hand, then you should always get that card right. And then guess which card's in your opponent's hand and find which is in their deck. There's interesting things about this card. Like right now, we've got the Coilfang card that shows you 3 cards in your opponent's hand. So if you played Coilfang and then this, you might know for sure what's in your opponent's hand. Or if they've been playing cards like Ruined Orb and they discovered a spell and you see a spell, then you might be able to guess at that too. So it's a card that rewards deck tracker. I mean, game knowledge. But yeah, guessing which card is still in your opponent's deck is going to be the toughest one, maybe. But you'll be able to see maybe, okay, this card makes sense in Arena, this card makes sense in Arena, these cards don't, or something. But I think it might work like a previous card will actually show you, a card that's in their deck and maybe cards they've already played, but that may still make it easy. We have to really see this in action, I think, to be exactly sure how easy it is to like guess at the card in the opponent's deck, because that's the weird part in particular. If it does show you, cards they've already played or cards that are in their hand for the last guess for the card in the deck, then it could become quite easy. Because what if their hand is empty? I'm guessing it skips the second clue and you only go to the third clue. And you won't get the second copy because there's nothing to copy. That would be my guess, but I'm not 100% sure of that. But yeah, if you miss up any of the clues, you don't get copies, but you still get information. You still get information about a card that's in their deck, a card that's in their hand, even if you whiff. So, I think the information is worthwhile. And so currently I'll call this a 4-star card. If it becomes actually quite easy in Arena to guess, the card in their hand, the card in their deck, then maybe it could go all the way to 5, because this represents huge value if you do it correctly. But if it's relatively hard to get all 3 correctly, then maybe it's only a 4. I think the knowledge is valuable, and maybe it'll be easier than I think to get all 3 copies. Chat says, when we watch Triple C pick all the cards, the opponent would definitely have dupes of and got all of them right. Maybe this will end up as a 5. Maybe it's easier than I think to guess all 3 cards. But it's at least a 4, I would say, for the information. Yeah, good to see Glavy. If you solve 1 or 2 clues, it's not enough. It is all or nothing. It is all or nothing, but you're still gonna get some information out of it, even if you whiff. And it's well statted. So yeah, you can if the other 2 legendaries are bad, this is a good card. Prince Renethal, this card is undraftable. It's undraftable, so, you could call it a 1 just because you literally can't draft it. If you could draft it, it would be quite good in Arena, I would say, because in Arena, you just have to expand your curve, right? Sometimes you are looking for your hottest cards. You've got, like a Rune of the Archmage, and that's what you're looking for. If you've got a 40-card deck, the odds of finding it go down, but you're doing way less combos than constructed. You're just expanding your curve. You're just, and increasing your health total is really, really good against Hunter in particular, but it's also just kind of decent in general. I think there would be quite little downside to this in Arena. Be cool to find this at the end of your draft, right? And it's like, oh, I gotta pick 10 more cards. So yeah, I think if this were in Arena, it would be quite good. It's well statted, and I think the extra health is a boost to your deck in general. I think it would be a positive thing for your deck rather than a negative thing for most decks. Like I said, though, if you've got one really killer legendary like Colossal that you're trying to draw, this would lower the odds. But overall, I think this would be good for Arena deck. It was sad they didn't implement the tech for this one to expand your draft. It would be interesting. It would be interesting. And it's not a massive upside, right, in Arena. It's not a massive upside. But it's more of an upside in Arena than Constructed. Quite possibly. The Demolition Renovator, I had seen this one. Battlecry, destroy an enemy location. I think most of the locations are rares, not commons. Locations will presumably be draftable because they look very decent to very good in Arena. We'll talk to locations later when we get to the class cards. This is understated. This is understated. We'll have to see how common locations are. Like I said, I think most of them are rares, which might make them fairly rare in drafts. It's one of these things like, it's better than the 5-mana 3/3 destroy a mech, but probably not as good as the 3-mana 2/3 destroy a beast, because beasts are very common in arena drafts that got banned from drafting. Um, I as an understated card, I would think I would lean towards avoid. But if you do draft this and it hits, it's going to be sweet because some of the locations are really, really, really good. We'll talk about them later. But as understated card, I'd say avoid. If it was a 4/5, then you could go to, a 3+. A 3+. It's a chill and Yeti with an upside. But understated, I would say not to go for it. If this is available for me, if you meant Renathal, it's not draftable. The Dispossessed Soul. I miscast the substitute card for the Murloc, the Murloc Homes, because it's very, very easy to see the cards in your opponent's deck. It's true. It's true. Dispossessed Soul. So this one is a Chill Wind Yeti. Battlecry, if you control location, discover a copy of a card in your deck. So, right. It's a Chill Wind Yeti, which is a 3-star. Kind of a low-end 3, maybe, but 3-star. And if you've got a location, it goes up to a high-end 3. If you've got, like, 2 locations in your deck, then it probably goes up to a 4, because discover copy card in deck is very good. But one thing that's important to note is because the locations stay on board, and they have 3 charges typically. Some of them have 2 charges, right? You can play a location early on, and it could still be sticking around when you top deck this. So maybe even with 1 location, this becomes better. Pesto says, will locations be draftable? I have no reason to believe they won't be. Most, if not all of them, are good in Arena. So because side quests were draftable, I think locations will be draftable, but I don't think I have hard confirmation on that. If locations aren't draftable, then this is Joe and Yeti. Murlocula. Oh, huh. That's interesting. So, there's only one Dracula, right? I thought this was a legendary. I really did, because it seems like a proper name. Cards with proper names, like Cariel Rome or something, are legendaries. So I thought Murlocula was, oh yeah, this is the one Murloc Dracula. It's a proper name, so this has to be a legendary. But it's not, it's common. Look up Murlocula's favorite text, please. Well, yeah, it's like, my favorite part of Hearthstone is when Murlocula, Murgle gurgles out. Best card I've ever seen, best movie I've ever seen. It's the fastest turnaround on a meme in Hearthstone, or close to it. All right, yeah, 4-mana 3/4, so it's understated, but if you infuse 4, it costs 0. 7 points for the legendary. Well, that has to be a colossal. It has to be a colossal. It has to be on a quest line. It's just too powerful, and it says Battlecry win the game. If you morb out, you've won the game. Just period. There's no defense against it. So yeah, it's understated. The infused 4 seems pretty high. In constructed, then, when you've got a consistent low curve Murloc deck, I mean, this is probably really good. But I don't have faith in this infuse, I don't think. I don't think so. This is a bad card unless you let the 4 minions die. If you've got an aggro deck, maybe this does work. But I don't trust this one personally. I think this one's gonna avoid just because it's relatively difficult to activate, maybe, and it's overcosted. So I don't like it. I don't think it's super terrible. Maybe a high end too, but I feel like we'll be avoiding this one. Maybe I'll be wrong. Eric says Corridor Creeper again. Hey, look at that Corridor Creeper. Yeah, Corridor Creeper though was a 5/5 when it came out. This is only a 3/4. Yeah, Murloc in constructed Murloc Warlock, right? Yeah, I think maybe it'll be a staple in constructed. I think it's a little too tough in arena for the upside, but maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe it will be really good in aggro decks. The Scuttlebutt School. I don't think I saw this one. 4 mana, 2/5, pretty bad stat line. If you control secrets, I'm going to copy this. It's another one of these cards that is definitely an avoid because you're lacking 2 attack over a Chill Undead. You do get the taunt, but and this may go all the way down to a 1, honestly. But if it starts at 1 or 2, it does get better and better the more secrets you have. If you've got, 3 secrets in Paladin, where you can play this for 5 mana and get 2 copies, but you need to have both in your hand. It's another one I would definitely be avoiding because of how understated it is. Even if you pull it off, it's not remarkable. It's quite nice if you pull it off. Maybe even very nice, but it seems a little too hard to pull off in arena. So I would typically avoid it unless you've already got, and if you have a bunch of secrets, you have to make them not trigger. Like if you want to play a mage secret on 3, and then it's something that it's explosive runes, and they play a minion it triggers. Well, then you still don't get to play this on 4. So I think traditionally cards like this have been pretty bad in arena. I would avoid, maybe even just period don't draft. It'll work every once in a while though. The Mad Duke Theotar. If I'm remembering correctly, then yeah, this guy was a big part of playing through the Ravendreth zone. I always say Ravendreth zone, and he was quite a character, quite a character. If he's the guy I'm thinking of. 4 mana, 3/3, super understated. Discover a card in each player's hand and swap them. Yay! This is a really, really, really curious card for constructed, especially, right? Where you can just, steal your opponent's, most important combo pieces. You in arena. So you need to have like a small minion to swap with your opponent's strong thing they've discovered. If your opponent is a mage and they've played Ruined Orb, you're like, oh, they got the Rune of the Archmage. I'm gonna steal it. This could be pretty cool. But it is severely understated and it is a little expensive for the effect. It's a very cool card. It's a super cool card. It's really annoying for the opponent when it's gonna work out. But how good is it truly to play a 4 mana 3/3 for this effect? And stop talking about Alteric Valley cards. Maybe they'll kick it out of this next meta. But I'm sure at some point these will be in. But yeah, we don't have to just talk about Ruin. If you could steal the opponent's Flame Strike and give them a 2 mana 2/3, or if you could steal the, I'm talking about mage cards still. If you could steal the Puzzle Box, if the Puzzle Box expansion's in. Very, very cool effect. Very, very cool effect. Is it worth playing a 4 mana 3/3? Not in an aggro meta. Not in an aggro meta. In a more controlly meta, a more value meta, it becomes more worth it. This is a hard card to rate. I think it's gonna be an awesome card in terms of coolness and big plays and YouTube moments. It's like a 6-star card. In the streamer meta, it's like a 6-star card. I imagine I'll draft it for the coolness. But in terms of actually winning games, I'm guessing it's actually an avoid. That's my prediction. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe it's better than I think. But I think the high cost, relatively high cost, combined with needing something bad to swap with something your opponent has that's good, may not work out. But I think it's cool. Even though it can get effect from it, you empty your hand, take a card. They have if you have no card, does it still let you grab an opponent's card? I don't know. You swap coin for decent cards. You could. 2-card advantage. Although you're giving your opponent a tempo advantage by letting him speed up, maybe. Makes I can see the achievement. Trading Albatross is so useful. Yeah. Imagine stealing room. Oh, that's the first card I mentioned. Yeah, so exactly. Like I said, it's a 6-star card in terms of cool, in terms of YouTube moments. But I think it's actually not going to be that good in a general game. We'll see. We'll see. And yeah, as Ella says, might be good. Constructed district of combat decks. That's what it's printed for. That's absolutely what it's printed for, to steal, quest line rewards and colossals and whatever. But in arena, it's still interesting. They're glitch with tiny toys, made them all 3/2 instead of 2/2. I haven't seen that happen. Is there a raid leader on board? Yeah. It's good to see you, Zelda. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, very cool card. I don't think it's actually gonna work out too well. This card's one of the ones we got to reveal on the card reveal. The Famished Fool. And so yeah, this one is the one that prompted the most infused discussion on the reveal stream with Dreads and Redbeard and Trump SC. So yeah, 5 mana, 3/5. Severely understated. You want a 5/6. You're missing 1 health and 2 attack. But draw 3 cards is a lot of cards. You're getting a minor body. Well, you're getting a bad 4-star body. A very bad 4-star body. But you're only spending 1 extra mana over something like Senjin for the chance to draw a lot of cards. I think this card is going to be good in Arena. I didn't think too much of the Murloc infused 4 earlier, but I think this card is going to be good. I think draw 3 is a huge amount of draw, and you're always having minions die in Arena. This is a bad top deck when you don't have minions to trade off, but I think this is going to be very good in Arena. Very good. I think it's just so Fuse counts opponents means it is only friendly minions. 99% sure. But you have a lot of minions die in Arena. Still get top deck on 10 mana. Oh yeah, you're right. I mean, it does always draw at least 1 card. Yeah, it cycles itself. Although on cycles itself, you're still comparing to like Big Ol' Whelp, which is a 5/5 draw card. But yeah, I think this is quite easy to activate in Arena, especially maybe if you're Paladin, you got dudes. I think I'm still hesitant to call it, a 5-star card, because it does have a condition that takes time. But I think I'm gonna call it a high-end 4. This is 4 means a lot, though. It's not a super low amount, But if you compare it to some things like, the Rat King, 5 mana, 5/5 rush, which is already quite good, but then it revives when 5 minions die. And a lot of times we see Rat King revive, twice in a match, maybe. I think this could be really good, actually. We'll see. This 4 seems doable, but not too low. It's not trivial. These also requires a card to be in hand. Yes, which, yeah, absolutely. All minions cost 2 more. It's a 5 mana, 5/5, so if you put this down, your opponent... If you put this down while you're ahead, and your opponent goes to their turn, they don't have a spell to kill this, and they want to play, their 6 mana mothership, their mothership's 8 mana, they can't get minions down to fight this. Although then it comes back to your turn, and then your minions are more expensive, but you're still ahead at that point. I had not seen this card. This card's really interesting. I my first guess is this card's busted in Arena. I actually think it's busted. I think a lot of times you're gonna play this on curve. You trade. You've got a 4/4 and they've got a 4/4. You trade. You put this down, and your opponent is just not gonna be able to react. I think this might end up putting you way, way, way ahead in the game. Yeah, I'm maybe I'll be super wrong. I'm gonna call this a 5-star card. I think even missing 1 health over an optimal 5 is gonna bust a lot of opponents in Arena. And make 2 copies. Could be game over when your opponent, to play like a 2-mana card, they have to pay 6 mana. To play a 6-mana card, they have to play 10 mana. They just can't do anything, literally, as you go face for 10 once or twice. Makes sense. It's a great role for evolve. Possibly, of course, you might have to be careful. If you're evolving a 4 and you still have mana to spend that turn, you might have to go, oh boy, I have to use this spell first. I have to throw this spell at the opponent's minion before I evolve, because if I hit this, oh no, spells would be fine. But yeah, if you're like, it could mess you up. Like if you want to evolve and then play a taunt, and you roll this, you can't play your taunt anymore. You might disrupt yourself. But it's interesting. We missed a lot of cards. We've been talking for an hour already. We're up to the 5-mana neutrals. But we still have all the class cards to go. Usually these reviews take us like 3.5 hours. Because I ramble, and there's 135 cards. Yeah, we're going to see how far we in the review, like we're saying. We're on the 5-mana neutrals, but we haven't done any class cards. I like to start with neutrals, because they kind of form the foundation of all the classes in Arena. Sin Runner, we got to reveal this card on the card reveal stream. It's just neat to say that. We've never been able to say that before, because we've never got to do a card review. We actually are about to take a break, by the way, because we take a break once an hour. We're an hour in. Yeah, this card... This card, I think, you usually want a 5/6 in Arena, but the 6/5 on top of the death rattle, if your opponent tries to ignore this, you're going to kick their face in, like the Sin Runner is kicking the gravestone in. It's such a strong effect, Obviously, you saw it on the priest card, like, was it 5 mana? Like 5 mana, 2/6 taunt, which was a really, really strong card. The greetings, fellow humans. Convincing Infiltrator. That card was really, really strong. That one did have taunt, though. The opponent could potentially ignore this. But it's just such a strong death rattle, and it's not understated. And for things like Hunter, or that 2 mana 2/3 that can buff something by +2 attack, it has a beast tag, too. Yeah, shots says people hate Infiltrator. Yeah, now Infiltrator you can't ignore. This you could potentially ignore, but I think it's going to be a tough thing to ignore because, like I said, it's going to kick your face in with that 6 attack. Plus, if you want to play anything big, they're going to get to optimize their trade into it. So I think this is a card. This is, I said in the card reveal, this card terrifies me, and it does. Because I think if this card is in every draft, you're going to so often end up in situations like, the Sin Runner, I can't play around the Sin Runner. It's always going to kill 2 of my minions. I can't trade my second minion. I have to go face, and I have to trade into the Sin Runner. It's gonna kill my other minion. I can't even do anything. I think this is. I hope this. I hope the offer rate on this card might be kind of low, because I think just like some Arena staples, like Gangplank, like I don't know, Mothership. I think this is just a really, really powerful effect on a Wellstead card, and I think it might be annoying to play against too many of these. So I hope it has a low offer rate, because I do think it's, probably a low-end 5, actually, because high-end 5s tend to be, busted, busted, busted. But, yeah, this is a card that I think could be really annoying to play with, or play against, rather. And because it's a common, it may show up all the time. Is it better than 6-mana 4/8 Frenzy, though? I think so. I think so, because I think the Frenzy is actually... Well, so there's 2 things about the Frenzy. One, the 6-mana 4/8, if the opponent has a Destroy Minion card, like Assassinate, the Frenzy doesn't go off. And if the opponent has a Giant Rush, like a Troll Centurion, the Frenzy doesn't go off. This, though, if the opponent throws a Fireball at it, you're still destroying a random enemy minion. Which if you throw a Fireball at the 4/8, it's gonna trigger the Frenzy. But I think this is harder to play around than the 6-mana 4/8. Plus, it comes out a mana earlier. Plus, it's more aggressively statted. I think this is better than the 6-mana 4/8, except maybe for Mage. Mage, who can play the Frenzy and ping it and really control that destruction very directly. But yeah, this one I think is hard to avoid, and it comes out a mana quicker. And 5 is very significant, right? Because you can play 2 5s in a turn on turn 10 plus. The 6 can be kind of awkward for that reason. Yeah, Pies, this is 1 mana cheaper, exactly. Good to see Tarantula, very good to see Treebeard Heals. So can't play this on 5 if you have the Muck Girl. Oh, yeah. Right. If this is down. Yeah. This costs 7. Yeah. We could say that for a billion cards, though. All right. So yeah, we have been talking for an hour already. So Mr. Race is gonna draft owls if this becomes common. But owls cost 8 mana. Oh no, you mean the silence owl. I thought you meant the 8 damage death rattle owl. I'm like, why does that help you? Oh, you mean the silence. Yeah, well, yeah, and it's always a good card, but if Stormwind is in, the Stormwind Librarian, the 4-mana 3/4 tradable silence, could go up in value. Yeah, the little owl, not the big one. Right. The Iron Beak. Okay, well, we do have to take a break, though. We're back in 3 minutes, and the next card will be... Oh, well, a fun one to talk about. Because we've been seeing a lot of fires in Ashari Warrior. We're back in 3 minutes. Hope you stick around for more of the card review. When we finish the card review, we will play some Arena. But we got a lot of cards to talk about. A lot of cards. Oh, wait, wrong screen. We gotta go back to this screen. There we go. The totally genuine Hearthstone stage screen. Alright, so yeah, the Steam Cleaner, which, yeah, as Baskus points out, what's funny is because it costs 5 mana, you can roll this off Fires of Zanajari. And so if you roll this off Fires of Zanajari and you play this, it destroys every other card in your deck. So it's the lowest possible roll if you've already fired up. But yeah, we've actually been seeing a lot of Fires of Zanajari Warrior, and this beats it instantly. Against some cards like Sarathan and Prestor that transform the minions in your deck. Your opponent will still have their spells, but it's still typically really tough to win an arena game with only spells left, unless your opponent's at like 6 health and you have Wicked Stab. But yeah, so it is understated, but it does have the mech tag, which means you can discover it off Discover a Mech with like Gorilla Bot. But yeah, it instantly beats, or almost instantly beats, things like Breastdoor, things like Fires and Ajari, things like I guess Renounced Darkness too, yeah. So that means that this is gonna ruin your day if you play those cards at least a few times. Means it kills espionage fun. Yeah, I mean, they get to keep all their other cards, but it does get rid of the espionage stuff. Not the espionage is a good card. Because I like these kind of cards. They're doing so many fun things. Yeah. I don't know if I like this either. It's just a I win button against Fires and Ajari. I might like something that is a little, you could even do something that is still like really good, but slightly less heavy-handed, like, I don't know, double the mana cost of all cards in both players' decks didn't start there, so the opponent starts top decking 10 mana cards instead of 5 mana cards. Yeah, ATDs can do anti-sunken stuff. Yeah. So yeah, it's really heavy-handed. If it was something that was a little less, the opponent instantly loses the game, I might like it better. So I don't know if I like this design. But yeah, as an understated card, this is a high end 2 or a low end 3, but it still can ruin the opponent's day if they've played Fires and Joy. There's a number of major counters to decks in this expansion. I haven't seen this card. Oh, right. Yeah, tributes like if it doubled mana cost, things could at least see play. 5 not that understand. It's true. It's still, though, I mean, maybe this is worth it for things like sunken cards. Maybe. Alright, yeah, speaking of 5 Infuse 5, gain Battlecry, deal 5 damage. I mean, Infuse 5 is a lot. We were talking about the Infuse 4 to draw 3 cards instead of 1 card. This turns this card into a Pit Croc. But yeah, Infuse 5. It's kind of a 5/5/5/5/5. It's not 5/5, right. 5 mana, 5 attack, 5 health, Infuse 5, Battlecry, deal 5. We've done more than a fake phone number. Call 555-555. Again, I think Infuse 5 is quite a bit. Even to gain a powerful battle cry. Because it is such a powerful battle cry, I think this card is definitely better than the last card in the majority of decks. I still don't think it's gonna go up to 4. Maybe I'm wrong. The problem is, you have to have this in hand, right? If Infuse was just, hey, have any 5 minions die, then this card is 5-star. But I think the relative difficulty of activating it, I think I'm gonna call it a high 3. Can't you think it's still gonna be easy enough to activate for it to be a 4? We really still need to see these Infuse cards in action, but I think Infuse 5 is a high enough number that I'm gonna lean more towards high end 3. But maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe this is actually quite easy to do. We'll see though. 5 is tough. All it would take is like Infuse 4, I think, or especially Infuse 3, and I would go to 4. But Infuse 5 feels high. Yeah, 5. Gotta be 5-star. Yeah. All right. Bog Beast. We got to reveal this card. I was looking at the Reddit discussion of this card, and a lot of people said they thought this was like their favorite Hearthstone art in a long time, because this, a lot of Hearthstone art is very cartoony. This set is a bit more serious, and so this is just, Swamp Thing with bones. It's just 2, what? So yeah, I'll tend to like 5 mana cards over 6 mana cards, but 6 mana, 3/6. So you want a 6 mana, 6/7, I suppose. So it's a lot less stats, but inside you've got another 2/4 with taunt. This is really good. Yeah, knacks out, exactly. This is a lot like Sludge Belcher. which was a 5 mana 3/5 with a 1/2 taunt inside of it. Um, so you only gain 1 extra health for 1 extra mana on the main taunt, but the taunt inside gets a lot larger. Does the Mechmere do anything? Nah, it's just a vanilla thing. It's red. It's a red ooze. But yeah, Dran says expansion seems so good for Arena. Could be. Could be. They've been rating quite a few things 4. Not too many 5s yet. A few 2s. 2/4 is significantly better than 1/2. I would super agree with that, yeah. This is just an annoying card. It's a card that Silence is really good against, just like one of the other cards we talked about earlier. It's really good at protecting your stuff. One card I would probably want to compare this to, though, is Smug Senior from Skullmats, right? Smug Senior was I want to say it was 5/7, right? Boy, it's been a while since we've had Skullmats in. So Smug Senior was a 5/7, and you got another 5/7, but you had to replay that. So this has a lot less stats, but you don't have to replay the mana. Interesting comparison, though. This is comparable to Our Home, Our Tombs. Was that? I'm trying to identify the voice line. Was that the 6 mana 3/4 with Reborn? Or are we talking about a different card? Protect the Venom, which, yeah, John, exactly. 3/4, heal 3, and then another 3, right. But the Reborn, so yeah, that was a smaller taunt with another smaller taunt inside, but it did heal your face. I was never a big fan of this card. This has a lot more stats, though. I think in general I like this better than that. But I wasn't a huge fan of that card. I tend to like this one. I tend to like its ability to protect your other minions. But yeah, it's definitely not aggressively stat. It's got a lot of health though. It's got a lot of health. Um, I feel like I want to compare this maybe the most. Like Lars says, it is 2 means for infuse. That is true. That is true, which we'll end up mentioning a lot this expansion. Um, I feel like I want to compare this the most to like some of the 7 mana 4/10 taunts we've gotten in the last couple of years. So this has a lot less attack, but it has the same amount of health for 1 less mana. It's also 2 separate bodies, so it doesn't die quite as easily to a single rush minion. Yeah, I think overall I certainly like it. I don't think it's insane, but I think it's solid. Um, yeah. So this is 3 is a bit bad against silence. It does, it does. And yeah, I am leaning there, high end 3, low end 4. I definitely don't think it's insane, but Sludge Belcher was insane when it came out, but it's been it's been 8 years since Sludge Belcher came out. John says, Strength of Seeing, here is cards that rip X power or less from your hand / deck. I don't okay. I've not looked at the whole set. I don't know what those cards are. All right, we got Kael'thas. And yeah, this one I did see, and I posted on the Discord about it. So it's very similar to the old Kael'thas, which was every 3rd spell you play each turn cost 0, and they had to nerf that for Wild's sake, maybe Standard's sake too. They tried to unnerf it, and it broke Wild, and they had to re-nerf it. But yeah, so 6 mana 4/7, understated, but I presume this does include this card in the count. So, oh yeah, and yeah, big ups on the name, right? So he's Kael'thas Sin Strider instead of Sun Strider, which I think they did for the joke. They didn't do that in World of Warcraft, did they? Or did they? Did they take that from WoW? I never got to see Kael'thas in World of Warcraft because I didn't go deep enough into the Vanathir Covenant to ever see him or the actual raid. But yeah, so this, if you can play this is a 6 mana 4/7, and you can play some type of 2 mana minion, and then you can play like a Troll Centurion for 0 mana. I mean, that's a lot of stats, for in one turn. So I think this card actually has a pretty good chance of working in arena. And even if you put it down, the opponent like has to kill it, or the next turn you could do the same thing even easier. Maybe you play a 2 and a 4, and then you play Troll Centurion for 0. It just raises it count itself, jinxes it counts itself. It certainly reads like it counts itself. So yeah, because Sky Match never ends well. This may break something in constructed, and so maybe we'll see this card get nerfed for constructed sake. It's not a trivial combo to pull off in arena. You do need to have this and a very small minion and a big minion, but that situation comes up frequently enough that I think this I want to call a 4. It's not going to work in every deck. It's not going to work in every deck, but I think it is going to create some explosive turns. AT's bite-sized summoner counts itself, so this should too. Yeah, I think this is going to create some explosive turns. It requires a pretty specific hand though, but I think it's going to be a card that you see play and you went, oh no, what are they gonna do? And they're gonna play this, and they're gonna play a Mecharoo for 1 mana, and they're gonna play, an 8/8 taunt, and then they're gonna play a Colossus, then they're gonna play a Troll Centurion, whatever the third card is. It's gonna be an explosive turn. It's not gonna work in every hand, but I think it's gonna work pretty often. Or yeah, a new 10 mana rush, which we'll see soon. I've seen that one. Yeah. I think it's gonna work quite often. It's gonna be explosive. It's gonna be almost impossible to beat. Masked Reveler. I haven't seen this one. 6 mana, 4/4, rush. Death Rattle, summon a 2/2 copy. Oh, of another minion in your deck. Oh, it's one of these things. A lot of times these things don't work out in Arena, because you just have a bunch of like 2/3s in your deck that have battle cries. For 6 mana, I mean, we're comparing to, yeah, exactly. Clap says Mothership is laughing at this card. Trevis is very interesting. This might be more interesting in Constructed. If you have a lot of Death Rattle type cards in your deck, this might work. But yeah, I mean, Mothership is like a 6-star card. So you get a 4/4 rush and a 2/2. So I mean, it's still 6/6 with some rush. It's not bad. It's potential of high upside if you have Death Rattle things in your deck. Right, Jensen, you get this into a 2/2 Mothership, you certainly could. And, we're gonna see in a second card that was already mentioned. Something like the Stoneborn General, 8/8 rush, Death Rattle, summon a 8/8 Gravewing with rush. So if you roll this as a 2/2 rush, you gotta get an 8/8 rush. So there are potential huge game-winning combos with this card, off common things, but you have to have it in your deck, and you have to roll it over every other minion deck. So you are going to lose to this, and it's going to be frustrating. I think overall, though, this just feels like a relatively okay card. A relatively okay card with big high roll potential. I think I'd just call it a 3, maybe even a low end 3 with high roll potential, but big high roll potential. Big high roll potential with cards in this set. And once again, if you've got infused stuff, this is 2 minions for infuse. This card, though, I wish we'd gotten this for our arena reveal, because this card seems pretty crazy. We were just talking about 7 mana for 10 taunts becoming kind of like a staple stat line in Arena in several expansions. So this has 1 less attack, which is important, but it has 2 more health. But it says your non-herring minions have stealth. So, I mean, immediately some things like poison come to mind. You can get these 2/2 poison adventurers. You can get the 2/2 poison, like right now. You can get the little hunter, the hunter 2/2 poison mech. There's things like peasants. The 2 mana 2/1. Draw a card at the start of your turn. There are things that are tough to protect from pings and from minor spells like ruined orbs or whatever in Arena. And this does a really, really good job protecting them by stealthing them. This got like double taunt if you think about it. Wait, what do you mean by double taunt? Because it needs to be killed, or just these cards are cool, love the weird things cards are doing. Yeah, I'm gonna say this card's the dominant. It's really, really, really very well statted. and it can have a high effect. A high effect. Oh, it can taunt your other taunts. Oh, okay, that's what Glady's talking about. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. But yeah, yeah. So if the opponent kills this, then your other minions are no longer protected. But it has so much health. It's so much health that's hard to do. This is gonna be really frustrating. It's gonna be really frustrating when it says permanent stealth. It's an aura of stealth. It's an aura of stealth. So until this dies, it's stealth. It's a common right. Now, of course, we've seen commons like Gangplank and Knight Captain have their offer rates be plummeted to close to zero recently. So if this card is too powerful and too much of a staple, maybe we'd see the same treatment on this card. But yeah, this seems really strong in Arena to me. I think I would call it a 5. If it ends up, yeah, I mean, I think I would call it a 5, maybe a low end 5, or maybe it'll be a high end. Maybe it'll be a high end if the stealth is even stronger for enabling aggro type plays, because you can do things. You can do things like things that are common in Arena. I'm just questioning you. It's actually like 6-star because there are things that are very common in Arena where you've got a 6/4. You've got like the conjurer discovers a spell in Mage, and the opponent has like a 3/5 taunt or something, or a 3/5 in general, and you want to put the 6/4 into the 3/5, but then you're gonna get pinged back. But you do that, and you got the 6/1, and you play the red herring, and the 6/1 is stealthed, and they can't kill it, and you get to trade the 6/1 into something, or you get to go face with it. So I think there is yeah, a lot of potential to enhance trades with this card, and enhance things like peasant, like poison, things that are difficult to protect. Now, of course, AoEs will still work. AoEs will still work. But yeah, it's just well stead, and it could protect things that you want to protect. And he says they love the art, the ghostly red herring. A red herring, of course, for anybody that doesn't know, being a false clue, a distraction in a mystery story. Murder at Castle Nathria being intended to have a mystery flavor, so it's a literal giant ghostly red herring. And yeah, red herrings are false clues in mysteries. Like the gun was the same type of gun held that was owned by this character. And it's like, well, no, it's a second gun. It's a second gun. They just happen to be the same type of gun. Sin-fueled golem. Oh yeah, this one's really weird. So does anyone actually get murdered at Castle Nathria? I don't know if they have actually. I don't know if they're doing like a solo adventure like they did for Phelan in Sunken City. But I mean, the Denathrius, Sire Denathrius, who owns Castle Nathria, got murdered. Whether he actually did or not, I don't know. Like when they already showed when you play Sire Denathrius, his voice line is, to all those who sought to kill me, you failed. So I don't know. It's unclear. I think it's the No Solo Adventures expansion, which seems really weird because it lends itself to one much more than even Sunken City did. Right. And we were cave of thieves stuff sent for dogs. Is that true, or is that possibly apocryphal? I don't know. Right. Gain stats equal to the attack of the minions that infuse this. Right. So this shots of this guy code. You can read when your trying to build it. Maybe if they have a car. I mean, in Arena, you're just throwing down minions. In Arena, you're just throwing down minions in general. This one makes you feel very sad when you flip as Ram Commander. As a D said, it's only for the minions, though. Yeah, it does. So somebody shot says this is a card you can read when your opponent's trying to build it. You might be able to read it from a paladin in particular if they stop hero powering, because anytime you kill a 1/1 dude, it infuses onto this. It's a very low stat gain. So if the opponent's paladin and they stop hero powering, then maybe you can read it. But I think it's difficult to read in other cases because your opponent's just throwing down minions. But yeah, let's think about this in a common situation. You happen to draw this, and well, let's even say you draw this in your opening hand. So you play a 2-3, and then you play a 3-4, and you play 4-5 is a little less common. Let's say 4-5 for the sake of argument. So what does this go up to in that case? It goes up to 4, 5, and then it goes to 7, 8, and then it goes to what? 11, 13? Is 11, 11? That can't be right because everything has more health. Everything has more health to attack in my scenario. Oh, wait, sorry. It's only based on the attack. Oh, right. Oh, right. I forgot. I forgot when I read this card the first time, too. I forgot about that. Okay, yeah. Okay, so yeah, so 11, 11, not 11, 13. My mistake. My mistake. And yeah. B says if you played like the 4-1, the imp with the other 4-1 inside of it, then it would count 4 twice, right? So if you played, well, let's still say a 2-3, and then you played the imp, and both halves of the imp did die before anything else died, then it would go up to 12, 12. But yeah, so how good is a 7 mana 12, 12? How good is a 7 mana 11, 11? Pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, a lot of times at that point in the game, you actually need something with Taunt or Rush, but it's still a big pile of stats. It's super vulnerable to Silence, right? We're seeing a lot of these cards be vulnerable to Silence, so Silence may be more important to draft than ever if you can get, like, if it's Stromwind's End, the Stromwind silences, or even Iron Beak Owl. Because if you silence it, hey, it's a 2-2. But, yeah. I mean, a 7 mana 11, 11 is really, really good. Really, really good. Beast is infused is a new card. It does. It is a new card. Would this one add the stats as a hard thing, or would it still count as a buff on this? You know, you might be right. Maybe it is not vulnerable to silence because maybe it'll work like that the corrupt card, the infinitely corruptible card from back in Dark Moon that started as a 2-2 and would eventually get up to like 7-7 because every one of them counted as a new card. It makes sense. Hard to say on this particular one, right? I feel like it is hard to say on this particular one because on this one, it kind of feels like flavorfully it might still have 3 different stats that says like infused by Chillwind Yeti, consumed Chillwind Yeti, consumed Peon. But so I don't know the answer to that 100%, but maybe this is not vulnerable to silence at all. It'll still be vulnerable to assassinate and things like polymorph. But yeah, this card seems like maybe it would be terrible in constructed because it's just so expensive. But in Arena, it could work. It is still a terrible top deck, though. If you top deck it and you have no time to let minions die, great, you've got a 7 mana 2-2. So this type of makes AD says it's an epic, so it's not gonna show up much in general type of thing. And yeah, 7 says it's gonna affect things like evolve too, because if you evolve a 6, you can super low roll this like other low roll things in the past. That's true. Some plays on turn 7, the opponent will ignore and go face. It's possible. It's possible if they have the option to. Of course, if it's turn 7 and the game has been relatively even, and you trade your 4-5 and your 3-4 into their 6-7, you go boom boom, and you play this and they have no board. Well, then they have no board. But yeah, Jen says I wouldn't draft this unless you were forced to, so clunky, imagine top decking this. Right, that's the thing. It's the top deck fear. Crisis, I don't think this card's very good. This one's I don't know, I'm having a hard time judging this card. Like, so question is, this has an easy potential to be like an 11-11 or a 12-12 type thing, maybe even bigger. Vulnerable to hard removal. Would you take this over a 7 mana 7-7, which is a better top deck, but a much worse card if you can do the infuse? And I'm leaning towards no. AT's dormant cards are pretty bad top decks. Liars, they wouldn't draft this. So I am going to do the I don't know, the hot take that I'm gonna say that that people are wrong. That people are wrong. A lot of people in chat not having a faith in this. I'm going to say that in Arena, this card is going to work more than it doesn't work, and that the extra stats are going to be worth it. And I'm going to call this a 4-star card. Not a 5-star card. I'm going to call this a 4-star card. I think a lot of times you're going to land a 7 mana 11/11 or 12/12 or maybe even 14/14 or something. And the opponent won't have an answer, and it'll be really good. Because that is that take, you know? A lot of times, chat is on the same line of thought as me. I'm going to say this is better than people think. Maybe something will draft it because they don't play Hearthstone. That's a decent reason. I'll agree with that reason. So I think they can make it cool and golden. Might just have some red anima swirling around it. I don't know. I don't know. And the sword will probably shine, and the armor might shine. There's no more Star Trek requests. Not during a card review. I'll turn it back on after the review. All right, Party Crasher. 8 mana, 7/9. Battlecry, choose an enemy minion, throw a random minion from your hand at it. Which, yeah, this is a cute card. A cute card flavorfully. It is a problem. It is a problem that you're choosing a random minion from your hand. Right, that's what's throw your 1/1. Right, so if you've got one really good card, one really big card in your hand, a bunch of small cards in your hand, which is pretty common in Arena, this might be tough to utilize. But if you are at the point in the game where you've got your 8 mana 7/9, and you've got your, and you've got your herring, you've got your red herring, you throw the 3/12 at a 3/3, and you've got a 3/9 taunt, and it stealths your 7/9. So what's that immune pirate? Are you talking about Gangplank? If you're talking about Gangplank, then yeah, I think that would be a really weird thing, because I think if you try to throw a dormant minion, it'll just go, "Hwah!" and then it'll land on the board dormant, and it won't actually do anything besides get the minion on board. It'll slip through the fingers of the Party Crasher. Yeah. Decent stat line. Better than an 8/8, the 7/9. Interesting effect, but yeah, the fact that it's a random minion from hand does make it difficult to control. I think the ability, though, to get like 16 mana worth of stuff out with this card, if you've been planning for it and you've been getting the cheap stuff out of your hand, makes this really good in Arena. In fact, I think that this is controllable enough to call it a 5. As if it's choose minion in your hand, right? It'd be even nuttier. But I think you can choose. You can choose the enemy minion, but you can't choose the minion in your hand. But you still probably get enough time to plan that I think you can make this get a heck of a lot of stats out, a heck of a lot of mana out on a single turn. It'll probably be more common to throw a 5-cost minion. But that's throwing the 5-cost minion, like killing an enemy thing. It's giving a minion in your hand rush, and it's making it cost 0. So your minion survives and sticks to the board. I'm almost positive. If that's not how this works, I'm vastly misreading the card. We've had cards like the Flark's Boomzooka or whatever that summon minions from your deck, and it says, and then they die. This does not say, and then they die. So I think this is more like Boom Ship that takes 3 minions from your hand and gives them rush. So yeah, the fact that it's a random minion from your hand could make this worse than I think, but I think you can set up for this, and you can, if Scalmance was in, you could play out all your small cards, have a Smug Senior in hand, and you'll play the Party Crasher, you'll throw your 5/7 taunt at a 4/5 they've got, you'll get your 7/9, you'll get your 5/3 or whatever that still has Death Rattle. I think this is going to be really good in Arena. It's well statted, and it just is huge mana advantage. It can also work through taunts. Yeah, that's true too. That's true too. Although it doesn't work through Red Herring. You can only throw it at the Red Herring. I don't think I saw this. 9 mana 4/4 seems terrible. 1 star. Devour an enemy minion gains stats. Use 5 and its neighbors. I hope this is banned. Yeah, exactly. Glad you said I hope this is banned. This is 6. This is 6. This is banned. Oh, wait. People are saying banned so much. This is literally the meme of banned already. Is this literally banned, or are people expecting it to be banned? With Infused, it's still 6 stars. It's just so good. It's just so good. Is this literally banned, or are people expecting it to be banned? Confirmed banned. Okay, well that's literally banned already. Yeah, board mutinous. Yeah, literally banned already, and I'm grateful for that because this card is pretty hyper busted. So yeah, I'm glad it's banned already, and I approve. Sire Nathrius. It can often be difficult to play a 10 mana card in general, but the fact that this has lifesteal itself and the battle cry has lifesteal makes this card very interesting. So it's got the endlessly infused. Now, of course, the earlier you draw this, the longer you have a dead card in hand, which is difficult. A lot of times, arena games end on like turn 8 or even turn 7, and maybe the game ends before you can play this. But in a typical case, let's say you draw this on turn 5, you have 5 turns of play, you're gonna see maybe 4 or 5 of your minions die, and that means you're going to do 9 or 10 missiles that all life steal, so they restore 9 or 10 health to you, and then you've also got a 10/10 body with life steal that they want us to deal with. Maybe they have assassinate, maybe they don't. Yeah, Jensen's gonna be so satisfying to pull off, right? So I think the big problem with this is that it costs 10. Like I said, a lot of arena games will end before you can play this. Yeah, Reno Denathrius. I think this card will be good in a lot of cases, but I think it's still just really tough to draft these big minions that are very vulnerable to hard removal. So I don't have huge faith in this. I think the cost pushes this down to actually an avoid, but maybe it'll be much better than I think. It's just historically, cards like this are kind of unreliable. He says there's a Valkyrie, so it's not as vulnerable. It's true, yeah. It's still though, it's not. It's not Raid Boss Anexia. It's not Raid Boss Anexia. It doesn't do 14 rush damage. If you top deck, it's only 5. If your opponent is already 3 minutes ahead of you and you do 5 arcane missile hits, they still probably kill you. Bastos thinking especially 6 stars. Maybe I don't know. You don't need some way to like tutor this, because otherwise you're just not going to be getting the infused things. He says, is this random? I assume it's arcane missiles. Or is it Sneedsy? I think it looks random to me. Or is it split damage? It reads to me as arcane missiles. And I think that's what I saw in the video where they played it. But yeah, I think traditionally cards like this are difficult. Yeah, it's like Cthulhu's, yeah, so it's boom 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 boom. Yeah. This may be better than I think, but I think the high cost and the fact that it doesn't quite work if you're behind. I think traditionally cards like this don't work out well in Arena. I might be wrong though. I might be wrong, and certain decks might like it better than others. This, on the other hand, here's an Arena card. So again, it does cost 10 though, and just like Denathrius, sometimes you get 10 in your hand and you can just never, ever play it. It happens. It happens, and it will still happen in the future. So yeah, but 10 mana, 8/8 rush, Death Rattle Summon Gravewing with Rush. So your opponent has, right now we're seeing a lot of that 8/8 taunt. The opponent has the 8/8 taunt. You put this into it, you get another 8/8 rush, and you kill their 4/5 or something. It is like Scrapyard, right? So it's a reactive version of Scrapyard instead of a defensive version. It's slightly better stat. The Scrapyard was 7/7. This is 8/8. There are also cases where this doesn't work out so well against like the red herring, right? The red herring, it's a 312. You put this into it, you're gonna have an 8-5, and they're still gonna have 4 points of health, and their other minions will still be on board. So if you actually can't kill this off, this might be a little weaker. But yeah, as long as you aren't massively behind, that's the thing is, if you're massively behind, then the opponent can kind of ignore this and keep going face. But it's gotta be tough, because if they ignore it for one turn, then you've already killed something. This is lower on health, and the next turn you can probably kill 2 minions. So I think this is so strong that even at the 10 cost, I think I'm gonna say 5. But I won't be actually surprised if I'm completely wrong on this. And it's so expensive. It's so expensive that it actually ends up honestly being like, oh, you know what? This card's just too pricey. It's just too pricey in Arena. It's too awkward. And actually, we don't draft this when it comes up. It turns out it's way too expensive. It may happen. It may happen. But just from the raw amount of stats, I'm going to, and yeah, that's the thing is, someone an 8/8 taunt would be much better, possibly. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna lean into the 5 because it's just so many stats. But just like I mentioned on the Nathrius, I won't be shocked if it's like, no, this is way worse than that. It's way too awkward. Because maybe it's 10 mana. Imagine if it was 8, be saying, yeah, if you were 8, and we compare to Troll Centurion, Troll Centurion can do the honorable kill and kill the opponent, but yeah, this is twice as many stats. Just doing sorry. Well, we're about to move into the first class cards because that was the last neutral one. But yeah, we've done all the neutrals, David. We're done with neutrals. Give me a say. It looks odd. Can't tell from this. You're looking at the Denathrius. Um. Yeah. I mean, this is a combo video. It does do it quickly though if there's only a couple of targets, but they showed it in an official Castle Nathria reveal video. I don't know if I can find it quickly enough. Official Hearthstone channel. Was it part of the Murder at Castle Nathria round table? Is it in a different one? Mincing disguise, locations. I may not be able to find this quick enough. Pending catastrophe, mischievous imp, solid alibi. I know it was one of these official reveals, but oh no, here it is. Here it is. So it's okay. Let's see. Sire Nathrius is played. So it did 9 damage to face, 2 damage to minion, 4 damage to minion, 3 damage to a minion. Which also, which still, maybe, still doesn't show it perfectly, maybe. Deal 18 damage amongst enemies. So it says deal 18 damage amongst enemies, and it did 9 to the enemy face after doing damage to the minions. So yeah, it appears to be Arcane Missile Z. It appears to be Arcane Missile Z. It's like 3 minutes into that video if you want to see it. But it's doing a much faster animation. It's not showing the individual missiles, it's showing the end result. But yeah, it doesn't do like the full damage to face or anything. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, it all happens at once, so it's definitely not choosable. Alright, so that was all the neutrals. Let's go over to Demon Hunter. I'm trying to get it big on my screen. Alright. Yeah, it's like Arcane Missile, but there's all months, right? Which is maybe nice, because Arcane missile animations can be very slow with spell powery type things. Leaf thinks, yeah, Demon Iron is bad. Yeah, it's all this relic stuff, right? Which I don't know if it'll work in Constructed, but probably even harder in Arena. But let's see. Give your hero +3 attack this turn. Choose a card in your hand to shuffle into your deck. So, yeah, very, very, very... Yeah, at least the Soulfire vibes, except it's one less damage, and you have to, if you have to trade, you're taking damage to your face. Yeah, Corpse is not good for me. I don't think you want to lose a card area. I'm leaning towards agreeing in terms of, yeah, I mean, so usually in Arena, you win when you've got board control and the opponent doesn't, and you go face for 12 with your 3 minions. This last bit of smork damage doesn't seem super good. And if you are earlier in the game and your opponent plays a corporal, and you play this to kill the corporal, well, you're using 2 cards to kill the corporal. And that seems generally really, really bad. Feels like they started this shuffle into your deck and then forgot to pay off, possibly. So yeah, maybe there's some stuff that makes this make more sense later, possibly, but yeah, as a one-time effect that makes you get rid of a card in your hand. It technically works as an aggro finisher, but it seems like something you really want to maybe big time avoid. I think I'm going all the way down to 1. You know, maybe you could say 2, but I think I'm going all the way down to 1. It really seems like this will just instantly make you run out of cards, and it's not enough power. Yeah, it's extra 1 bounce from massive downside. Yeah. It's a really big problem in Arena. The Sinful Brand, kind of a cool look on it, and it'll look nice in gold with the red X rippling. Brand enemy minion. Whenever it takes damage, deal 2 to the enemy hero. Seems like, again, more of a constructed combo thing. You can do cute things where the opponent has like 1 minion, you brand it, and then you play like the fell. Shoot, what even is it called? But the fell thing, it does 2 damage to the lowest health enemy twice. It hits the minion twice, and what's saying the minion, it's also hitting face, but you're spending the card, and you're spending the 1 mana to set up for this combo. If you go with like Coordinated Strike and you trade a 1/1 and a 1/1 and a 1/1, you do 6 damage to the enemy face. I mean, it's probably more of a 2-star than a 1-star like the last card, but it still seems like a combo card and something that's difficult to spend a card on. So I don't think either of these first 2 Demon Hunter cards are particularly good. And yeah, least so much of this, we finished all the neutral cards. We're doing the class cards. This one is a card that we got to reveal. So, battle card, choose a card in your hand and shuffle it in your deck. Same effect as that first one, but, a give your hero +3 attack this turn is a one-time effect. A 4/4 on board is a 4/4 on board. So I would certainly say this is better than that first card that shuffles a card in your deck. You could potentially shuffle a coin in your deck, which lets you, if you've got a good curve, although you can redraw the coin later. I would give Bibliomite no more than 1 star or 1 save. I also have I have doubts about this card. Grigan's Curse Lock. It's true. But I also have doubts about this card. But it is very aggressively statted, and if you can win the game on turn 4 or 5 by playing this, which is possible, this may not be the worst thing ever. So I'm not gonna give it 1. I think I'm gonna give it 2. Terms of aggro, I think this is great. It could be in the right deck, but I do think it is generally something that's easy to counter. And if your opponent can, play enough taunts or play enough removal, and then you run out of cards too quick, I think there's a big potential to burn out, because this costs 2 cards essentially, right? Costing 2 cards is a high cost, but I don't want to give it 1 because I think there is potential to win on turn 4, turn 5 with this, and then you're okay. You win right as you run out of cards, type thing. So I'm not gonna give it 1. I think it's still a big downside though. As these shuffle cards would be cooler if they were in with some Taverns of Time stuff. In terms of you can reshuffle with Possibility Seeker. What other shuffle stuff are we doing besides Possibility Seeker and Taverns? He said priests hate this card. Do you think? Well, but because it's 4 attack, you can't use death on it. Yeah, maybe. Oh, there is a priest card in the expansion that can hit stuff with 4 health, or 4 attack rather. All right, and thank you, Yugi, with the first time chat and the follow, by the way. So here's the relic stuff. So most of the Demon Hunter stuff is relic stuff, which again is one of these things that causes problems in Arena because it's like a build around. It's a build around because this says improve your future relics. And it might be really difficult to get a whole bunch of relics in Arena. In fact, it probably will be. Maybe there will be a relic Demon Hunter constructed. Maybe, but it seems like a tough thing to do in Arena. So you had 2 mana, deal 1 damage to an enemy minion twice, improve your future relics. So for 2 mana, you usually want to do 3 damage, and you don't want it to be random. So, for each relic you get, these get better. I actually had a note on what the improvement does. So for this one, every relic you play makes this do 1 more damage, which is a pretty big upgrade because then it's deal 2 damage to your enemy twice, which means you're not going from 1 damage to 3 damage, you're going from 1 damage to 4 damage. And if you play another relic, you're going from 4 damage to 6 damage. But it's still random. So it still has a lack of control. And yeah, you may have hard time getting enough relics to make this make sense. So the more relics you get, the better it gets, but it's really bad at face value. It's really, really bad at face value. Probably all the way down at 1 on face value. It's just really, really terrible. It's way less than you expect to get out of a card. Monster, I love your beard. This is bigger than mine. When I stroke the beard thusly, do I not appear more intelligent? This one's not one of the relics. It's the Magnifying Glaive. After your hero attacks, draw until you have 3 cards. Now this makes cards like Bibliomite and Dispose of Evidence better, right? If you play Bibliomite and you go down to almost 0 cards instantly, and Bibliomite, you do get to choose the card, so you can make sure you don't get rid of the Magnifying Glaive. Maybe, if you can get Magnifying Glaive and a couple of Bibliomites, you can combine them to really, really quickly get a bunch of 4/4s on board, and you can redraw your hand with this. Maybe you can make it work. You can only choose between 3 cards, right? I think you play this and then you probably play you play the next card from your hand. I'm not 100% sure on that, but it doesn't say discover a card in your hand to shuffle into your deck. I assume you play this and then it says okay, now play/discard the card, any card, even if you have like 10 cards. That's how it reads to me. Which is a new mechanic, I think, but that's how it reads to me. You have a location, the you can play them. Yes, you can. But we're not 2 locations yet. Magnifying flavor in game is amazing. A tiny vengeance. Yes. It's exactly how it reads. Oh no, it's literally the font size is down. Okay. It's literally it's if the regular text was this big, it says vengeance this big. It's literally the font size is different. Okay. I didn't understand what you meant at first because I'm not actually looking at it, but okay, now that is funny. So you have to have already been running out of cards here. So yeah, for a very low curve deck, which Demon Hunter can do, this is potentially pretty amazing because you get rid of all your cards in hand except this. You play this, you play like a 1-cost minion, and you play this, and you swing, you draw 3 cards. Those 3 cards are like a bunch of 2-mana, 1-mana stuff. You play them again, you draw 3 more cards. It's a more controllable Jeeves. It is pretty small itself. It is pretty small itself. The the more controlly, the higher curve your deck is, the worse this gets. If you got a 8-mana cards, the 10-mana 8/8 rush, this gets really, really bad. So it's highly deck dependent. Um, I feel like for the general Demon Hunter deck, I don't know if I want to say 5. I think somebody said 6, but if you're drafting an aggressive deck, I don't know, 4? Maybe it's gonna be even better than I think. But and yeah, if you've taken those Bibliomite type cards, it becomes way better. Maybe I'm underestimating it, but it's hard to control your draft enough to play into this. I think if you're getting some good 5s and good 6s and stuff, this may not end up being very good. We'll see. So here's the first location, which is a new type of card in Hearthstone. They did promise there'd be a new card type coming. This is it. So it's next relic you play. This turn cast twice is 2 durability. Like it says here, so yeah, locations take a spot on board, but you can't like attack them. They're like dormant minions. We did see that one card that says destroy a location, but generally you can't interact with them. And then yeah, you can play it. You can like kind of tap it like a magic card. It loses a durability. You can't do it the next turn. There's a 1-turn cooldown. You can't do it 2 turns in a row. You can activate the turn you play it, and then 2 turns later you could do it again. We're gonna see the other relics. So let's actually look at those real quick. So yeah, summon 2/1/1 spirits, improve your future relics. When you improve this, the minions get bigger. So 2/1/1s for 3 mana is terrible. 2/2/2s for 3 mana is okay, and there are cards like that in the game, like Doubling Imp. 2/3/3s for 3 mana is quite good, very, very good even. And then from there it gets even better. So if you can play 2 relics before this, that becomes quite good. Activating twice would mean if you haven't played any of the relics, you get 2/1/1s and then 2/2/2s. If you've played relics before this, you can get 2/2/2s and 2/3/3s. But you need to have the relic vault. You need to play the relic vault, which gets rid of a card, and you need to have done the relic stuff. So again, maybe this is going to work and construct in an interesting way, but it seems like a lot of elements need to be coming together to make this good in Arena to me. Get 2/2/2s, yes. Some of the other locations we'll see are really good in Arena. I don't have a whole lot of faith in this, because it just seems like a lot going. A lot to get going and a card cost to it. I don't have faith in this. I don't have faith in this at all. Um, I'm gonna too restricting. I don't have maybe you're gonna get all the relics. Maybe you're gonna make this work. I'm sure we'll see it work at least a few times. But I think this relic stuff is gonna end up being a big trap in Arena. We'll see. Maybe I'll be wrong. This relic itself is a rare, by the way. There's so many insane synergy with craftsmanship, and I can't remember all the other fake keywords. And green, which Demon Hunter is green. Crixus, the Voracious, 4-mana 7/7, Overload 3, 5 stars. Wait, discard your hand, Death Rattle, draw 3 cards. So yeah, the 4-mana 7/7 back, right. Now, yeah, again, this card and the Magnifying Glass and the Bibliomite, all of these favor being a really controlly, really low curve Demon Hunter. And if you are, yeah, Larry says 6 stars. Well, if you've got the right deck, this is great. However, if you've got a deck already that has the 10-mana 8/8, and you got an 8/8, you got a bunch of 6/6s, and you have cards that draw other cards, then say Deathwing. If you're in the situation where you've got 6 cards in hand, and you can play the 4-mana 7/7, or you can play the 4-mana 4/5 Chillwind Yeti, at that point, you're probably playing the Chillwind Yeti. So I think it's going to possibly Be happy if discard forward play this on curve. I don't know. I don't know. 4? I mean, you do draw 3 if they kill it, but the next if it's still alive and you're going face with it, you're top decking 1 card the next turn. Like Yugi says, you don't get silenced, you're polymorphed. I don't know. Yeah, he's in silence. Yeah, silence, polymorph, a few other things out there. Um, I don't know. But the point is that it's tough to consistently draft a super aggro deck. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. But sometimes you got really bad 3 mana cards up against really good 6 mana cards. I think this will be great in a lot of Demon Hunter decks, especially combined with the other cards in this expansion. Um, and yeah, it's if you just in a general more mid-rangey deck, when you're down to 1 or 2 cards, or maybe even 0 cards, that becomes no downside, only upside. So I think I am gonna call it 5. I still think I still have a hard time calling it 6. 'Cause I think sometimes it will be awkward. But yeah, I think it's a great card. I do think it's a great card, but I don't think it's always great. I think there is some awkwardness. So here's the last relic. I think there's only 3 relics. This is the most expensive one. This is one of those Elden Ring chests that teleports you to the Mantis dungeons that make me cry. The teleport chests. Draw 2 cards for 5 mana, which is terrible. Reduce their cost by 1. Improve your future relics. Draw 2 cards is worth 3 mana. So this reduces their cost by 1. So this is fair compared to like Arcane Intellect, although the discount, generally is not happening until the next turn. It's fair. Um, the way this improves is it doesn't improve by drawing more cards, it has more cost reduction. So if you've played, a Relic of Phantasms earlier or the Damage Relic earlier, it becomes reduced their cost by 2. So if you've played 3 relics, you draw 2 cards, reduce their cost by 3. Maybe you can play this for 5, draw 5 mana cards, and they reduce 2 mana each. You can play them both. But again, you'd have to play a lot of relics by that point. I think 5 mana to draw 2 cards, even with the cost reduction for the next turn, is still really expensive for Demon Hunter that wants to be playing more aggressively. I don't think this is good. Yeah, and the Yugi doesn't improve to draw more cards. It is not actually. It actually increases the discount reduction. So yeah, I don't think Demon Hunter wants to play this. I don't think they want to invest the 5 mana into it necessarily. Again, maybe this relic stuff will work together better than I think, but I don't think Demon Hunter wants to run that in Arena, typically. 8 mana, 8/8. The Artificer is either Zymox or Zimox or Xerox, I don't know. Discover and cast a relic, infuse 5, cast all 3 instead. So this one, on the other hand, you get to always choose between all 3 relics. And so, generally, unless you've already played a bunch of relics and the Relic of Extinction is going to be great, or the Phantasm is going to be great, generally you're going to play this one, and you're going to play an 8 mana 8/8, and you're going to draw 2 cards, and you're going to discount them, and 8 mana 8's still pretty okay to play in Demon Hunter. If you infuse 5, then hey, the other relics are a bonus. I wonder, I'm not sure if anybody knows, if you cast all 3 instead, does it go, okay, random relic, and then the next one is improved by 1, random relic, next one's improved by 1, random relic, random order, I mean, or does it always go the low cost relic, mid cost relic, high cost relic? Or are they all at the current the current power level? I don't know. They improve and is a random order, says Prime Andy 7. Okay, that's interesting then. Cat, though, thinks it's by mana cost, which would mean you would always play the draw last. So I'm not sure who to believe. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. And yeah, Mikazan's taking off. Thanks for being here, Mikazan. Thank you for all your support. Mikazan gifted 5 subs yesterday during the anniversary stream. Have a good sleep, Mikazan. So yeah, I'm not sure who to believe here. I'm not sure which way it works. Um, let's just go watch the video for it. Yeah. It doesn't affect the rating too much though. An 8-mana 8 is a little slow for what Demon Eye wants to do, but the fact that it draws 3 cards while you do it and does some extra stuff, and maybe does some extra stuff if you infuse, seems pretty sweet. But it's again a big card in itself. It's not exactly aggro in itself. It still seems quite good though. I don't know if I want to say busted good, because sometimes 8/8 is just again, like I say, too slow. The opponent will kind of zip past you. But it's good. It's good. It might even be great, but it's good. I think you'll be pretty happy to draft this in most decks. I mean, you might be very happy to draft it. All right, there's Demonair. 1 glass down, 9 to go. Ugh, these reviews always take so long. All right, let me get this onto my screen. So here's Drew. But yeah, Demonair overall, yeah, doesn't seem like it gets a big boost in Arena. In fact, you get some cards that may not make much sense. Never seen this card before, but with Path and Stag, clear board, build a board, draw 3 cards, quite possibly. Yeah, you could be going lasers, kind of like the Colossal with the low cost relic. Wonder if 8-drop interacts with the landmark. The location. Oh shoot! Well, I went over to Druid cards. It's the next relic you play. The next relic you play. And so the legendary would be playing the relics, so I'm pretty sure they would not stack. Pretty sure. All right. He says, have we done neutrals already? Yeah, we tend to start with neutrals now, because they kind of form the foundation of, what the class cards might be thinking about. Okay, planted evidence, which is a bit reminiscent of the nature studies back in Scholomance. Discover a spell, it costs 2 less this turn. Now, the planted evidence itself costs 1 mana in itself, so you've already invested that mana. So many things that they've done in modern Hearthstone. Don't say this turn anymore. Don't say this turn. They say, the next spell you cast costs 2 less. This costs 2 less. Kind of interesting to see this turn, because we're seeing a lot less this turn in general. Druid Primordial Glyph for 1 less mana. Primordial Glyph itself costed 2. Although Primordial Glyph was permanent, right? It wasn't this turn. So, a little different. But yeah, there's I mean, right now, and we're gonna see some others. There's this weird druid puzzle box thing we'll see that you could discover. Like, so you gain mana on this one as long as you can play it, right? If you played this on turn 1 and you discovered a Flipper Friends, the Flipper Friends would cost 3 mana, but you still wouldn't have the 3 mana. But if you play this on turn 4, you can discover a Flipper Friends for 3 mana, play the Flipper Friends, and you'll get Flipper Friends out a turn early, which could be really, really, really strong. Alright, so check if I fully agree with rising the rating on the 4 mana 7/7 down. There's 4 stars. Was fully appreciating the fact that you rely on them killing it to gain value. If they equip, then you aren't getting the aggro benefit. Yeah, I think I still said 5, but now you've shot past me downwards. This is good old discover spells. Part of the choose one. We could choose a spell minion. Oh, you're comparing it to Raven Idol. Yeah. This is kind of like Quack form. We have to time it well, but still RNG. Right. But yeah, there's a lot of good druid spells, like Flipper Friends, and a discounted Nourish can be good to draw more cards, and just simple things like Wrath can be good. And like I said, there's this weird puzzle box thing coming out. In general, discover a spell is good, and if you play this on turn, 7, you'll be able to have like any option. There's also things like Kodo Mount. Yeah, I think in general, this will be really good. Yeah. It doesn't do damage like a Ruined Orb, and it is a thing that is a little risky to play early on. I still don't know if I want to call it a 5-star card, but discover a spell in general is really good, and this discount, then you maybe get Flipper Friends out early or something, could be really good too. So I think we'll call it a good card, but maybe it's not busted. Maybe it's not busted. Yeah, negative 2-mana aquatic form. Speaking of spells, on the other hand, this one I think I would call a 5-star card in Arena. A 2-mana 2/2. A 2-mana 2/2 is a 2-star card because it's an understated 2. A 2-mana deal 2 damage would be a 2-star card, or maybe even a 1-star card, because you expect that on 1 mana, not 2 mana. So you're doing two different things that you want to spend 1 mana for, but you're doing them both on the same card at the same time. And that's a lot of value packed in one card. It also has nature tag, which might be helpful. It's just really, really, really solid to pack these two things into a single card. Yeah, I think this will be a really, really, really solid card to draft. Maybe it'll be just a really high end 4-star. Maybe it's not actually a 5. Obviously, it can go face. It can go face if you have to. Although that's not necessarily a thing Arena wants to do. Is a druid is propelled to luck dice in the morning arena class? We'll see. Hedge maze, trigger friendly minions, death rattle. So again, these locations stick around. So I mean, something like this creates some really interesting impacts in terms of if you have time to drop this. Again, if you have time to drop this, because if you don't have death rattles immediately, this is 3 mana do nothing. But this is interesting for cards that have death rattles that are tough to utilize in Arena, like, say, Mechanical Whelp. Mechanical Whelp, death rattle, summon a 7/7, but it's a 6 mana 2/2. But if you've already got the Hedge Maze on board, you can drop the Mechanical Whelp as a 2/2, trigger the Hedge Maze, you get a 7/7, and you still have the 2/2 with a 7/7 inside of it. When they trigger them, so they trigger when you play them and lose 1 durability. Right, so you can trigger this twice. You can't trigger it 2 turns in a row. You can't trigger it 2 turns in a row. You can't play a Mothership, get the 2 mechs off Mothership, attack with the Mothership, and then on the next turn you do it again with another Mothership. You have to wait 2 turns. But, yeah, the big thing about this is that it costs 3 mana. The big thing about this is it costs 3 mana, and it costs a card. So again, if the more strong death rattles you have, obviously the better this gets. But spending 3 mana in an aggressive meta on this and spending a card is going to be really tough. You might have Dark Spear Berserker. You can get your Lion Guard to buff faster if you do the damage to yourself. Yeah, it boosts his additional potential right there. We saw the 10 mana 8/8 rush, death rattle, get an 8/8 rush. So if you got the Hedge Maze down, if you have time to play it, and you have time to wait to play a 10 mana like the next turn, then you can go 8/8 rush, use the Hedge Maze, get another 8/8 rush, trade your death rattle, get another 8/8 rush, and maybe you kill three minions in 1 turn or something. So this has a lot of potential, but you need to have the death rattles, because otherwise you just have this card dead in hand. You've got this 3 mana to spend that can be tough if the opponent's being aggressive, and you're waiting on your death rattles. Oh yeah, and Jensen mentions, yeah, there's the 5 mana 6/5 death rattle destroy random enemy minion, definitely. Turn 3 maze, turn 4 shellfish, mill your opponent by giving him extra cards. That's the way to go. That's the way to go. Hearthstone with first time chat. Yeah, so I think you still have to say avoid as a default for this. But if you get more of those cards that work with it, if you get, maybe that Sin Horse in general, it's 3 mana destroy enemy minion is Deadly Shot. That's Deadly Shot. So, and you get to set this up ahead of time type thing. So, in aggressive meta, this gets hard to utilize, and you need to have the right cards for it. The more cards you get to work with it, the better it gets. As a default, I would say avoid this card. If this is your first pick, it might be avoid this card, unless you have been playing in the meta. You're playing in the meta, and you're like, oh yeah, every deck ends up with 5 minions with good death rattles. You always end up with 2 Sin Horses, and you always get that 10 mana 8/8 rush, and you always get, a Mothership. I don't know. If you're in the meta, and you're like, oh yeah, every deck has good death rattles. Every deck has good death rattles. There would be an Aegon curve. But yeah, possibly. You play the Aegon board, you drop the Edge Maze, you hit that, you get a 4/4, and then 2 turns later you can get another 4/4 unless they kill the egg, which case you get another 4/4. Choice of Dark Spirit Berserker, yeah, the From said the same thing. Yugi's a 3-star for me. We'll have to see how common it is to get these good death rattles. But the fact that it uses a card in your hand and the fact that it takes 3 mana to set up does worry me a bit. But I think it has a lot of potential. But at the start of your draft, I might not take it. We'll see. I don't think I've seen the Plot of Sin. We're also gonna have to take a 3-minute break after this card. Summon 2/2/2 Treants. Infuse 5. Summon 2 5/5 Ancient instead. So yeah, summon 2/2/2s for 3 mana is what was the name of the card? It's in the meta right now. I forget the name of the card, but it's in the meta right now. And that's a it's generally fine. For whatever reason, I would say 2/2/2s have felt worse than 1/3/4. So I feel like the 3 mana summon 2/2/2s has been more of a 2-star card than a 3, but maybe it's a low end 3. Yeah, doubling imp. I feel like those are cards to avoid right now. They're like high end 2s. You would think that they might do the same as 3 mana 3/4s, but it hasn't really felt that way to me. But this is the same card with a potential upside, and quite a big upside. The Infuse 5, I really need to see how good these Infuse 5s are. We saw that Infuse 5 gain the 5 damage Battle Cry. Infuse 5 does seem like a tall task to me compared to Infuse 3 or even Infuse 4. But if you have to play this as a 3, it's still just a 2. If you can hold on to it, it becomes a card that is worth what? About 8 mana? Yeah, landscaping. Landscaping. That's the name of the card. I couldn't remember the name of the card. I think the upside certainly pushes it from a 2-star card to 3. I don't know. Infuse 5. Yeah, it's really we really need to see this expansion in action and see how easy Infuse 5 is. How easy is it to hold this card? I'm gonna still say Infuse 5 is kind of difficult, but I'm gonna say the upside potential is enough to push the 3 from 2. But I don't like Landscape. I think I like this better. Better than Doubling In, because it doesn't count by Okami's minion option. It gets counted by Okami's spell option. It's something 2/2's just fine. Like I said, I haven't really liked Doubling Imp. I haven't really liked Landscaping. Typically it's decent tokens, it's true. Yeah, I really need to see this expansion in action to determine how easy Infuse 5 is. But it does turn this into a nearly 8 mana card. Maybe it's really good. Maybe it's really good. These cards are hard to judge. We've never quite seen this mechanic, except on some cards like the old Bolvar. All right, there's the Widow Bloom, rather, not Wild Bloom. Widow Bloom Seedsman. But we do need to take a break here for 3 minutes. So we'll be back to talk about more cards. So many cards. 135 cards. It's created the Infused Deny the Wild, which is 7/6/6 to get cost reduction from Beast that died. Yeah, except that was when Beast died. You know, this is when any minion dies, and that's a big difference. That's a big difference. It really is. Alright, we're back in 3 minutes. Good to see nothing. Although I'll be back in 3 minutes to see you more. Thanks for sticking around through the break. Let's get back to it. And yeah, I think, was it Beast or was it somebody else? It was Dark Paladin, actually. Says, oh boy, another Druid card command constructed. Right. This probably is better in constructed than Arena. But it'll probably still work in Arena because it's really, really easy to have at least a few nature spells in Arena. So yeah, you're understated, but you gain a mana crystal. So ramp is it's interesting, you know. I mean, you want to compare this to Wild Growth. Wild Growth, when it was 2 mana, was still often a bad thing in Arena. And it's usually a bad thing in Arena now that it's 3 mana. For 1 more mana, you have a conditional draw a card, which means this cycles itself, and you gain the mana crystal, and you get a 3/2, which is still -3 health and -1 attack from a Chillwind Yeti. But the fact that it cycles itself, and the fact that it's easy to activate, I think will make this really, really good in general. That says draw costs 1/2 mana, ramp costs 2 mana, 3/2 costs 2 mana. That's well, ramp actually costs, well, sometimes 2 mana, but if we're comparing to Wild Growth's 3 mana now, right? So yeah, I would say this will work in most decks. It will let you get up to some of these powerful 8 and 10 cost neutrals and stuff we've seen. So yeah, I might still be hesitant to call it a 5 rather than a 4, but maybe it is, you know? Because even, I mean, the trouble is against true aggro, right? Against true aggro, you did something on 2, but they did something on 1 and 2 and 3. You play this on 4. You do get more mana to try to counter them, but they're smack you in the face for 7. That's the only thing that worries me. So I don't know, maybe we're going 4 on this 4 mana card. Because, you know, with all the infused stuff, it does favor getting cheap minions down early, maybe. So I do have concerns. I do have concerns that playing this very understated card on turn 4 will be bad in situations like that. But I think I have a lot of faith in this overall. We'll see. This is the most we'll see expansion in a long, long time. I think. I don't know when this is the last time I was this shaky. Gonna say he's like the greatest control player, but he rates things poorly for being slow. He says, hydrate. I actually downed a whole glass of tea during the break there. But yeah, we're talking through Holy Card Review. We talk a lot in a normal arena stream, but sometimes we don't have much to talk about during an enemy turn. So I do end up talking more here. Alright. You're not a fan of the tea. Death Blossom Womper, 6 mana, 7/6. Again, usually want 6/7. But yeah, Battlecry, draw a Death Rattle minion, and gain its Death Rattle. That's a lot of times in Arena, you don't have much control over what death rattles you're getting. You might just get a Mecharoo, which puts a 1/1 inside of this, which still makes it a pretty okay card. But you might get that Thin Horse, which says death rattle destroy a minion, which would be really, really good. That seems crazy for me if you only have a death rattles, right? You might get, you might get the Mothership, summon 2 mechs. You might get even just like draw a card off Loot Order. Oh yeah, as Jensen says, you're drawing a death rattle minion in general, and even though you don't have much control, you almost always end up with death rattles in Arena, like Reef Walker. Reef Walker, summon the fish. This is gonna look. Thanks for being here, Lena. Hope to catch you later, maybe. If you're awake, different hours, different time zones. Or yeah, gain the 8/8 rush off the 10-mana card. Yeah. Heck, I'll say 5. They're bad death throws more often than Arena. Yeah, but it is still, it's a pretty fairly stat 6 with draw a card in general. Now, of course, if you got Darkspear Berserker, you're gonna draw your Darkspear Berserker, but then, right, it's deal 5 to your hero, exactly. So, yeah, Jensen's some discussing high rolls, especially that get the 8/8 rush. I think the upside potential is huge. It's huge, and the downside potential is small, so I like it a lot. Topia, the shrub, what? Trogdor the Burninator. Topia the shrub Gazor. Treebeard loves them some tree cards.
Treebeard, some call me.
There we go. Battlecry, for the rest of the game, if you catch nature spells, I'm going to 3/3 Whelp with Rush. Right, so again, who said it? Who said it? It's funny how Save is like the greediest control player, but then rates things poorly for being slow. Well, it is worth noting that, if you watch us draft, a lot of times you'll hear me say, oh, great, we've got 3 nature spells, and, some of these nature spells can discover other nature spells, and so, okay, let's take the shrub, and then later on we'll see, some other understated fun control card, and I'll say, alright, well, I can't take this one. Because if we take both these fun cards, we're gonna end up having no fun, because we're just gonna die. So you'll hear me say stuff like that pretty often. Yeah, Larry says this ain't that great, would say 2 or 3 stars. It's another one of these cards that's highly dependent on your draft. It's another card that depends on, it's like, okay, how many nature spells is the average druid getting? And when are you playing them in the game? If you're getting a bunch of those 2 mana, deal 2 damage, summon a 2/2 Trent, but they're all out of your hand by the time you're dropping this, or if the meta is aggro and you just can't drop a 7 mana 5/5 because you need to drop a 7 mana, 7/8 or better. Yeah, how much game is left by the time we play this? Right. So it's a cool card. But it's severely understated, and you need to still have nature spells after, like, this turn 7. It's cool. Any for the rest of the game card is really cool, but this is so expensive and so understated that I think I would agree that you actually have to rate this worse than 3, because this is it's just too slow for most decks. When you pull it off, it's gonna be really cool. It's really cool. It's a really cool card. I like it a lot. But it's a downside to most decks, I would say, because it's just too expensive. Which, you could think about, I don't know, a card like Waxadread. There's probably better comparisons, but Waxadread, that expensive, was it 7 mana or was it 6 mana? But, it was like this 7 mana 5 whatever in Druid. And when it died, it would be like the priest thing these days. That's a better stat card that puts the Waxadread candle in your deck. When you redraw it, you get the Waxadread back. It's a cool concept. But the card was too expensive for its cost, and so it just was not good in Arena. The priest one's fine, because it's well statted for its cost, and it has lifesteal and stuff. But yeah, these understatted high-value cards tend to do badly in Arena. That's so cool. That's so cool. Nightshade Bud. This is the thing, but it's Sunday. Nightshade Bud. Choose one, discover a minion from your deck to summon or a spell to cast. Now, this is a spell from your deck to cast, right? The wording is slightly unclear. It says 8 mana. No for Arena. Yeah, the fact that you can whiff the Discover makes it really tough. However, you might be able to discover this. The fact that it exists means you could discover it off that 1 mana Discover, make something cost 2 less. You use that on, what? 6 mana? 6 mana, you go to 5, this costs 7. Wait. Wait, no, this costs 6. So you have to play it on 7. So if you have the time, you could potentially go play that on 7, discover this, play this, and then get like the 10/10 out of your deck. But you have to be pretty lucky. He says, "Damn, this semicolon." Yeah, hold on. There's another visual version of the card for the choose one. Let me look at the other visual version, and then we'll know. Knowing is half the battle. I assume it is from your deck, but let's make doubly sure. Discover a spell from your deck to cast. Yes, indeed. That's what I thought it would do. In the right draft, this is 8 mana for Druid Runes. Oh, well, yeah, technically. As long as you haven't pulled the runes out of your deck already. But it is worth noting that, yeah, it's also worth noting that when we see this card, cast 8 Druid spells, targets chosen randomly, it can hit this, and it can summon a random minion out of your deck. And then it could do that 2 more times, type thing. So, the fact that this exists matters to other Druid cards, like the Druid Runes, or the Druid Puzzle Box, anyway. And it gets you how much content you've missed. We still have a bunch of classes to go. All these card reviews always take so long because I ramble. But yeah, you missed Demon Honor and you missed all the neutrals. Druid Puzzle Box, yeah, it's coming up. But yeah, because you can low roll this so easily, I think it is indeed a terrible card to draft. But the fact it exists matters for that other Discover card, and it matters for the Druid Puzzle Box that we'll get to in a second. I think you shouldn't draft this in 90% of Arena decks. 95, 98. 98% of Arena decks. 8 mana, 8/8 Taunt. Death Rattle, draw a minion, reduces cost by 8. Again, more of a constructed card here. Again, it wants to be done in some type of rampy big druid. But this one, it's an 8 mana 8/8 taunt. That card existed 8 years ago as just a tree. This has the draw card and reduce its cost to effectively 0. Nice is 2. I definitely don't think it's 2 with the fact that it's an 8 mana 8/8 taunt with a draw card on it in general, and it's a discounted card. Yeah, I mean, I said, oh, fair, maybe 4. Yeah. This still has a lot going for it. One thing it doesn't have going for it is that if Troll Centurion is in the meta, it's still a good target for Troll Centurion to just, kill you. Kill you before you do much of anything. And I just want to look at the text right. So yeah, you're gonna get like a 0-cost minion. Maybe it's gonna be like Levy says, a 0-cost Tiny Fin, or a 0-cost 2/3. But you might get a 0-cost 5 mana minion. And unless they have a Troll Centurion, 8 mana 8 taunt is decent in general. Yeah. I mean, I would rate this at 4. It's very inconsistent in Arena, and it does die to Troll Centurion in a very weak way. But overall, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. So this is 3. 8/8 taunts may be kind of awkward, but I think in general this is good. Yeah, Try thinks honestly thinks the 8 armor is better. It can be. All right, there it is. So here's the Druid Puzzle Box, which I mean, So it's not Druid Rune, because if it was Druid Rune, it would only target enemy stuff, which would be terrible because Druid can do a bunch of buffs. But yeah, one of the reasons Puzzle Box and Rune are so good in Mage is because you've got Flame Strike, and you've got things like Blizzard, and you have things like Rolling Fireball. One of the reasons those cards are so good is because they usually clear the board while drawing you cards. Convoke the Spirits for Druid, there's so many Druid buffs, you need to, like, already be the one ahead on board. And so, we need to see this card in action, to see it on average, but I think, unlike, it's the opposite of the Puzzle Box and the Rune, where they're insane when you're behind, and they're still reasonable when you're ahead. If you're ahead, you don't need to play them. This one, you, like, need to be ahead, I feel like. So, it's probably cool. Cast 8 times the otter spells, but if you play the otter spell, you can't attack before it plays the other otter spell. So you're gonna get otters, and then you're gonna get nothing, and then nothing, and then nothing, and then nothing, and then put nothing on the nothing. Magic of Throws and Thrones in, you could do Ultimate Infestation, that's true, that's true. You could mill yourself, it plays Ultimate Infestation like 5 times. Tries to do some analysis, it's probably going to summon your minion, buff your board, draw cards, not gonna clear the opponent right, which I think is actually a big problem. So, it's a cool card. It's a cool card, but I don't think it's gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work. We'll see. He says, rumor has it that... well, it's not even a rumor, I don't believe. The Blind Bounce team nerfs this last minute from 10 random spells. I don't think it's even a rumor. I think what happened was the person who revealed the card, it said 10 random spells, and then they came out and said, okay, this is 8 now. I don't think it's even a rumor. I think it's like, yeah, no, that definitely happened. It happened to a couple other cards. Someone can win more card. I agree. I agree. But we have to see it in action, I would say. Try says, they've done some calculations. It still seems like you have to be ahead. But we'll see. Yeah, it'll depend on what's in the meta. Like somebody said, if Frozen Thrones in, it could play Ultimate Infestation. If Goblins vs. Gnomes in, it could play Tree of Life, which could be good or bad for you. It tries if you don't pick this every time on Unfold. We'll see. We'll see. Alright, but yeah, overall, Druid is getting a lot of good stuff, unlike Demon Hunter, which seems to be getting not so good stuff. I'm kind of almost want to save Hunter for last, because everybody thinks Hunter is the most insane. I've not actually looked at most Hunter cards. But we did look at this one, because we revealed it. Yeah, 1 mana, 1/1, Death Rail, summon a 2/1 bat. I said it during the card reveal. The thing I still want most out of this, and I don't know if it's been on any, like, the theory crafting streams, maybe it has, but I just, the thing I care most about is I want the sound when it dies. I want the sound when it dies, because it's not really dying, right? It's a vampire turning into his bat form. So I really hope that when the front of this card dies, there's a voice line, it's just like, blah, I'm a bat now. Instead of just, the standard death sound. So I really, really hope that there's flavor on the death sound. Bats from We Doing the Shadows. I need to see that show. I've seen clips, but I've not watched it through. Period. That's a beast, right? It is. It is, as you would expect. Okay. But yeah, this helps your infuse cards. And, the thing I would want to maybe compare this to is... I mean, there's a few different things you compare it to. I mean, Mecharoos. 1 mana, 1/1. Summons a 1/1 is good. Things like the 1 mana Divine Shield 1/1. This is better than those. This is better. Just wait my name. Summon says 5, Lyra says 4. I also tend to lean more towards 4. Because I don't think it's busted, but I think it's a solid opener with infused synergy, and your opponent might kind of want to leave it alive. Yeah, Lyra says if it's 2/1 start, then 1/1, I think it would be better. I think it's 4. I actually agree with that. I do agree with that for Hunter's sake. But yeah, it's still really nice. It's better than a lot of things like Mekru. They're already pretty solid, like high-end 3s or very low-end 4s. So it might be a high-end 4. It's very nice. It's very nice. It helps infuse a lot. I like it. I like it. Shots the links on. Is it a super short clip? Probably is a super short. No, it's too long. It's too long. I'll keep it open in a tab, though. Alright, so here's the Hunter location. Give a friendly minion +2 attack. If it's a beast, give it rush. So, yeah, you get 3 durability on this. And it's got a lot of versatility, I would say. A lot of versatility. Again, you can't activate this on the turn you play it. You can't activate it again until 2 turns later. But this lets you make, trades that you shouldn't be able to make, like a Dark Iron Dwarf would. This lets you push your aggro harder. It's a good combination you can play for 2 seconds of context. Fine. Fine. Gotta shout it. Gotta declare it. Jan, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. But you always have to wait turn for it to activate. No, so you can activate immediately, but once you've activated it, you can't do it 2 turns in a row. So you can do it the turn you play it, but then you can't do it the turn after you activate. You have to wait another turn. So you can't go twice in a row, but you can go immediately. Hold on, sorry. I caught the headphones on the chair. There we go. There we go. But yeah, this seems versatile. It still does cost 2 mana to set up. It's a total of +6 attack, and you can rush some beasts, which obviously higher tends to have beasts. At a base level, it doesn't give you board control is the thing, which Hunter does need minions to actually get down. It still seems like a lot of power packed in one card. I think I like this one. I think I'm leaning more 4 than 3. I still feel like because it's 2 mana and because it doesn't give you board control, then maybe you'll find it a little difficult to find the moment you want to play it instead of just stacking minions on board. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this actually is not as good as I think because Hunter would rather just play minions in general. But yeah, it's a lot of power packed in one card. It helps you make trades you shouldn't be able to. Why is it 3 armor? It's durability. It's durability, not armor. So you can use it 3 times. I said, I have no idea how to rate these things. We're seeing some stuff that we haven't really seen before. Some of the infused cards, I'm finding a lot of difficulty rating. Some of these locations are difficult to rate. I know the Paladin location I'm gonna rate as like 5 or 6 because the Paladin location is crazy for Arena. But some of these cards are a little hard to judge. How looks just different than something like Frostwolf Kells. Frostwolf Kells automatically activates every turn. This you get to choose when you activate it. He talks about the priest location, says try. I don't know if I saw the priest location or not. I think I did, but I forget what it does. 2 mana, summon 2/2/1 bats, which is pretty fair, although it gets cleared by something like Bunker Sergeant. We got to reveal this card, by the way. Infuse 3, make them into 3/3s. And yeah, Frenzied Fangs is one of these things that other people have talked about that if you've got other infused cards, if you have some infused 5 cards, the Frenzied Fangs gives you 2 minions to help improve those future infused cards if you're not infusing this one itself. This one seems really versatile. It's already quite fair on its base level, and if you infuse it, it's better. So great. Yeah, I think this is just a very good solid card. A very good solid card. I think I like this one. And so I'm gonna rate 4. Maybe it's low end 4. Limits is 4. Yeah, I think it's just nice and solid. So here's the big one, and boy, I actually have some trouble here. Maybe because I don't have the other ones on screen. Let me try to get them on screen. I should have prepared this ahead of time, but I did not. Hold on, let me try to grab these. It won't take too long. But this is the important thing. And yeah, the Trump SC in particular. Redbeard's mind was kind of blown. Dread's mind was kind of blown, but Trump SC was the one kind of freaking out over seeing these because they had not seen the cards in advance. I had, they had not. So if you look at the card reveal, this is kind of the most fun. Particularly because of the last thing you can roll, which is this one. All right, let's see. How do we want to arrange these? The bear is encroaching on me. I don't know where to put the last one. I guess we'll cover up the drafting instructions. All right, I'm a little cramped in here, but okay. This is about the best I can do. That's the most disgustingly powerful set you've seen. Period. Well, for Hunter anyway, maybe. I don't know. I feel in terms of like neutrals and stuff, I feel like I was more blown away by Scalomance and Alterac. All right, even the fox is like a hog rancher. Hogs on the loose. This is the blue box. 5 stars. Fox. All right, yes, the crystal wild seed. All right, so yeah, Spirit Poacher, summon a random dormant wild seed. So yeah, you could get the 1 mana, dormant for 1 turn, rush 3/1, which is still insane for a 2 mana 2/2. So he thinks it'll be removed from Arena. I don't think it'll be removed from Arena, but I think it may get the like Gangplank treatment where you only see it in, 1 in 20 Hunter drafts. I think it might get its offer rate tanked to nearly 0, like they've done for a lot of cards lately. I don't think they'll ban it, but I think we might see its offer rate get tanked to nearly 0. We'll see. But yeah, if you get the 1 mana 3/1 rush, that's insane for a 2 mana 2/2 summoning the 3/1 rush, because it's like the Murloc rush, which costs 2 mana. So you wait 1 turn, and you get 4 mana worth of cards for 2 mana. If you get the bear, you have to wait 2 turns, but you get a 2/5 taunt, which is worth about 3 mana. So you're getting 5 mana worth of stuff, although it's on a 2-turn delay, but 5 mana worth of stuff for 2 mana. And you get the 2/2 immediately, which is almost good. Yeah, I feel like the 2/2 itself should also be dormant. And then finally, yeah, the 3 is maybe the most crazy. So it's a 3 mana 5/4, which is you want the 4/5, but it's a 4 mana stat line. And not only that, when it awakens, you equip a 4/2 Great Bow. Now, there is one downside to this, is that there are some things, like Bloodseeker, that are really good weapons in Arena, and you can get your Bloodseeker going, you can punch over here, and you might have your Bloodseeker already at 4/2, and then it's like, oh, I lost my Bloodseeker for a different 4/2, and Bloodseeker kept growing. But in that case, you're replacing strength with strength, and so I don't know if you even want to call it too much of a downside. Plus, you can maybe punch your Bloodseeker face, setting up for you, like, oh, okay, and I'm gonna get this bow. The Stag Rebel Current would cost like 6 mana, yeah, so it is random, but all the random results are good. The bear is probably the weakest one in most cases, but not all cases. Yeah, so you gotta call this the 6-star overload. A 2 mana 2/2 is a 2-star card, but any of these results really is just insane amount of value for the amount of mana you're spending. So I think it should be a legendary rarity. Anyway, but we got more Wild Seed cards coming up that I haven't really looked at. Like this one. 3 mana, deal 3 damage, summon a random dormant Wild Seed. The art on this is cute. Alright, booking it. Don't run from a moose. You're gonna die. Just don't be near the moose. I guess it's more of an elk, but it's a stag. But right, so this one's epic. That's true. The other one was rare, I believe. So yeah, deal 3 damage. You expect to spend 2 mana on that, but for the 1 extra mana, you are getting a card that's worth 2 mana, a card that's worth 3 mana, or a card that's worth like 6 mana. Yeah, I would still call this a 5-star. Maybe not a 6-star. But I think I would still call it a 5-star. Just, you can throw this face, but you can usually kill a minion while developing a minion that's going to help you out in a turn or 2 turns or 3 turns. I think it's the weakest Wild Seed card, and I'd still call it a 5. Wild Spirit, summon 2 different dormant Wild Seeds, and they awaken 1 turn sooner. So you might mess up by rolling 2 stags, which will equip 1 weapon and equip another weapon. But even at that, now the problem with this one, I suppose, is that you might, if you roll the stag twice, then you could spend 3 mana to not get anything for a couple of turns. And that could actually be a problem if you rolled this twice. But You get the 2/5 taunts in one turn, or you get the foxes immediately, I believe. So, maybe this is a 6. I think I'm just gonna call it a 5. Oh, actually, Livy says you can't roll it twice. Oh, it does say different. Okay, then I'll call it 6. Then I'll call it 6. Oh, you're right. You can't mess up. You can't mess up. So yeah, you're always gonna get the bear next turn and the stag in 2 turns, or you're gonna get the fox immediately and the stag in 2 turns, or the fox immediately and the bear in 1 turn, which is the lowest roll, I suppose, most of the time. All right, yeah, Lars is only 6, right? This one's also an epic though, fortunately, so it should show up very rarely. But if you can like discover a spell, if you can discover a spell with like a marked shot in your hunter, you could discover this. The Stonebound Gargum, which is a common. 4 mana 3/5 Rush, which is pretty good. Pretty good. Better than a 4 mana 3/5 Taunt. Infuse 3 also damages the minions next to whoever this attacks, right? So it becomes a Rush Cleave for 3, which is really strong. Really, really, really strong. And Infuse 3 doesn't feel too difficult to do. Again, you could top deck this, and maybe you can't do it. But yeah, this feels really, 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 really strong to me. If it if it didn't say Infuse 3, I would say 6. But with the Infuse 3, I still think it's probably a 5. It's just it seems really easy to activate in most cases, and it does 9 damage on rush if they are properly set up for it. And it can help kill stealths and stuff. Leave Arena can bring it back. Yeah, in Arena, this is really, really, really good. Here's a couple of life iron now save. Maybe. We'll have to see the offer rates on goods. This infuse is going to exacerbate the benefit of a good starting hand considerably. It could, although it creates interesting choices, right? Because traditionally, it affects your traditional mulligan choices. Because traditionally, you don't want to keep a 4 mana card in your opening hand. But if it has infuse, then maybe you do. But when you keep the 4 mana card, you lower the odds that you're going to curve well. So, it's going to complicate mulligans. It's going to complicate mulligans, which is interesting. It might be skill testing, or at least knowledge testing. If it's positioning matters, once again, how do you infuse? It says it right here. It says it right here. It's right here. When a friend of the minion dies, you increase your infuse count. So you have to have 3 friend of the minions die while you're holding this. Aralon. Battlecry, summon 1 of each dormant wild seed, and only costs 1 more mana than a Chillwind Yeti. So, that's a 6. Yeah. That's like 50 billion stats for 5 mana. Yeah. Now, there actually is one, and I'm not even kidding, there is one problem with this, which is that it takes 4 board slots. So, if you're already a little ahead, if you got some of those 1/1 Death Rail bats around, you literally might not have room for this, right? But I won't have the board space for all this, right? I literally mean that as a downside. But if that's your problem on turn 5, you're already ahead. All right. Yeah, I'm too far ahead. Oh no, right. 7 mana, 5/4. Battlecry, summon a Gargan Companion. Infuse 4, summon another, which these are they're just the exact same ones as Animal Companion, right? But with different art, correct? 3 mana 4/4 taunt, 3 mana 2/4. You minions have +2 attack, and 3 mana 4/2. Right. Some of them order for the Wild Seed Guide. Probably. Came off of flashbacks, trying to wrangle people in Raid Fire to do this fight correctly. See, I don't know if I did this fight. +2 attack? Oh, sorry. It probably is +1 attack. I just said it wrong. Yeah, it's +1 attack. Sorry. So it's just animal companions with different flavor. Now they also have different names, so it does matter a little bit if you were like doing a revive pet and you had a Huffer die and you had this version die, then you could have Huffer and the other one show up. You could like double your odds of having the charge show up. But in most cases, it won't matter. Hunter has animal companion, demon companion, guardian companion, and wild seed. They like their pets. They like their pets. Yeah, Rex likes pets, exactly. So yeah. You 7 mana 5/4 with summon animal companion is a little expensive, but you know, it's a little expensive in terms of the raw cost of the card. It's worth the stats, but Hunter has a little trouble playing it on 7. But with the infused 4, it becomes strong. And then with the infused 8, which seems tough, but with the infused 8, it becomes very, very strong. So, I still maybe this will be a 5, but I'm leaning a little bit more towards 4 just because there's a little bit of difficulty playing a 7-mana card in Hunter, possibly, but maybe it's still a 5. It's good. It's good. It might be great. It might be fantastic. This card is scary. This card is scary. I did see this one. Collateral damage. Deals 6 damage to 3 enemy minions, random enemy minions. Excess damage hits the enemy hero. So, if the opponent has a 3/2 and a 4/5 and a 8/8, let's say, they're pretty far ahead. You put the 8/8 down to 2 health, which maybe you can finish killing or maybe not. You kill the 3/2 and you do 4 damage to their face. You kill the 4/5 and you do 1 damage to their face. And you've done 18 damage to board. Well, sort of 18 damage, but you know, the ones you overkilled. 15 face damage to board imps. It's true. And so they won't have this stuff. Yeah, this card is very curious. It will very often work as a finisher. And if it doesn't work as a finisher, it will often work as a board clear. There's some situations where it won't work, but it seems like in most situations it will work. Board Blitzmorks, right. Can't the same target twice. I'm guessing no. But it is unclear. It's same twice for extra damage, hope not. I'm not sure. If anybody is sure, let me know. And, you know, the logic of this card, I don't know exactly how it works. If there's one minion, will it shoot it twice? Or up to 3 times if it had insane health. You know, if there's 2 minions, will it shoot one once and then shoot one of them twice? Or will it only shoot each target once? And yeah, Rare says if something already died of damage, would just do 6 face. I mean, that would seem completely insane if so. So if the logic of the card is it can hit multiple minions twice, or, you know, can hit multiple minion, if it can hit a minion more than once, and it would do 6 damage face if it dies, then, I mean, it probably becomes a 6-star card. I doubt that's how it works. I bet it has to hit unique targets, and if there's only one minion, it still only shoots it once. In which case, it's probably still... It might back off to 4-star, just because sometimes Hunter doesn't actually want to make it to turn 8. But, yeah, this card... It's one of these cards where you're going to have fought against the Hunter really hard, and you've done everything you could, and finally you've beaten them back to the point that, you know, they're on 4 health, and you're on 10 health, and you've fought hard, and you've got your 3/3 and your 3/2 and your 3/3 plus your ping ready to kill the opponent. And they just use collateral damage, and it does 3 to your face, and 4 to your face, and 3 to your face, and they hero power, and you're dead. And you're gonna cry. You compare 3 piercing shots on 1 card, right? Although less controllable. But yeah, But yeah, maybe it's a little too expensive for Hunter. Maybe it actually is a 4-star card, but it seems just busted amount of strength on one card. So and I like to play slower Hunters, so I'll probably pick this card if it comes up. But yeah, a lot of busted stuff for Hunter. A lot of busted stuff for Hunter. Druid looks like it has pretty good stuff. Hunter looks like it has really good stuff. Demon Iron does not look like it good stuff. At least for Arena. All right. Mage. This card we got to do on our card reveal. And so yeah, I mentioned on the card reveal, which again is on the YouTube if you want to see it, that this card and cards similar to it will blow up. Oh, I can get the dormant cards off screen, can't I? But yeah, this card and card like it are going to blow up my brain because I don't know about you, but I am somebody who this card my brain just starts to smoke and melt because they discover the spell and then now if they play it on their turn, which a lot of times they'll have to or want to, if they play the fireball, well, okay, they played the fireball, you get a fireball unless they killed you. And then you don't have to do any guessing games. But if they play this card and they discover the spell, and then it comes to your turn, when your turn starts, it'll say, here's 3 spells, which one did they pick? and every time my brain is going to melt because it'll be like, okay, well, this is the best card. But wait, they wouldn't take the best card because they know that I'll pick the best card, so they probably took the second best card, but they know that I'm most likely to take the second best card because I think they didn't take the best card. But then they know that because I think they wouldn't take the best card, they'll take the best card. They're going to take the worst card because the least likely for a pick. But because I'm thinking that, they're going to take the best card. And so, yeah, this I'm going to go play Gwent because these cards are going to melt my brain. I'll have nothing left, and then I'll have to go play a different game. So this card killed Hearthstone for me because it's going to kill my brain. Nice game theory, right. Yes, enough of the inconceivable. I don't think you know what this card does. Or what the word means. I think they always pick the best card to try to be consistent. But why would they do that? Because if they're trying to be consistent, I can always pick Rock. Good old Rock. Nothing beats that. I was gonna pick the best card every time. Because the player's an idiot. Gonna make a coin flip 50-50. Doing best and worst choice. No thinking required. But what if they pick the middle choice? Not your card does what you think it does. Right. Alright. Pick the worst one. Not as good as allowing them to get the best one. But they already got the best one. They already got the best one. You're only getting a copy. So if you don't pick the Flame Strike, then they got the Flame Strike and you don't get the Flame Strike. And you tried to pick, Shooting Star. They still got the Flame Strike. Is this card's gonna turn you the best detective in the world? I'm Batman. I picked the Flame Strike. Ha Batman, it was the Shooting Star. And then you punch him in the face. Wait, they only get whatever you get if they guess right. Wait, no, what? They always get what they get. They always get what they get. And if you guess right, you get a copy. But they already got it. If they picked Rune, they've got Rune. And if you pick Rune on when you're guessing, you'll get Rune too. But they've already got it. If you guess wrong, they got it and you don't. Anyway, this card's gonna melt my brain. 6-star. This is well statted. It's got a diagonal stat line. Discover a spell is always good. Giving your opponent a copy is, you could call it neutral, right? You could call it neutral. Maybe they can take more advantage than you. Maybe they can't. But yeah, if you assume that you can mind games your opponent occasionally, then you get a huge upside and they get nothing. And so I think I'm going to call it 4. Because it seems either neutral with a good stat line or great because Discover a Spell is great. But yeah, it's gonna melt my brain. It's gonna melt my brain. Yeah, it says you can just roll random number 1 to 3. You could, but no, my brain's gonna melt. Frozen Touch. I don't think I saw this card. 2 mana, deal 3 damage. Okay, Frostbolt. Infuse 3, add a Frozen Touch to your hand. Ooh, interesting. So this is a lot harder to do than, like the Dragonbane shot in Hunter that is 3 mana now, but was 2 mana, deal 2 damage, honorable kill, get another copy. So with the Dragonbane shot, you can just go boom, boom, boom. With Frozen Touch, you can go potentially like, Frozen Touch the opponent's face, trade your minions, Frozen Touch the opponent's face, but then you're probably done for the moment. But you could leave the next Frozen Touch sitting around until 3 more minions die. Regardless, 2 mana, deal 3 damage is already, kind of a high 3. Just direct spell damage is useful. The ability to get a bunch of copies in a long game is very, very nice. It's still a little awkward, right? You may not have maximum control over it, but yeah, as long as you leave the Frozen Touch sitting there, you'll be able to get infinite copies of this. At some point, you'll probably be like, well, I gotta play this. It's not infused, but I gotta play this. It might be, even if it says 5, it might be 5. It might be, really, really easy to get 12 damage off of this and have it be very, very versatile. I think maybe you'll be forced into using it when it's not quite infused, and so maybe it's not quite 5, maybe it's only 4, but it's pretty good. It makes the mage school teacher better. I presume you can't infuse the Nagaling. So you would always just do 3 damage, which is still nice on the 1 mana card, maybe you mean. Does it still freeze the minion? No, there's no actual freeze mechanic on this. There's no actual freeze mechanic like Frostbolt or Ice Lance or anything like that. I see Frozen Torch. Nope. Touch. Alright, the Solid Alibi. Yeah, this card's weird. Probably more of a constructed thing. The Goblin Pillow is disturbing. 2 mana. Until your next turn, your hero can only take 1 damage at a time. This is almost something you never want to draft in Arena. You're spending a card on hoping you don't die to something that's going to kill you. It could be a fun card to discover if you know, because of like the suspicious card or something, or a Coil Fang, you're like, they have Pyroblast, and you're at 8 health, and you need 1 more turn, so just like Ice Block, it's like, okay, I'm gonna use Solid Alibi. If you try to throw Pyroblast at me, I'm gonna take 1 damage instead of 8, and you lose the game. So off Discover, maybe you'll take this, but you should pretty much never, ever, 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 ever draft it. It's just not worth it. This is a card that says, I know I'm going to lose the game. The Mage Location, which I think I saw this. 3 mana, 3 uses, and again, location. Take a board space, lose 1 durability when activated, 1 turn cooldown, so you can't use it twice in a row. Freeze a minion, summon a 2/2 Volatile Skeleton. I think this is really good. Freeze a minion is worth like 0 to 1 mana. And summon a 2/2 is worth like 1 mana. So you're getting 6-ish mana of stuff out of this. So you're just getting a lot of versatility because it's got to be sitting there. The Volatile Skeletons have the deal 2 damage Death Rattle, don't they? Which can go face or hit any minion. That's true. So actually, the Volatile Skeletons, I still don't like them much, but if you're getting them this way, they're pretty nice. And so it's better than I think. That's true. Anyway, and I think there's some other Volatile Skeleton synergy coming up possibly. But even at without other synergies, it's a threat sitting there, right? It's interesting because the opponent will know that, like, if they drop this, 7 mana 6/8 or one of those Sin Horses the 6/5 Death Rattle destroy enemy minion, the Nightcloak Sanctum is sitting there. They know that you're gonna be able to freeze the 6/5 and keep pushing your minion's face for a turn. Now you can't freeze it again because the next turn it'll be on cooldown. But this could really, really disrupt your opponent. They're like, ah man, the freeze is so bad next turn. Do I even want to play this card? But yeah, this is gonna be very frustrating to play against. Go 6 mana 5 free strike. Oh man, that Frost Element, I haven't thought about that in a while. Big legacy. Anyway, yeah, I like this one quite a bit. I like this one quite a bit. Do I like it all the way to 5? I definitely like it 4. I like this card a lot. 100 cooldown, does that mean your turn? Right, yeah. So if you use you can use it the turn you play it for 0 mana. And so you put it down for 3 mana, and then you do the effect for no extra mana. But then the next turn you can't do it again. You have to wait till the turn after the turn you use it. So yeah. I think I actually really, really like this. I think I am gonna call it a 5. Hey, I think I really, really like this card. Maybe it's only a 4, but I think it's really, really strong. And it's gonna mess with your opponent. It's gonna mess with your opponent, because they know that you can freeze any of their big minions they put down. The Vengeful Visage. I have not seen this card. Oh, it's a secret? Oh no, I did see this card, I think. Secret after your enemy minion attacks your hero, summon a copy of it to attack the enemy hero, so it attacks immediately. It's another. There's so many mage secrets. Sarge, going for Yasar or Yasharge? You want Visage instead of Visage? Whatever. This card. We really was really mad. That's true. Yeah, if you've got a ram on board that survived the last turn, you just go face. But it's one of those it's one of those secrets. It's one of those secrets. Just to screw with the pronunciation again. What does Google say? What does Google say?
Visage.
With a Z sound? Really?
Visage.
Viz? Alright, I've mispronounced that word my entire life, I guess. I thought it pronounced other ways. Lark says, what? Google says it with a Z, and it has it spelled out with a Z. Shot says they don't agree with that. I don't know. They've got a Z on their pronunciation guide. They do. It's right there. I see it.
Visage.
I don't know. All right. It's indeed Visage. Anyway, but it's not one of these secrets. It's another one of these secrets that can really mess with you if you haven't tested for counterspell and you've got like a 5/6 sitting on board, and you just like, well, if I go face with a 5/6, I might give him a 5/6. I haven't tested for counterspell, so I'm gonna not attack. So it's another one of these psych out secrets. Yeah. How good is it actually, though? I mean, if they have a 2/3, it's just a 2-mana card. It's not super good. Massage with how Google said visage. The massage. People normally attack the lowest damage first anyway. Well, they do if this card exists. Right? Just like around Freezing Trap. This plus exists to waste a sound makes an annoying combo. Right, yeah. I mean, if Oasis Ally is still in the meta type thing, they put Oasis in core, or do we just have it in an expansion that exists right now? I always forget. But yeah, I guess if you're worried about Oasis and you're worried about this, and they've got a 4, if they got a 4/5 and you've got a 5/6, you're like, okay, well, if I go face, they get a 5/6, and if I attack with the 4/5, they get a 3/6. And if I don't do anything, they're gonna smack me in the face for 4. So yeah, the existence of this might force you to activate a Oasis in more cases than you might otherwise do. But I still don't think it's very good. I still don't think it's very good because I think there's too many 1/1s in Arena, like we saw that Hunter one. There's too many 2/3s. So I still don't think it's good. I still think it's a void. But it's interesting. It's an interesting card. It's gonna mess you up at points, no doubt. The Chatty Bartender. I don't think I saw this card. At the end of your turn, if you control a secret, deal 2 damage to all enemies. Wow, okay, so yeah. We've seen this on a Battle Cry before, right? I think, but this is the end of your turn. And so, yeah, so if you've got the Visage, and they don't activate it, then this could just keep doing these consecrations. And so they have to kill the bartender, or they have to somehow activate your Visage. That's interesting. It is understated. It's a very powerful effect, though, right? It's if you can do the secret and you can do this at the same time, then this is a 4/4 body on a consecration. Even if it goes off once, yeah, it's a permanent flak mage, exactly. Even if this goes off once, it's really good. So it's one of these cards we have to kind of do a multi-star rating because it's like, okay, this is a 4-mana 4/4, so it's bad. But if you've got, two good secrets in your deck, an Oasis and an Oasis, then even triggering this once is powerful. If they somehow can't kill either thing, you like win the game like a brass wing. So I still, it gets better the more reliable secrets you have. If you have like 3 Oasis allies, you should probably definitely take this card. But because it's understated, it's a little bit of a riskier pick. Still, you'll lose to this card, and you'll be annoyed. The Cold Case. This is one of the first cards they revealed. Summon 2 of those 2/2 volatile skeletons and gain 4 armor. If you've got like Frost spell synergy or spell synergy in general, this comes a bit better. But yeah, the skeletons are 2/2s with Death Rattle do 2 damage to a random enemy minion. Or sorry, not enemy minion, enemy, which means it could go face, could hit a minion. This is still a lot of mana for the skeletons. I didn't like the skeletons themselves much. I still don't like this one all that much. I still think this is an avoid. It might be decent, but it's either like a high 2 or a low 3. I don't think I like it much. Like I says, worth knowing if you have 2 secrets active, it'll still only do 2 damage. That's true. Orion, yeah, I saw a lot of complaints about this card. If you're curious. So this guy is, one of these celestial being type things. There's one in supposedly some late game raid in Shadowlands, and there was one in like Uldaman or something. Not Uldaman, Ulduar. The So, but they're one of these guys is not in Castle Nathria. So I saw a lot of people complaining at the Lord, like this guy doesn't belong in this expansion at all. And so yeah, so I saw complaints complaints about the lore of this card. Called the Makers, I think. I don't think this is actually a maker. I think this is still one tier below the Makers, but I could be wrong. And I don't think we can do a lore investigation right now. But yeah, apparently there's not one of these guys in the real Castle Nathria, though. But yeah, 4 mana, 3/5. After a friendly secret is revealed, cast a different mage secret and gain +2/+2. So yeah, Oasis on 3 and this on 4 is GG. Well, does anybody know the answer to this? Because I don't. Yeah, I says observatory, so well, so it says after a friendly secret is revealed, not whenever a friendly secret is revealed. So it triggers mid attack. It does? Okay. I kind of wish it said whenever then, though. Because it seems to indicate that if you killed the mansion manager, because of the word after, it would not be alive to finish its effect. But okay. Okay. I'll assume it does work in such a way that if you use Oasis and they kill this, it still casts another secret and it gets +2/+2. So I've never seen it. Would stake a lot on that being the case with how Oasis works. You've never seen it though. Right, Pythons don't see restrictions in the expansion. Exactly. One of the constructs meant to Overwatch Azeroth, like Algalon. Yeah, that's exactly what I was referring to with Ulduar or whatever. So it's understated. And there's a lot of secrets. There's a lot of secrets that, don't trigger with this. Lots and lots of them. But if you did play this with, Mirror Entity isn't around right now, right? But if Mirror Entity still existed, then, or Explosive Runes, But if you're behind at all, if they have a minion on board that can kill this, it's just a 4-mana 3/5. I think it's kind of hard to set up. I don't like 4-mana 3/5s. Doesn't really work at all with something like Counterspell. Uh, eh, eh. At least it summons before the minion gets attacked, so at that point the real seeker's already finished. Maybe. I said, congrats to the 5 years of streaming. Huge compliments. What's been your favorite year for arena playing? Favorite year for arena playing? Maybe. See, you've got that rose-colored glasses problem, right? Because when we're looking at right now, it's like, I don't know, right now. People are still, ruined orbing me and discovered spells off Spellcoiler and yeah. And so, I'm like, well, I like the bucket system. I like the bucket system of drafting. So maybe like 2 years ago, or was it even 3 years ago now when we had the bucket system, but I'm sure there were problems then. My favorite time to play Arena, period, was the first 3 weeks I streamed, because the Frost Festival was the best time ever to play Arena. Got lots and lots and lots of 12s and stuff. But it's hard to say. It's hard to say. There's been so many metas. But I did like the bucket system. Alright. Deathborn. Deal 2 damage to all minions. Summon a 2/2 volatile skeleton for each killed. That's interesting. We're obviously comparing to things like Blizzard that freeze minions. Or maybe we can compare to Rancor that, you gain armor when things die. If you've got stuff on board to trade in, then it should be relatively easy to get, 3 skeletons off this. But, yeah, Cycle of Hatred a little, Yeah, Rainer's comparing to Cycle of Hatred as well, which did 3 damage and summoned 3 3s. But it also summoned, sorry, this is hitting your own board. For some reason, I was only reading as saying enemy minions. The dog tries to create a fire seal. Nah, I think they're right that, Cycle of Hatred is a better comparison. Cycle of Hatred was super busted, but this is smaller minions and a smaller AoE. Are volatile skeletons considered elementals? I don't think so. No skeletons are elementals, are they? An interesting card. Even though it's a little smaller than Cycle of Hatred, I'm going to assume that it is quite good. Very good, even. And, I'm gonna say this is you're gonna make some favorable trades, and you're gonna clear the board, and you're gonna get, 4 skeletons. I'm gonna call that a 5-star card. Maybe it'll be worse than I think, but Cycle of Hatred was insane. Mage does play with less small minions than Demon Hunter, though. So maybe, and it's 1 smaller damage than Cycle of Hatred. So maybe I'm overestimating it. But I'm gonna call it a 5-star card because Cycle was just so busted. Here's Kel'Thuzad, the inevitable. I am inevitable. 8 mana, 6/8, understated. Resurrect your volatile skeletons. And don't fail on the battlefield until they explode. So, I mean, this is like a finisher in Constructed. In Arena, if you've got this card, maybe you're going to get back, like 4 or 5 skeletons. Maybe you drafted a couple skeletons. Maybe you got that cold case to summon a couple skeletons. But it's really more of a constructed card that's doing all the skeleton things. It'll still be pretty okay if you can, resurrect 4 skeletons or something and get a 6/8. But the instant explosion probably isn't gonna do too much too often. It still seems probably reasonable in quite a few mages, though, with so many skeleton cards available. It's understated. So by default, it's a 2. If you've got 2 skeleton cards, probably goes to 3. If you got 3 skeleton cards, probably goes to 4. It probably stays at 4. I doubt it ever becomes a 5. But yeah, the more skeletons you have, the better. Going back to Suspicious Alchemist, we move on to Paladin. Ugh, it's already time for a break. Apparently. Promotion! Give us over and recruit +3/+3. So you get a 4/4 for 3 mana, which is worth it. Very good. It's very good, and you can potentially surprise the opponent with it. But yeah, it's just good by default as a 3 mana 4/4. Yeah, it's just good. It's just good. It's just good. May even be great. Maybe it becomes better. It becomes better if like Skullmance is around and this can activate Spellburst, or if you've got like Baba Nagas. So yeah, a 3 mana 4/4 just vanilla would be good, and this is generally better because it can activate other effects. Coin, recruit, turn 2, promotion. get a 6/6, and then they play Iron Beak Owl, and you've got a 1/1 again. But yeah, all right, we do have to take another break. Yeah, they're doing a bunch of silver and recruit stuff here, right? Which in the past has been decent for Arena and hasn't ever really worked out and constructed too much, as far as I can recall. But yeah, we gotta take a 3-minute break. We shall be back. Hope you stick around for more of the card review. We got Paladin, Priest, Rogue, Shaman, Warlock, Warrior still to go. Oh, there are so many cards to talk about. Alright, let's get back to it. Oh, shoot. Still the wrong screen. Alright, so many cards to talk about. Alright, the Sinful Sushif. 1 mana 2/1, which is, it's what you expect for 1 mana, but, it's usually not that good on hand. But you had 2 silver and recruits to your hand, which, we'll have to see the other synergies coming up. But by default, get 2 1-mana 1/1s. They don't have like Rush, but you get an aggressive 1. It gives you more minions, which gives you a lot of fuel for Infuse and potential synergy with the cards here and the cards coming up. I'll default to 4, although, maybe if there's a whole bunch of Silver and Recruit synergy, and you get a whole bunch of Infuse cards, maybe it goes all the way to 5, but it's better than Draggle Chiller. Well, a lot better than Draggle Chiller. It's half the cost, it has an extra attack, and you only get 1 less Silver and Recruit. Draggle Chiller was pretty bad, but this is much, much, much better statted. For a cheaper cost, yeah. Here's the Pound location. I think this card's insane. When we've seen the other locations, I've kept talking about the Great Hall. So there was a card called Dark Conviction, which was 2 mana, spell, set a minion's attack and health to 3. Dark Conviction was a good card. Dark Conviction was like a 4-star card. But this is 3 Dark Convictions. So you get 1 immediately, and then you get 2 more later. And somebody says 6. No, it has 3 build duel, exactly. So this is 3 Dark Convictions in 1. You get 1 immediately. There's no downside over Dark Conviction. Plus, it actually plays around like Counterspell, which Dark Conviction does not. And so you get 3 good cards in 1, and there's like no way to counter them except for that Destroy Location card. So I think this location is super nuts for Arena. Muckborn Servant, we get to reveal this card, 3 mana 2/4 Taunt, which is a bad stat line, but let's discover a Paladin card, which it's just super worth it. There's a lot of good Paladin cards to discover. So even though you're losing 1 attack, you get a really strong effect, which makes it maybe a low-end 5. Maybe a low-end 5. If it was, round says 4. You could maybe call it a super high-end 4. Maybe a low-end 5. But, it has Taunt. It's only missing 1 attack point. And discover a Paladin card, which can, in fact, give you the hero. It can give you Cariel, or it could give you Death Knight Uther if Knights of the Frozen Throne was in. So, you can get hero cards, you can get band cards. And it's almost perfectly statted. So low end 5, high end 4. The Service Bale. I don't think I saw this one. Discover a class card from your deck and draw all copies of it. So this is interesting. This is a little cute in Arena, because sometimes in Arena you get 3 copies of a Bannerman. There's a ding. Yeah, sometimes you get like 3 copies of a Bannerman, or 3 copies of a Sunken Seafloor Savior or something, which you can't do in Constructed. So potentially this could be really, really good in a deck, but more of a Constructed card still. More of a Constructed card where you can have like all of your cards have 2 copies. 3 mana, but I agree. I think this is actually very much a card to completely avoid, because you're spending 3 mana to get generally 1 card from your deck. I don't think you want this in your deck, usually. Maybe you'll get a draft that makes a lot of sense, but it's gonna be kind of tough. Stuart the Steward. 3 mana, 3/3. Death Rail, give next turn recruit, you summon 3/3 in this Death Rail, right? So unless the opponent has Silence, you should just be able to chain this continuously. And that's really, 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 really strong. You as long as you can trade your 4/4 somewhere, you can get a new 4/4 every turn. And it's not like that Druid card. It's not like that Druid card that was a 7 mana 5/5. This is a 3-mana 3/3. This is, only missing 1 health. It's super playable, and you get infinite 4/4s on your hero power. This card is, Rounds is 6, Laris is 5. I think I'm willing to go 6. I think I'm willing to go 6. Yeah, shots compares to the Dreadsteed almost, as long as you draft the 4/4. Yeah, it's as long as the opponent doesn't have silence, this is just pretty darn busted. Okay, so you get 2 cards from the last one, discovered and the drawn, right? Do you always get at least 2 copies? No, I don't think so. I don't think so, because there's like priest cards that say discover a spell from your deck, and you only get you only draw it. You only draw it. So yeah, it's a good question, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't work that way. Yeah, discover from deck always means draw. Yeah, it's a good question, but I'm pretty sure you will not always get at least 2 copies. That's a good question. But yeah, the steward seems busted. Probably 6. Buffet begin. 4 mana 2/4, very bad stat line. Battlecry summon 2 Silverhand recruits, infuse 3, give them all +2 attack and divine shield. So let's see. The infused 3. I've got a lot of faith in infused 3. The infused 5 I've been doubting, but the infused 3 I've got a lot of faith in. So let's say if you don't infuse, you get a 4 mana 2/4 and 2/1/1s, which is literally Grim Necromancer. And Grim Necromancer is a pretty high-end 3. It's a pretty high-end decent. And then if you infuse 3, it becomes really, 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 really good. I think that is pretty easy to pull off. So I got faith in Infuse 3. I think this is going to be a 5-star card. It seems easy to play, and it's difficult to deal with the 2/3/1 Divine Shields. So, maybe it's 4, but I think it's 5. Larry says, why does it look so upset about the cakes? Was he a guest or is he working there? Maybe he's worried about taking more than his share, because he's a biggin. Yeah, look at the infused arts because he wants to eat them. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have the infused art of all these cards. Fast as how infused work? It's right here. It's right here. You got minions that die friend minions that die while you're holding this card. The elitist snob. They're adding more and more cards like this, aren't they? We got this elitist snob. We have the nobleman. You look disgusting. I think there was one more card like that I had recently. 5 mana, 3/4, battle cry for each paladin card in your hand, randomly gain divine shield, lifesteal, rush, or taunt. So you need to be holding 4 paladin cards to always get every effect. Generally, the taunt is the whiff. Hey, it's not Ziliax, right? Holding, I feel like right now in Arena, we do get a lot of class cards. I feel like right now we do get a lot of class cards, like upwards of half the deck is class cards right now. We've had metas where you only get like 5 class cards. But I feel like right now you get lots of class cards. Bad top deck, super understated. So if you have 1 Paladin card and you roll Taunt, it's terrible. If you have 1 Paladin card and you roll Rush, it's terrible. If you have 1 Paladin card and you roll Lifesteal, it's terrible. If you have 1 Paladin card and you roll Divine Shield, it's bad. You have 2 Paladin cards. Rolling Divine Shield and Rush is pretty good, but still not busted. And even if you roll all of them, Ziliax is not as good as Ziliax used to be. So, I think if you have a chance to give you stats like Ivus would be good, yeah, maybe. I think if you've got a deck that already you see, oh, half the cards in my deck are Paladin cards, maybe you take this. But I think it is too inconsistent to want to take, and it's so badly understated that you probably go all the way down to 1. Um, Maybe it's 2 because you think you can commonly roll 2 of the effects, but a 5 mana, 3/4 taunt lifesteal is pretty bad. It's pretty bad, so it might be all the way down to 1. More of the purity paladin for constructed card maybe. And so it says that may have originally been 4. He thought it wasn't good. The Divine Toll. I think I remember seeing these bells in the Shadowlands. 7 mana, shoot 5 rays of light at random minions. They give friendly minions +2/+2 and deal 2 damage to enemy minions. Oh, this is cool. It's cool. How good is it? So it does 14 damage if they're. Oh no, it does. Why am I saying 14? It does 10 damage. 10 damage for 7 mana if they're only enemy minions. And it gives potentially +10/+10, which can be game winning if you are definitively ahead already. I think it's great super versatile. Yeah, I'm comparing it a bit to the other really good 7 right now, which is the Immortalized in Stone. It gives you a bunch of minions and taunt points for 7 mana. But yeah, the versatility. You can Party Up, and I'm not the biggest fan of Party Up, but I think this is better than Party Up. But it's not 10 damage +10/+10, it's somewhere in between. Right? Like Lyra says, it's kind of versatile. You could take some trades before doing it for safety's sake. If you wanted to always buff your stuff, you could let it go on its own if you want to be very random. Can't easily visualize how this could be played in a mixed board. I mean, let's say they have 3/3/4s and you have 3/3/4s, and you play it. So the first ray goes off. Maybe you hit one of theirs and it goes to 3/2. Maybe you buff one of yours to 5/6, and then the next one goes off. In the end, on average, you'll get a bunch of 5/6s, and their minions will be damaged but not finished off, which is a problem because then you might still need to trade, and those trades are a little awkward. But you would still end up with some 5/6s, maybe a 7/8. On even board, it still will usually be pretty good. It could misfire, but it seems really good to me. It seems really good, and if you're ahead on board, it's like kind of bloodlusty. Well, it's even better than bloodlust because it's permanent, but it costs you more mana. I'm gonna say it's really good. I'm deciding between 4 and 5 stars. I'm gonna give it a 5. Round says 4, a little more conservative. It is expensive, but I'm gonna say it's really good. We'll see. I think it's really good. The Countess. 7 mana, 7/7. Battlecry. If your deck has no neutral cards, add 3 legendary invitations to your hand. The invitations, they discover legendaries from other classes or something. But your deck is almost never going to have no neutral cards unless you've already played Purifier. But, you're going to get this off Purifier rather than draft it because of Purifier. So, in terms of draftability, it's just a 7 mana, 7/7, which is pretty bad. It's not what you want. Yeah, War Golem Purifiers in the deck, right. Maybe those be banned. Maybe there was a legendary, there was Yorel, which was also a purity legendary, and Yorel, I want to say, was banned, and I don't think I ever had offered in a draft, but some people claim they did have it offered in a draft, so I don't know. Most of the purity paladin cards were banned, but I think I saw some people say they did get Yorel offered. But yeah, like the 3 mana purity card was banned, so maybe this will be banned too. Maybe. All right. That's all the Paladin cards. The pretty good stuff, but a lot of it is that one's an epic, that one's a rare, that one's a common. And this one's a legendary. This one's pretty good, though, and that's a common. So, yeah. Everybody seems to be getting good stuff so far. Let me look at Mage again. Mage is a little more questionable. So, yeah, Demon Hunter, very questionable. Mage, a little questionable. But Druid, Hunter, and Paladin, all getting good stuff. All right, here is Priest. Yeah, so here's another one of those suspicious cards. Discover legendary minion. If your opponent guesses your choice, they get a copy. So again, the mind melters for me. The mind melters, you know? There's the Priest Colossal, and there's, Sneed. And there's some bad legendary. So did they take the Colossal or did they take the Sneed? I don't know. It's gonna melt my brain. But yeah, just like the other suspicious card, this is well statted like a dire mole. And if you discover the legendary and you play it on the same turn late in the game, they're always gonna get it. But even then, hopefully it's fairly even, and you got to play the legendary first, which is sometimes a downside, but usually an upside. And if you do it early in the game, well, maybe they won't get your guess. And in which case, it's really good. So I'm gonna say 4, just like the suspicious alchemist or whatever in Mage, because your opponent can miss. Your opponent can miss, or at least you're gonna play it first. It's a 7 out of 5. Well, it's another highlighty type card. Surely, the light it burns. This is an actual photograph of me, walking outside. I really like that wig. Man, the Daystar. It's an enemy. Deal damage to a minion equal to its attack. Yeah, it kills an 8/8 for 1 mana. It helps kill something like a 6/8. You'd still have to like finish trading into it or use a smite or something. More turn 1 or 2 are open type of thing. Yeah, and since 5-star. Yeah, I think this is generally not quite as good as say Hit It Very Hard in Warrior, which does the 10 damage. Now the Hit It Very Hard, you have to swing and you have to take the damage, but it kills, like a 5/8 taunt better than this card does. But this is still really, really versatile. It's okay against small minions, and it's crazy good against big minions. It also has the Holy Tag, and there's a lot of cards that have, synergy with Holy stuff in more recent expansions. So that helps it too. So yeah, I don't think it's. I would call Hit It Very Hard a 6-star card. I think this is more of a 5, but it's still a really, 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 really good versatile spell. Well, my single turret light bomb. But I remember Dragon on the Discord was wondering what like casters in tournaments will do with this card. Will they always say, the Dragon was saying it would be fun that the casters will have to always say, all right, they cast the light it burns, because it's kind of long and awkward to say. I was saying I think casters will just end up calling it light burn. All right, they light burn the minion. I think they'll call it light burn, but we'll see. Or you'll see. I don't watch tournaments anymore because we run this stream instead. The Mysterious Visitor. I don't think I've seen this card. I like the art. 2 mana 2/3 battlecry, reduce the cost of cards copied from your opponent by 2. It's one of these 2 mana 2/3 cards that's purely upside. So it starts at low end 3 because it's decently stat 2, and then it gets better and better the more cards you can steal from your opponent. Yeah, I says no. They were fully dramatic emphasize the spirit of the name. Some of the casters will. The more. The more hammy ones. I'm gonna say turn 5. Lib. Lib. I just like the idea. It's like, well, we were calling it T-Lib, but then there was a player, that entered with the username T-Lib, and it's like their name is like TEELIB, and now it's all confusing because T-Lib's winning the tournament. All right. The Cathedral of Atonement. Oh, yeah. I don't know if I saw this one or not, but people were saying this one's busted. I was talking about the Paladin location being busted. People were bringing this one up to give a minion +2/+1 and draw a card. Right, so it's 3 mana, get 3 buffs, and draw 3 cards. Yeah, it's busted. It's busted. It doesn't even self-cycle. It self-cycles and draws 3 cards over time, and you can do it over time in Arena. So yeah. You think it's 5-star, not 6-star? Maybe. But yeah, I can't imagine not drafting this. Identity theft. I mean, this card, this one's really dark, right? This is one of the darkest Hearthstone cards. Now they imply it to be magical, but it's face off. It's face off. The guy's face is gone. He's peeling it over his skin. This is one of the darkest Hearthstone cards. Yeah, discover a copy of a card from your opponent's hand and deck. So yeah, for 3 mana, you're not just drawing 2 cards, you're getting your opponent's cards. It's also a shadow, which does help. Because it's discover, I would call it better than draw. The only trouble here, yeah, you get hand information too, right? Except the only trouble is if you're in the very late game, then you're not getting 2 cards possibly, right? If you're in a top deck war and they're out of cards, well, you're only discovering 1 card, which is still in late game okay. You've got the 3 mana to spare probably. It's a better thought steal. Typically yes. Unless you're in a top deck war. So yeah, I'd say this is generally good, better than like Arcane Intellect in most cases, because of the discover, and it's just 5 stars of fun. It's 5 stars of fun, so I'll probably take this like every time it comes up, just like kind of cloning device, but more so. And yeah, Crisis Discover 3 mana is great info. Yeah, just like Coil Fang. And actually, for people that were watching yesterday, we had like 2 Coil Fangs in a Warrior run, and it won us 2 games because of the information I had. We were able to completely alter the way we played, and we were able to beat hands that were kind of superior to ours. Crisis Kill Good, love it. All right. Yeah, how do you pronounce this guy's name? Pelagos? This guy was super prominent and became only more prominent in the Shadowlands expansion. And some people hate how prominent he became. but yeah, this was a very important character in the Shadowlands expansion of World of Warcraft. So 3 mana 1/6. I mean, it's a hearty stat line, but not a great stat line. After you cast a spell on a friendly minion, set its attack and health to the higher of the 2. So, I mean, this is for political reasons, not for political reasons, which there might have been another character, but no, it was just the. I mean, I'll spoil Shadowlands. I'll spoil Shadowlands. So if you have like not seen the end of the Shadowlands story and you care, then I guess stop listening. The story of Shadowlands, for people that want to know vaguely about the lore of this expansion, is that there are 4 prominent afterlives. There's other afterlives, but there's 4 prominent ones in the Shadowlands. Nathria / Revendreth is one of them, which is the main focus of the expansion. But these blue guys were a different one. They were in I always forget the name of it. We talked about it recently. But they're in a big, big white cloudy afterlife when they fly around with angel wings. And so yeah, you meet Bastion. Yeah, that is right, isn't it? But they had a different faction name, didn't they? They were the Hey something. But anyway, so yeah, you meet this guy and he like just got to the afterlife, I think, and he's like an initiate. He doesn't have his own wings, and you do a bunch of quests with him. Yeah, the Kyrian. Yeah, I was thinking of that too. That was the word I was forgetting more than Bastion. Anyway, so you go through all these quests and yada yada yada, and when you get to the end of the expansion, you find out through the course of things that there's a character called the Arbiter. And the Arbiter is supposed to determine what afterlife you go to. Oh, hey, you were like this, so you're gonna go to Revendreth. Oh, you were like this, so you're gonna go to Bastion. Oh, you were like this, so you're gonna go to Maldraxxus. Oh, you were like this, you're gonna go over here. You were like this, you're gonna go over here. And the Arbiter is dead. And so everybody's going to hell. Yeah, Sorting Hat, right. So the Sorting Hat is gone. And everybody's going to hell. Everybody's going to the mall because nobody's getting sorted. So everybody's going right to hell. And so anyway, at the end of the expansion, they get the power to make a new Arbiter. And they're like, but who could it be? And Pelagos is like, I will do it. And they're like, yes, you are a purely noble soul. Because you're inexperienced. and so he becomes the new Arbiter at the end of the expansion, and some people didn't like it. I never saw the end of the expansion like live, but I saw some of the cutscenes. But yeah, Shadowlands, I don't know if I like it. Some aspects of it I like, some aspects I don't. But yeah, this guy becomes the new guy that determines what afterlife you're going to. Pelagos Flavor Text is reference to Ghost spoilers. I gave a spoiler warning. But yeah, this is potentially good if you have the right cards for it, but it's not particularly well statted. If you've got some things like, I want to say Power Word Shield, but Power Word Shield doesn't exist anymore. I don't know, if you've got some things like, I don't know, extra arms. If you put extra arms on this, it becomes an 8/8 instead of a 3/8. So if you got the right cards, maybe. But it's it's not a permanent effect. It's just always on board. Or Wig. Lars is blessed, which does this effect anyway, right? Seems like more of a more of a constructed card to do inner fire type combos. The scrap health buffer guy. That's true. That one's pretty sweet. See, if you got the right cards, this could be pretty good maybe. But in general, I think it's just gonna be a stat line you don't want too much. By default, I think I'd call it a 2, maybe a low-end 3. I just don't like 3-mana 1/6 very much. But if you got the right cards. Felix by too weak, right? If you got the right cards, though, it might work, but more of a constructed card. This one, on the other hand, could this work? So this is gonna be stupid and constructed. But, yeah, after you play a card, copy from the opponent, steal the original. So, yeah, you copy their important combo piece that they need to win the game, and then you steal it forever, which they've typically avoided doing in Hearthstone. But you can do it here. They put it on that. They put it on the Hook Tusk thing, but Hook Tusk was 8 mana, and you had to play like 5 pirates to activate her, 8 pirates to activate her. But this one's a lot easier to do. Alright, so I guess if I played it, this does nothing. Yeah. I would agree with that. Just can't wait to disrupt combos constructed. Yeah, science maybe not super good, but frustrating to play against. It's still decently stat as a 3. I mean, you want a 3-mana 3/4 more than a 4/3, but it's still decently stat as a 3 even if you do nothing with it. And the more thiefy type cards you have, the better it gets to a degree. But if they still have the cards in deck, I guess you get a second copy, right? When you steal, if you copy whatever, 2-mana Dark Conviction, and you play it, when you steal the original, you get the second copy, right? 8 Summon Pirates not played. Fair enough. There's a qualification. But you would get a second copy, right? That's my understanding here. Obese is right. Yeah, just making sure. That's so you can also steal on board. Oh, jeez. I didn't look at the reveal video for this or whatever if there was one. Now, yeah, so I mean that would be it'd be a little complicated because if they're paying attention and you already had this on board, well, I guess if you conceal the information of what you stole, yeah, but yeah, they play. Yeah, so it's a nice Hearthstone. Oh, desk. I thought you said deck. I thought you were gonna do the meme of "That's a nice deck you have." It would be a shame if I took it. Your deck, our deck, right? But yeah, so if you did copy a minion from their hand, if you discovered and copied a minion from their hand with identity theft, and then you let them play it, and then you put down this card, and you played the card you copied from their hand, you actually do literally take the minion from board, and you get the original version. That's yeah, I didn't realize Steel would work that way. That's fascinating. Lots of mind use potential this expansion. Yeah, now it's a legendary card, so you're not going to see it much, but it's gonna be a 6-star play when you pull it off. Gotta be some highlights, exactly. If this is a highlight legendary, because that'd be disgusting. It would be. And it's cheap, right? You know, that type of thing would be really hard to set up if this cost 5, or especially if it cost like 7. But 3, it's gonna be not too hard to set up. So yeah, it's another card where, you know, it's like a low end 3 because it's got a decent stat line, but not the stat line you want. And the more thief cards you have, the better it gets. Still maybe difficult to pull off certain things, but very fun when you manage it. And, you know, it's not understated, so it's not difficult to draft. So yeah, some highlights. Doesn't seem crazy good because it's hard to combo to a degree, but interesting. I said it's an easy 5. Can't immediately steal 8 mana plus cards at least, right? Bone of the Ascended, and there's Pelagos again. At least I think so. Give a minion +2 health, summon a Kyrian with its stats and taunt. This is very good, right? So let's just imagine Chillwind Yeti. You know, so Chillwind Yeti, you push it to 4/7, and then you get a 4/7 taunt. You can also, it does let you do it on an enemy minion. So, which I can really imagine, and this is a type of combo Priest does. The opponent has an 8/8. You put Boon of the Ascended on it, it goes to 8/10. You get an 8/10 taunt, and you Shadow or Death, because that's only a 6-mana combo. So, yeah, you still need to have a minion on board that you're willing to cast this on, type of thing. This combo with the 1/6 legendary. Well, yeah, I mean, his face is on it. His face on it. Yeah, Larry says that Pelagos again. I think it is him again. I think it's him again. But you know, they all kind of wear the same outfits, and he's got kind of a pretty standard haircut. Does he? He still has the bindings around his wrists, so I'm pretty sure it's Pelagos. Face on. It's got his face on it. So yeah, I'm a little hesitant to call this a 5 because it's still a little situational, and 4 mana is a little pricey. But especially if you got cards like Shadow or Death to combo with it, you can do some really interesting stuff. Hesitant to say 5, but it looks like a solid card that will almost always work out. I don't think I've seen this. The Partner in Crime. 4 mana 2/5. Summon a copy of this minion at the end of your turn. Right, okay, but yeah, it's only Battle Cry. It's not every turn. If it was every turn, it'd be hyper busted. I mean, just by default, it's 2 2/5s for 4 mana, which is good. It's good. Not crazy. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. You know, it'd be a pretty solid 4 just by default. But it's at the end of your turn, so if you can buff it, if you can put a Bless on here, you're gonna get 2 7/7s. Now, those combos aren't trivial to set up, but it's already good, and it can only get better. And yeah, first there's Echoing Ooze. Yeah, much bigger Echoing Ooze. Let's see. For a second, I wasn't even deliberate. It's pretty good. But yeah, it's already good by default. It's good by default, and it can only get better. Right now in the meta, you know, maybe not next meta, but right now we got Grave Rune. You could play this and put Grave Rune on it for 8 mana, and then you'd have 2 2/5s that summon 2 2/5s if they die, and so it's just like unlimited board presence, although low attack power. Could set location pretty easily. That's true. If you use just the location on it, you would get 2 3/7s. Plus you draw a card. So yeah, that's very true. That's very, very true. It even curves out correctly, sort of. Oh, you kind of skipping your turn 3. All right. Oh, this card I definitely saw, and this card's pretty nuts. Destroy all minions with 3 attack or less for 5 mana, which is already worth drafting. And then, if you infuse 3, which is harder for Priest than other classes, but still not too tough in Arena at all. It does 6 or less attack. 6 or less attack. Oh, Beast is actually +2/+1. I thought I got it reversed. Anyway, though, but yeah, this card's pretty nuts. Destroy all minions with 6 or less attack for 5 mana is typically a full board clear. For only 5 mana. There are some 8 attack minions in particular out there late in the game. But yeah, this is if you infuse it, it is like a board clear for 5 mana, which is pretty nuts. I don't know if we go all the way to 6, but it's such an easily activated full clear, and then you still have mana to play stuff after. Yeah, rounds is 4.5. It seems like a really, really, really good clear to me. You know, we had like Shadowward Horror, which was 4 mana, destroy all minions 2 or less attack, but 3 versus 2 is already a big thing, and 6 is crazy. Rex Suspicious Usher. All right, we still have 5 classes to go. It's just so many cards. These reviews always take a long time, at least when I do them. All right, the Door of Shadows. This is one of the first cards they revealed, I recall. 1 mana, draw a spell, infuse 2, add a temporary copy to your hand. So yeah, infuse 2 is really easy. And yeah, you would not, depending on your deck, you probably don't want to play this until at least like turn 7. If you could copy like a Blood in the Water, play Blood in the Water and have your original copy for the next turn, that's really good. If you can draw like a jackpot, get a temporary jackpot, you can go jackpot, get the 2 spells, get 2 spells later. You could go double Cold Blood for big smork. You could get 2 Wicked Stabs. You could get I'm thinking of spells you draft. 2 Teeth in Nefarian would be really good, but Teeth in Nefarian almost never show up in drafting now. But yeah. Draw prep, I guess. Not typically something you do in Arena, but yeah, I think this is a strong value card as long as you can wait for it. If you can't wait for it, then 1 mana draw a spell is pretty bad. Temporary copy of Door of Shadows, more Door of Shadows. Yeah, that would. If you so yeah, if you infuse the first one and then you play it and you draw the temporary Door of Shadows and you trade 2 minions, then the temporary Draw of Shadows will get infused, and the next one you could play the temporary one to draw another. Yeah. Could draw all your spells before it do. It's true. If you've got barely any spells in your deck, you certainly don't want to do this. But if you've got like 3 strong spells, maybe I could really see drafting this. So yeah, you gotta have like 3 strong spells. But I think it's good. I think it's good value with, at least in the current meta, with Jackpot and Blood in the Water and stuff, and Wicked Stab. So you have to have the right cards. So make sure you have the right cards. But then I'm gonna call it a 4-star card because I think it's really good value. But if it's a big aggro meta, and certainly if you don't have the right spells for it, it just goes down and down in value. Big aggro goes to like 2-star. If you got no other spells, so it goes 1-star. You do have to have the right deck for it, but I don't think it's hard to have the right deck for it. All right, Double Cross. When your opponent spends all their mana, draw 2 cards. Everybody spends all their mana on Arena. Everybody spends all their mana on Arena, so it's 2 mana, draw 2 cards, which is pretty good. It's better than like Arcane Intellect. Your opponent also, just its existence also creates some interesting things. Because if the opponent's trying to play around Kidnap, but they're also considering this card, they might like deliberately not spend all their mana to try not to make you draw cards, which can really mess them up. There is a potential. There is a potential that if your opponent can easily not spend all their mana, then this may be 2 mana do nothing. Um, 3 tricks, but you get the card sooner on average. On average, but yeah, if you play this late game, it's like never gonna activate, right? You know, you're in a top deck war. You play this, the opponent plays an 8 mana card. They don't hero power, and then this never does anything. Feel like I only want to call it average. Feel like I only want to call it average because I think there will be cases where it's too easy for the opponent to play around it. Yeah. Cat says early game it's good. The trouble is though that you don't want to be spending mana on value cards in the early game. You want to be getting minions down and hero powering. So yeah, I think the fact that it exists is important, but I think there's a little too much situations where it actually won't trigger. That and the fact that you don't really actually want to play it in an early game. Play it for flame strike insurance, maybe. Yeah, I still don't think I love it. I'm worried that it might be too mana do nothing in some cases, but it will make the opponent's plays awkward, maybe. Kidnap is a really interesting card. So yeah, secret after your opponent plays a minion, stuff it in a 0/4 sack. So, this is terrible. If the opponent has like rams, right? If they played Ram Commander and they've got rams, then okay, great. They play a ram for 1 mana, and you get what happens is you get a 0/4 sack on your side of the board. And if they kill the 0/4 sack, it doesn't summon the minion directly to their board. It puts it back to their hand, so they still have to spend the mana again. But yeah, if they've got a cheap minion, this may be pretty ineffective. Interesting artwork. Yeah, it's a very flavorful card. It's a very fun card, but it may be a bit awkward, but it can also be very good. If the opponent is trying to play a mothership on turn 6, they might, if you put the secret down, either they'll be too scared to do it at all, or it'll work. As they get battle cry value, because it says after instead of whenever. Does it activate Death Rail? I'm pretty sure it does not. What trigger like the Okani minion counter? Well, yeah, if it triggered like Okani, that actually goes off before Battlecry, right? But since it says after, I think it sounds correct that Battlecry would happen. Battlecry does trigger, yeah, it reads that way. I said, be one of the worst cards ever in terms of telling you what it actually does. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. A lot of people thought that after you killed the sack, it would summon directly to board. You think it does trigger Death Rail just like Gigafin does. I don't know. I say, well, Larry's saying it's one of the worst cards to tell you what it does. Maybe I agree, because I think this wouldn't trigger Death Rattle. I don't think this would trigger Death Rattle, because it says stuff, not kill it and put it in a sack. I would be very surprised if this triggers Death Rattle. So I hope it doesn't, because it doesn't make sense to me. Oh yeah, but I didn't actually rate this card, did I? I think it is a... I think it's a 3. I'm tempted to call it a 4. But I'm worried that it is a little too easy for the opponent to play around in Arena in a minion-based meta. But it's gonna be really good sometimes. I think it's transform effect, not kill effect. I think so too. Yeah, so it's new stuff mechanic. Yeah, it's good. There's gonna be a whole kidnap expansion in the future. Oh yeah, Shadow Step the sack. That's true. That is true. Yeah. Which you do draft Shadow Steps in Arena. Panda the sack, which you do draft Pandas in Arena. Yeah, if you've got those cards, that might make this a lot better. But again, I'm still worried that the opponent's just gonna put a 2-cost minion in here or put a ram in here or something, and it's just not gonna be that good for you. Trade's insane. Yeah, we got to reveal this card. Thank you, Alberto, with the follow. I appreciate it. We got to reveal this card, the card reveal. Redbeard was not crazy impressed with it, as I recall, but I was quite impressed. 2 mana, deal 3 damage is what you want. It can't go face, though. which is generally fine, but if you need smork damage, it's not going to happen. And yeah, it's not even honorable kill, it's true. It just needs to die in general. You can hit a 1-1 and still have it work. But your next card this turn costs 2 less. So I was impressed with this card. I think a ton of times, your opponent has a, a 2-3. And on turn 2, maybe they coined it out, and on turn 2, you kill their minion, you drop your 2. Or maybe, on turn 4, just with the way things have been trading out, they have the same type of minion. You kill their minion, you drop your Chillwind Yeti for 2 mana while also killing their thing. I think it's good tempo, and as long as you've got some value to back it up, even if you don't have value to back it up, I think the tempo is just worth it. So I think it's really, really good. I think it's really, really good. Maybe it's not 5 good, but I think it's high 4. I think it's high 4. I think it's really good. Really good. Maybe not game-breakingly good, but really good. Can't we see people fumble this in the coin? It'll happen. I'll probably do it at least once. The Heath-stone Graveyard. I like this card a lot art-wise, just because this is like the very first thing you see when you come into Revendreth. You start in this exact area. Summon a 1/1 stealthed ghost. Has +1/+1 for each other card you played this turn. So, one thing I really like about this card is that, locations are manually triggered. Things like, there's that Paladin side quest that says, when you summon a 5th minion, put +1/+1 across your entire board. And sometimes your opponent cleared your board. And when you play your next minion, it's gonna get +1/+1. And you're like, shoot, if I could wait one more turn on that, I'd actually be able to buff 4 minions. But it's too late. It's already triggering. This you can, if you're only playing one card on a turn, then you just don't trigger it. Just don't trigger it. You're like, okay, 2 turns from now, I'm playing this 2 and this 2 and this 2. I'll do it on that turn and get a 4/4 stealth. So the concern about this card is, you have to have a bunch of cheap stuff. And maybe that's not trivial trigger. Maybe you're already out of cards or something. You're still, you only have to play 2 cards, essentially, to get a 2-mana 3/3 stealth. Now, you have to do the initial setup. It still seems pretty good. Definitely not as busted at all as the Paladin or the Priest one, but it still seems pretty good, and the stealth might give you some guaranteed smork damage. So yeah, I think it's pretty good, but not busted good, because you have to do a little bit of setup. Choose win to summon the ghost, right? Yeah, exactly. That's the big deal here. Crowley says, Heath-stones are one of the most unique things WoW ever created. You're impressed and amazed. Restoration is the first time they've used stealth instead of, a ghost with stealth. I don't know. Maybe. Counts itself if you activate when you play it, right? So it's 2 mana, 2/2 stealth. Has +1/+1 for each other card you played this turn. I guess that's other than the ghost. Yeah, Mo says it says other, but is that for each other card than the ghost, which doesn't include this card? I think it doesn't include this card. I think other actually implies that it does not count this card. I said it's just a card then, right? So if it said card, I think it would count this. I think we do have some confusing cards word-wise in this expansion, but I think it does not count itself. I think it doesn't count itself, but not sure. Regardless, though, if you've got, it's one of these other weird things, like we talked about just a moment ago. The double cross. This card is much more reliable in early game, but you don't really want to play a card like this in early game in Arena. You want to drop minions. This card is a little similar. Stealth minions can help you smork, but a smork deck may not want to spend 2 cards to set this up, because they'd rather just put down a 2-mana 2/3 immediately. So this one's a little hard to predict. I do think I like it, but I think I'm going to be. I think it is a 4. I think it is a 4. I think the fact that you can get, I think pretty easily like a 3/3 stealth and a 4/4 stealth, maybe two turns later, is probably worth spending the card. But I think it's a low 4. I think without being able to full combo this with like a constructed deck, it's not anywhere close to busted. Maybe it'll be worse than I think. Because it does cost the card setup. I think it's for standard, who knows? It very much could be. Very much could be. Uh, Doing some type of stealth into even maybe the Battlemaster Wind Fury combo. First would be thinks 2 is generous for this. You just play 1 card for turns, 2 mana, 2/2 stealth. Right. The thing is, though, you still have to set it up, which might be a little awkward, and it does cost a card. I'm still gonna say it's a low 4. I'm gonna say this will work. But we've never seen anything quite like this. It's an interesting one. We'll see. The Sticky Situation, another rogue secret. I don't think I saw this one. After your opponent casts a spell, summon a 3/4 spider with stealth. Okay. It's a 3/4 for less mana, but, we've seen cards like this in Arena before. We've seen there's a Hunter one. It says when you play a secret, you get a 4/2 with stealth. And sometimes your opponent, Cat Trick reprint, exactly. Sometimes your opponent never plays a spell in Arena. It happens, and it happens more often than you might think. Which makes this a bit of a risk. And sometimes they don't play a spell for like 4 turns. So, I don't like Cat Trick. I don't like Cat Trick. And I don't think I like this very much. Savages can't be lower than a 3, but I'm still gonna call it a 2. I'm gonna call it a 2 because I think it is too common for your opponent to either never play a spell or to delay playing a spell for like 3 turns. And I didn't like Cat Trick, and I don't think I like this. I don't think it's horrible, but I think it the word over there for 2-star is avoid, and I would like to avoid this card. Now, if it's up against other bad cards, I'll take it. Or if I've got some secret synergy, I might take it. But I don't like this type of card that relies too much on your opponent playing into it, when it's often easy to avoid. Cat Trick's a bad card simply because minions summon has top hats. Well, I don't have the spider token here. Maybe the spider token has a top hat. I don't know. I don't have the token art. Thank you, Triangle, with the follow, by the way. The Ghastly Grave Digger. Battlecry, if you control secret, well, speaking of secret synergy, choose a card in your opponent's hand to shuffle into their deck. It's like discard a card from your opponent's hand, essentially. That's very strong. So, and it's decently statted, so there's no huge downside. Again, you usually want 3/4s, not 4/3s, but there's no huge downside to taking this, even if you don't have the secrets yet. But if you already had it, it would be an extra reason to take something like this. Last insane 5-star easy. I am not gonna give it 5. I'm not gonna give it 5 because I think the secrets are not good enough in Rogue to reliably do this. So, like I said, it's hand information too, but you have to control a secret. If you don't control a secret, you get no information, and it's a worse statted 3 than a 3/4. So, this is it's expelled from drown. I don't think so. But yeah, if you have no secrets, this is a low 3 because you want a 3/4, not a 4/3. If you have 1 secret, it's probably a high 3, but you have to have both cards at the same time, which is not easy. 2-card combos are not reliable. If you have 2 secrets, that's a 4. If you have 3 secrets, then maybe it's a 5, maybe. But yeah, I don't think these types of combos are reliable, and so it's one of these cards that the more secrets you have, the more it increases in prominence. Or maybe if you have Discover a spell to try to set up with a secret. But I certainly wouldn't go with a 5, because I think it's too rare to activate. Is you remove a card from the hand? Yeah. It's very good when you do it. But I think I think a lot of times you're not gonna be able to do it. So yeah, the more secrets you have, the better it gets. But I definitely wouldn't call it a 5, because I think it's too rare. Can you quickly explain why a 4/3 is worth a 3/4? I know it's a general rule, just never seen a good example to why. It's mainly because on 2 mana, you can have a 2/3 or a 3/2 typically, and a 3/2 answers a 4/3. But neither a 3/2 nor a 2/3 answer a 3/4. So the 3/4s are much, much safer of not getting traded up by a lower cost card. So 3/2s make your 4/3s awkward, but they don't make your 3/4s awkward, and neither do 2/3s. So that's the reason. That's the reason. It's much harder to trade up into a 3/4. I guess Symphony with the follow. Thinking more of a constructed for this card. Oh, sure, I have little doubt. But yeah, I think it's gonna be too unreliable in Arena to call it a 5-star card. But if you've got the secret setups, then hey, it's gonna be really good, and it's gonna annoy your opponent when you toss the raid boss back in their deck. What even is this thing? Like, is it a mech? They're calling it an elemental. It's I guess it's a wooden elemental that has grown into and taken over a building and turned it into elemental armor. It's like a shrine. It has its head. It's gravestones. Like living shrine, right. So the cursed tree grew under it and turned it into Optimus Prime. Optimus Grave. 4 mana 5/4 elemental death rattle. If you control a secret, store Halkias' soul inside of it. It resummons Halkias when triggered. Again, this could be maybe cool in a constructed secret deck, but I think it's going to be way too tough, actually. Way too tough to do in Arena because it's death rattle. It's not battle cry. So if you have a secret and they trigger it before they kill Halkias, it doesn't work. And if you have Halkias and they kill your Halkias before you can like play the secret and trade Halkias on your turn, it seems awkward to set up. And again, it's got the not the stat line you want. You want the 4/5, not the 5/4. Typically. This seems really hard to set up to me. Really hard to set up. It's not the stat line you want. So again, low 3. Honestly, if you could take a chill one Yeti over this, you might. But it's an interesting effect. It's a cool effect. It just seems really, really awkward. As we know what sets will be in rotation yet. I don't think so. Hopefully they'll announce it by Tuesday. But I don't think they've announced it. If anybody thinks they has announced it, let me know. Necrolord Draka. And yeah, some people were disappointed in the art on this card because in Shadowlands, Draka has a really cool armor set, but here she's not really wearing any armor. Battlecry, equip a 1/3 dagger, +1 attack for each of the card you played this turn. Right. So people are talking about big combos you can do in constructed with this, but we're talking Arena. So it's understated for a 4, and a 1/3 dagger's not that good. If you did play this in late game, in Arena, without prep combos or whatever they're doing in constructed, you would be playing like maybe a 2 and another 4, and you'd equip a 3/3 dagger, which isn't that good in late game. Yeah, Triset's not bad if you coin it out. You get a 3/4 and a 2/3 dagger. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, not very impressed by this. I mean, it's not the worst, but I don't think it's even a 4-star card, personally. There's Draka's cool armors in that blade spell. Is it the full armor? Even that looks a bit less platey, I think, than her Shadowlands look. Let's see. That's not right. That's not what I wanted. That's her Shadowlands armor. That's her Shadowlands armor. And you know, it looks a little cooler in the cinematic, of course, than in game. But even in game, it looks like that. And so, you know, it's got this big green gem, it's got the skull on the belt, it's got these giant spiked shoulder pads. She doesn't have any shoulder pads on the three-head bone spike. So they stand wildly corrected. Yeah, she's much more platey. Much more platey and many more spikes in actual World of Warcraft. So yeah, some people are very disappointed in the Draka art. And yeah, again, let's come back to the legendary. Yeah, wildly different look. Purple leotard versus giant spike armor. All right. Maybe more roguelike with the armor. I guess that's fair. All right. Private Eye. We can take a break after this card. We still have 3 classes to go. 3 classes to go after this. Starting to get near the end. 31 cards to go, I think. Or maybe 33? Private Eye, Battlecry, secret of your deck, combo cast 2 instead. Again, kind of a constructed card. I think it'll be tough to even get offered that many secrets. And I don't think the secrets for Rogue seem busted enough. So understated. If you got 1 secret in your deck, you still might draw the secret before you draw this, so I think it's very risky. If you do have 3 secrets in your deck, if you got 3 secrets in your deck, well then sure, okay, maybe. But in general, it's a very understated for it's a really a 1 don't draft, but for if you got 2 secrets. Well, if you got 1 secret, you could say avoid. If you got 2 secrets, you could say decent. If you got 4 secrets, maybe it's a 4-star. But I would say you never want to draft this because it's just understated. The Rogue's gonna stink. I like the bone spike. But yeah. I'm less impressed with Rogue. Far less impressed with Rogue than Priest and Paladin and Hunter and Druid. But I'm still might be more impressed with it than Demonair. Demonair seems really weird. Alright, we do have to take another break. But we only have 33 cards left, I think. Starting with the Convincing in Disguise on Shaman. And yeah, this one's fun for people that care. Yeah, Trice says, "Who is that?" Which I'm not sure if you're memeing or if is that right. Okay, you're memeing. So yeah, the spoilers for Book of Mercenaries. If you want to do Book of Mercenaries, and you didn't, but in Book of Mercenaries, Brukan, the shaman hero, dies, and so goes to the afterlife, goes to the Shadowlands, and so here's dead Brukan. I said Rogue capped out at 4 mana. What? Or do you mean 4 stars? Magic coin down, turn 3 again. 2 secrets, it's great. It's about the only time. Yeah, that's more of a constructed thing, I think. Okay. Yeah, and you gotta be going second. That's a 50-50 in itself. Okay, well, we gotta take a break. This should hopefully be the last break before we finish the card review, but with how much I ramble, I don't know, maybe there'll still be one more break when we've got like 3 warrior cards left. Let's see. The new cards, none of them cost more than 4. Oh, yeah. That's accurate. Yep. All right. Let's get back to it. 3 classes to go. But, whew, getting a little tired. 3-star. 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 Convincing disguise. Transform a friendly minion into one that costs 2 more. Infuse 4, transform all friendly minions into one that costs 2 more instead, which is, the effect that was on the Death Knight Thrall, I think, back in the day. So yeah, transform a friendly into one that costs 2 more. You trade your 4 mana card. It becomes like a 4/1. You evolve it into a 6. You infuse 4 if you got a wide board with totems. Your totems become 3 mana cards. Your other cards might get improved too. I think even just targeting 1 minion for a evolve 2 is pretty reasonable, Arena, after you make a value trade. It's not always going to line up, and there's certainly ways to low roll. That's fun. I think it's reasonable in itself. I almost want to ignore the infuse part, because I feel like it's a little less relevant. But it could make for some big plays in certain situations. I think I'm only going to call it a 3. But I think it's reasonable. Hit single target evolve 2 instead of, full board evolve 1 in the past, and maybe you can get the full board evolve 2. Maybe better than I think, but actually literally 3. I mean before. Transform from the minion, the one that costs 1 more. So here's traditional evolve, but you get to do it, single target evolve, but you get to do it 3 times with a cooldown between them. Again, because Arena is so based around minion trading, and so often you trade down to 1 health, and then your opponent pings it, going for the evolve typically works out very well. And having 4 single target evolves over time on a single 1 mana card, I think I like this one quite a bit. I think I'd call this one good. Not crazy, because you still need the right setups, and it can low roll, but I think I like it, and it's fun. Says they like the glasses on Brukan there. Yeah, they're batty. They're batty. The carving chisel. After you hear attack, summon a random basic totem, which could work with, like the AoE evolve on the commencing disguise. 2 mana 1/3. You get 3 basic totems. Some of the basic totems, like the strength tome and the healing tome, are quite good. Taunt totem, it can be critical if you're already losing the game. I think this is good. I don't think it's busted, but I think it's good. I think getting 3 basic tomes is pretty helpful. I'm gonna say 3. Maybe if there's other tome synergies that I don't know about, maybe it'll be better. Here's more totem. 3 mana 0/3. At the end of your turn, summon a random basic tome, infuse 2, summon 2 instead, which is an ongoing effect, I'm sure. But I haven't looked at all the shaman cards, so I don't think this one's very good. Because I think it's just too easy to kill the 0/3. If there are big totem synergies, then maybe. But yeah, this one just seems too easy to kill. I don't think I like this one at all. He's so happy though. Sounds crying at a quarter. I don't know. The evolve stuff is fun. And yeah, this was one of the first cards revealed. The Primordial Wave. Transform enemy minions in one that costs 1 less, and friendly minions in one that costs 1 more. So it's a simultaneous devolve and evolve for 3 mana. Devolve is really nice. We saw on the neutral cards in particular how useful silence could be in this expansion, because there were 5 or 6 cards. They're yeah, silence would be great against this. So take those Stormwind Librarians and stuff. And so this is an AoE silence, sort of. And yeah, adding on the evolve is pretty good. There's only one big trouble about this, right? Which is that you can't trade after it, right? If you have a board and they have a board and your board doesn't work well against their board and you play the Primordial Wave, your minions get bigger, their minions get smaller, and you want your big minions to kill their small minions, but you can't do that because you have summoning sickness. Yeah, the problem doesn't work as taunt silence, you can't push through. Exactly, that type of idea. And just in general, you get all rush cards. See, Tuno's always got better plays than me. Um, I still think this seems very useful, and I think I'm gonna call it good. So I'm gonna enjoy this meta because you like evolve stuff. I think I'm gonna call it good, but it's another one we kind of need to see in action. We've seen evolve, but we haven't quite seen them simultaneously. I think the games will be interesting. This is an epic. Some of the most interesting cards we saw, like that Thiefy Priest one, were legendaries, but we'll see. Baroness Vash, if this would transform into a minion, summon that minion instead. So, right, evolve is a transform effect. So if you play the Vash and you hit her with the Convincing Disguise, you summon a random 6. If you hit her with the Muck Pools, you summon a random 5. Right, Jatrice's the evolve payoff. And even if you don't have the evolve payoff, if you don't have the Muck Pools, it's still a 4-mana 3/6, which is the 4-mana stat line you typically want. It's that water elemental stat line. It's usually really good. So, just on the stat line alone, it's like a high-end 3. So there's no, like, big downside to drafting this card. And the more evolve effects, the crazier it gets. If you got Muck Pool 2, it can be quite insane. And they're from a 6 as well, right? They can't polymorph this, for instance. If they try to cast a polymorph jellyfish on this, then you summon a jellyfish. You summon a jellyfish. They try to polymorph this, and you get a 4/1 next to the Vash. And if they try a mass polymorph her, you'll get the 1/1 sheep, and she won't transform. There's Hex won't work on it. His Faceless Summoner would work on it. That's true. And then you could, if you're playing the Faceless, you could Faceless it and then evolve, and you'd get the 2 copies of the minions. But yeah, it's a decent card that gets better and better the more evolve you have, especially the location, because they can't get rid of the location. Finding the survive in a mass polymorph. Oh, my sub to John expired. Don't have the power of the laughing orcas anymore. But John, the stream. John is or was here in chat. Check out its channel. 4 mana 1/1 Battlecry summon a 3/5 elemental with taunt. This says, how would this work with Unstable Evolution? You would summon a 5, and then 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 you would summon a 5 if you kept targeting her. You would just continuously summon 5s. And if you get 5s you don't like, then you could hit the 5 and turn it into a 6. But yeah, the Crud Caretaker. Some of 3/5 elemental with taunt. So it's a Senjin with an extra 1/1 body, which is from Senjin. It's a Senjin with extra 1/1 body, which does help infuse. If you got any battle cry synergies like a Brawn, you could combo to get 2 3/5s with taunt. If you got any elemental synergies on board, then maybe this could help out too. It's Senjin is like a low end 3. And yeah, Lara says the point is actually to evolve it into a 5. You're super right. You're super right. And so yeah, if you got the Muck Pools, you can summon the 3/5 taunt and evolve this. So yeah, by default, with no evolves, this is a high end 3. And then if you get more evolve effects, it gets progressively stronger because random 5s are pretty good. You usually get like a 5/5 or something. So that's you're super right, Lara. You're super right. I wasn't even thinking about that. I'm an idiot. The stone, right. For the rest of the and she's holding that totem chisel weapon. For the rest of the game, your totems have +2 attack. Yeah, now this is like the paladin one. This is like the paladin one. We had that paladin legendary that could summon 1/4/4 dude at a time with the death rail thing, as long as it gets silenced. This one can't even be silenced. So your totems become 3 1s and 2 2s instead of 0 2s, which is a huge improvement, and it's a well-stat 4, and it can't be silenced. This is a permanent effect. So, permanently makes your hero power better, and it's well stat itself. I mean, you'd rather have a 4/5 than a 5/4 typically, but yeah, permanent effect through the whole game that makes your totems way better. I mean, this is maybe you'd still take a colossal over it. I don't know, but this is really, really, really good to improve the whole rest of your game. Yeah, 2/2 tauntums, right? And it's every totem. It's every totem. So yeah, I mean maybe it's only 5-star instead of 6-star, but the well stat, ongoing effect, big help, quite a big help. Yeah. The criminal lineup. Choose a friendly minion, summon 3 copies of it. We had a card similar to this a long time ago that was weaker than this. Overload 2. Yeah, it does cost 8 mana though, so you have to have like a minion on board and it has to survive unless you're copying a 2-cost minion. Yeah. Yeah, Spellstone, right? But you had to like overload multiple times. It costs 7 mana instead of 8 though. This. Yeah, fully evolved Spellstone for 1 extra mana. Blah. I mean, I don't think I like this because I said they forgot about Spellstones, but Spellstones didn't forget about you. From 0 in arena, not quite 0, but I think this is a strong avoid. Maybe it's a 1, but yeah, if your opponent is leaving your minions up, something is already going on. One thing you can do, yeah, 3 copies Scavenger. I was gonna say something similar. One thing you can do right now that is kind of funny with this, right now, you won't be able to do it with the new expansion, presumably, is like Stasis Dragon, right? You play Stasis Dragon, it pops out as a 10/10 rush. Because it was dormant, you have full mana, and you just play it, and you got 40/40 worth of stats, all with rush. That would be pretty fun. And maybe there's some other stuff like that you can set up. You could potentially do this with like Gangplank, right? Gangplank, you would get 4 for the 6/5 immune while attacking. You just hope they don't have any good AoE. So with dormant cards, this could work. Yeah, Time-Bound Giant too. Yeah, no rush, but huge stats. But again, that's not gonna be available once the expansion's out, I'm pretty darn sure. But yeah, with certain dormant cards, maybe you could make this work, but it's just so expensive, and it's gonna so often be a dead card. Good old Stranglethorn Tiger, yeah. Wait, they always need to find a Pogo Hopper. Isn't Pogo Hopper a battle cry? What? Confused. Next card combos with this, though. Cost 1 less for each tome you summon this game? Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. If you've summoned 8 totems, this is a 2 mana 8/8, and so then you could play this. Summoning 8 totems in Arena is not a super easy task, but you only need to summon 3 totems for this to be a 7 mana 8/8, which is decent. Traditionally, cards like this are not good. Yeah, I would also call this an avoid. Unless maybe you've got a whole bunch of other totem-specific cards. But traditionally, cards like this are not very good. It's not terrible. It's not terrible. It's just something to typically avoid. As they're really happy it's a totem itself. Alright, 2 classes to go. 2 classes to go. The Flustered Librarian. 1 mana, 1/3 has +1 attack for each member you control. Any 1 mana, 1/3 is like a 3-star card. The Diamal, they're nice. There are, yeah, a whole bunch of MP cards. A whole bunch of MP cards for Warlock. We have to look at, like, their rarity and stuff. By default, this is a 3. The more MP stuff you have, the better it gets, obviously. We have to see some of the other MP stuff and their rarities. Because, like I said, if there's a really good imp card, but it's an epic, then that doesn't matter too much. This one's an epic. Draw a card, repeat for imp you control. Right, so if you've got, you know, this mischievous imp, summon a copy of this, infuse summon 2 copies instead. So there's only actually 1 new card that actually summons imp, so you have to use the previous imp cards, like what, doubling imp and the fiendish, the 3 mana summon 3/1/1 4/1/1s. So if you've got the other existing imp cards, there's the Blackrock one that's in core right now, isn't it? But yeah, if you got the other existing imp cards, maybe this is good. But if you don't have the imp cards, this is just 2 mana, draw a different card than this, which is one of the worst things you can draft. Whereas if you actually search imp in the library, there's a lot that don't have imp in the name. A good thing or a bad thing? I'm confused. Alright, so Shaman and Rogue, what seem to be avoid classes? I don't know, the evolve stuff's kind of fun. It depends what the other expansions in are. But yeah, Implosion, the Goblins vs. Gnomes. Guy says, Ring Matron, for example, is an imp. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, it's Dark Moon. So yeah, it depends on how many imps you get. It depends on how many imps you get, but by default, this starts as a 1. This starts as a 1 because you don't want to spend 2 mana to draw a different card. Rogue had a similar card at one point. Give a friendly minion +1/+1. Again, repeat for each imp you control. Right, so again, if you got like these Fiendish cards, yeah, Imp Warlock will probably be a thing in Constructed, assuredly, which is Zooish, but is this yeah, Larry says no, it summons imps on the death row. Yeah. So +1/+1 for 2 mana twice is pretty bad. Yeah, so this starts as a 1. This is the Warlock theme. It's like, okay, you gotta roll these imp things, and so yeah, looking more constructed-y, looking hard to pull off an arena. 1 mana table spell. Yeah, the Wicked Shipment. That's an impy thing. That's a common. Shadowborn, which is not an imp. 3 mana 3/3. Death Row reduces the cost of the highest cost shadow spell in your hand by 3. Specifically Shadow. I mean, I think like Siphon Soul is shadow, isn't it? So if you got some big shadow spells or any shadow spells, I mean, fine. But it's an understand thing with that you need to be holding holding a specific spell, and it has to be shadow type. And it's understated itself. So, yeah, understated. If the more shadow spells you have, the better this gets. But it's not terribly good. It's not terribly good. You don't want a 3 mana 3/3 in general. So, yeah, Warlock. I don't know about this. When you play or discard this, destroy a random enemy minion. Oh, so I mean, it's Deadly Shot with a possible discard upside. Deadly Shot's good. Deadly Shot's good. I don't know if you're gonna get the discard synergy with like Spawn of Deathwing. It's insane if you do, but seems unreliable. Even so, Deadly Shot is good. Is good. It's also a shadow spell, like we just saw comboing with this. Let's see. So that's pretty nice. Tome Tampering. Shuffle 1 cost copies of cards in your deck of your hand into your deck, then discard your hand. I mean, there's a 1 there. This is 0, right? There's unless you have something to massively draw cards in Arena. This makes no sense at all, really. I don't know if there's a combo that's gonna make this crazy and constructed. there's that one like quest line that does something that lets you draw a bunch of cards, right? But this is just not at all an arena card, just like treachery in the past. It says 1, but it's really 0. 5 stars to your point, right? Mischievous, and the fact this exists makes discover a spell in Warlock a little weaker. Oh yeah, and wow, it's broke with Malkazar's imps. I did see people talking about that. Yeah. Mischievous Imp, summon a copy of this, 4 mana, 3/3. So I mean, getting 6/6 with the stats for 4 mana is already good. And then if you infuse 3, you get 3 copies as instead. So I mean, this is very well statted. Maybe not well statted enough to be a 5-star, but it's very well statted and helps activate all the imp synergy. So this might be the type of thing you're looking for. It's a rare though, not a common, which is gonna make it probably show up a lot less and make those imp things hard to pull off in Arena. Oh, I get the card, always bad. Lady Dark Vein. Battlecry summon 2/2/1 Shades. Each gains a death rattle to cast your last shadow spell. Right. So, understated by only 2 attack, but then you get the 2/2/1 Shades. So just stat-wise, it's already pretty okay. And then if you've got the shadow spells of, this casting a random siphon or casting a random kill a minion, 3 bodies for infuse 2, yeah. You may not have enough shadow spells for this, but you might. And even if you don't, it's reasonable to take. So it's a reasonable card to take even without shadow spells, and it just gets better and better. And there's this shadow spell. Summon a 3/5 shadow with taunt. If a minion died this turn, summon another. So you get a 2/1 with Death Rattle, summon a 3/5 shadow with taunt type thing. And so yeah. Oh yeah, David says cast. They're both the same shadow spell actually. That's true. So you actually only need to have one shadow spell you've played. So the last play before playing, and the last spell before the shade does. Yeah, it's a good question. I think it's going to. I think they will get the death rattle of the last shadow spell you played. I don't think it's gonna literally say death rattle cast the last shadow spell played by this player. That will update as you play more shadow spells. I think it's going to get a specific spell. Does I think it'd work if you played it with them on board. It depends on how it's worded. I think most cards like this in the past, like Vectis, they've gotten a specific one. I think this one will also get a specific one, but I'm not completely sure. I actually might be able to look at the token on the Hearthstone site. Let's see if we can take a quick look. Warlock, Lady Darkvein, Shadow Manifestation. Oh, shoot. The Shadow Manifestation only displays as a 1-mana 2/1 with no text on the website. I think it's the last one played before Lady. Gains an enchantment from the Outcry. I think it's going to write it on the card. I think it's going to write... Because there's no text on it, on the Hearthstone website, I think it's going to write it on the card like Nagaling from School Teacher. So I think it's going to write on the card Death Rattle, cast Siphon Soul, or whatever. I think it's like Vectis. Yeah, I don't think it's going to dynamically update. No text indicates that the text is dependent. Right, I agree. If the token has no text, they'll be before. Yeah. So it doesn't look like a dynamic updater, which could be good or bad, depending on the situation. Yeah. I think I'll call this a... I think I'm gonna lean towards 5. I mean, as long as you have the shadow spell, any shadow spell played before this. Now, if you haven't played the shadow spell before this, then it's only like it's a low 4, maybe even still, or a high 3. But yes, if you've cast any shadow spell, and I think it's a lot of value, presumably. It's still fine. Yeah, exactly. It's fine, and it seems really easy to make very good. So yeah. I will have to see which shadow spells are in the meta, and you have to see which ones are in your deck. But there's not a risk to drafting this. It's okay, even if you don't have a card like Shadow Waltz. Yeah, summon a 3/5 Shadow with Taunt. A minion died this turn, summon another. So it's really terrible if a minion didn't die this turn. Senjin at 4 mana 3/5 Taunt is bad. Pretty bad. So you have to have minion die so you get 2 of them, and then that's pretty good. And it has good synergy with a card like this. It should be easy to make a minion die during a turn, in which case it's 2 3/5s for 5 mana, which is not completely busted, but it's very solid, and it should be easy to do. So I think I'll say 4. I like the art on. Yeah, it's very unique. It's very unique art. It's an interesting flavor. Is 4. I think I agree. To me, will always die if it's Death Rattle. Well, yeah, but then you talk about the legend. I'm talking about this card independently. Battle Cry. Resurrect 4 friendly imps. Infuse. Give your imps +2/+2. 6 mana 6/6. You want 6 mana 6/7. Rafam, the Supreme Imp King. So yeah, I mean, again, this is the constructed imp finisher. What's is a 5? Never trade file deck. Maybe. Mist, does Dark Veins plus Shadows create 2, 4, 3, 5 shadows of taunt since the minion has to die to cast the spell? I think it would in this case. With the very generic phrasing of if a minion died this turn, somehow or another. I think Shadow Waltz does work with this. I'm not 1000% sure, but the way it reads to me is that it would work. This would be insane depending on what counts as an imp. And what's depending on what you have too, but yeah. So yeah, if you're already going for imp stuff and you can resurrect even maybe even one imp, but especially two imps, this becomes more than reasonable. And if you can get the 4, it becomes pretty crazy. And if you can get the infused, that's crazy. The opponent needs to basically have a super good AoE, or they need to have like a, an even better AoE, or they need to kill you. So yeah, I would venture to say that you'll be trying to get at least a couple of imps, and just by happenstance, you'll get at least a 3/2 off of this, which makes it slightly overstated and makes it good already. And then, one imp gang boss will often be 3 imps by itself, although they might just be, 1/1s. But you might get the imp gang boss and a couple of 1/1s, which again is reasonable for the 6 mana, more than reasonable. So yeah, it's probably 4 as long as you're getting a few imp cards in there. And it might become even better, especially with the infuse. I'll be curious to see how often it just explodes on the board. It doesn't seem that tough to explode on the board. Is Jumbo Imp in rotation? Well, we don't know what the rotation's gonna be yet. So I don't know. We only got one more class. One. Which is Warrior. Taking 5 hours, but we're finally coming to the end, and we'll do probably just one arena run, which is fairly common for card review days. All right, how long? I'm curious. Of course, this slows me down in itself. I'm like, how long did our Sunken City review take? The Sunken City card review took 5 hours, 58 minutes. Yep, it's just, this is how long it takes me. This is the pace I talk, the pace I set, the pace I want to think about things. Some people do, like 2.5, 3 hours, but this is the pace I do. Sanguine Depth, deal 1 damage to a minion and give it +1 attack. So right now, with like Barons in, where you can do frenzy combos, this could be significantly better, Without frenzy combos and in ragey type combos, this is not super good. It's an enabler for things like execute. It also, it works as 3 pings, right? And pings, 3 pings can be valuable. It's only 1 mana. Pinging an enemy minion, I mean. So pinging your own minions, especially with stuff like Frenzy, can be good. That can be execute enabler. It can also just be a finisher for a ping. Let you trade a 3/4 into a 3/4 and ping it to death. So I was actually initially like, this is not that good, but 3 pings on 1 card for 1 mana. That's decent. And the more stuff you can enable is great. I don't know, high 3, low 4. Maybe high 3. It's versatile, but doesn't seem in an arena deck. It doesn't seem to always reliably do super good stuff. Just decent. But yeah, if you've got the right cards, like maybe this one, Anima Extractor. Wherever if minion takes damage, give a random minion in your hand +1/+1. So if you hit this, it becomes a 2/3, which is the regular 2 mana stat line, and you do a hand buff. But this will die pretty easily, and you might only get, well, if you have some other minions who trade them, you might get quite a few hand buffs off this. I think I kind of like this. Enough to call it a 4. If you have a 2/3 and you have a 3/4 and you drop this and you trade those off, you get 2 hand buffs. Maybe it's only a 3. But I'm gonna lean to 4. And it works with stuff like Ram Commander too. I think it'll be a 5. I'll be curious if you're right. Pretty good. Means relevant as the game goes on. I think it's amazing. We'll see if you're right. I'm gonna call it a 4. You don't need the ping, just play trade minion. Oh, that's what I said. If you have a 2/3 and a 3/4, like I said, if you have a Ram commander, you can throw some little rush 1/1s in. Those become command buffs. You can play a 5 or 6 with a trophy board, buff unit traps. Could be. Could be. Still hasn't called a 5. The Conqueror's Banner. 2 mana. Reveal a card from each player's deck 3 times. Draw any of yours that cost more. So yeah, Joust is back. I would say right now, Warriors do tend to have heavier decks than some other opponents. Joust traditionally isn't very good, but this gets you Joust 3 times. The heavier your deck is, the more likely you are to pull this off. The uses Trumpet was trying to say it's hard to tell if Aggregate Archetype because it hasn't been in a long time. Do mana do nothing. Do mana draw you 2 Trench Stalkers. Yeah, I mean, if you've got a bunch of 5-cost minions and the opponent has a bunch of 3-cost minions, yeah, 2 mana share information. She was a strong mana deck during Forge in the Barren Swish. Right. Yeah. It's draft dependent. It is draft dependent. I don't know exactly what you draw. It's true. I said 1. Well, yeah, I mean, in the case where you both have, like, say both players have the same deck, then this is, and this is not totally true, but, this is 1.5 draws, right? You win half the time, so you win half of 3, so it's 1.5 draws. Maybe you get 1, maybe you get 2. 1 is terrible, 2 is pretty good. If you think your deck is going to be, if you've got some 8s, if you've got like Tidal Revenants, you think your deck's going to be on average heavy your opponent, then you have improved odds of drawing 2 cards, maybe even 3 cards. Oh yeah, people pointing out you lose ties. That's true, it's Joust. I will call it 1, but if you got a very heavy draft, this could be good. The only thing is, if you've got a very heavy draft, you have a handful of 8 mana cards anyway, and you don't need this. Alright, yeah, I guess I'll say 1. I guess. The Crazed Rich has +2 attack and charge! Charge! More charge cards after Mr. Smite? They stopped printing charge for a while. I don't know how to act when I see charge. +2 attack and charge while damaged, which combos, of course, with the location. So damage, give it +1 attack. Gets damage, it goes up to 4/3 charge. Minigram, yeah. So yeah, this gets better if you have the location, obviously. If you don't have the location, so this is, it's enraged type thing. If the opponent can put a 4/3 into it or a 4/5 or something, they bypass the effect completely. If they have to trade multiple minions, they'll still like trade a 3/4 and then trade a 1/1 or something. And yeah, we points out this is good to hand buff with the Anima Collector thing. That's true. Base checks is we're back at, by the way, and the knowledge gain. Yeah, I don't want to spend 2 mana on knowledge gain. I want to do knowledge gain and play a 5/4 coil thing. That one for Armorsmith stat limit default. A little hard to trade into. I'm never gonna call it a 5. I'm just debating between 3 and 4. No, things a bad arena. I think it's good enough to call it a 3, but I don't think it's a 4 in arena. And yeah, Lyra says 4 if you have the hand buff thing, quite possibly. Quite possibly, but if you don't have that, more of a 3. You could test this on, or yeah, the location. It's the riot. It was a quiet riot. Your minions can't. Oh yeah. We talked about this card on one stream. Somebody brought it up. Minions can't be reduced below 1 health this turn. They each attack a random enemy minion. So if the opponent has any type of AoE or ping stuff, this becomes a lot worse. You also you need to have multiple minions on board typically for this to be good. There used to be a card that would, for 2 mana, say your minions can't be reduced below 1 health this turn. I think you would draw a card on it too, or am I misremembering? Commanding Shout. But they ain't attack random enemy minions. Now the random attack, I believe, shouldn't use up your regular attacks. You can cast this and you can still, I think, attack again while not being reduced below 1 health. So if you had, assuming I'm correct about that, if you had like a, just a piggyback imp, a 4/1, and it was on board, and they had an 8/8, you could cast Riot and then attack again, I think. Should we attack twice? Yeah. Convert damage doesn't even attacks right. It still needs some setup. You don't need to be ahead, because you could potentially play a 4 and then cast this and let them attack, but then you're set up for pinging. So it's better when you're ahead, for sure. If this was 0 mana, I'd say it's quite good. At 2 mana, and you've got to already kind of be ahead. I don't think I like spending a card on it. I didn't like Commanding Shout. I don't think I like this. Did you jump from before? I guess that's true in terms of you could bump this in somewhere and then it becomes a 3/1 charge. I don't know. I haven't liked cards like this in the past very much. Now, I'm gonna go on my instinct and say this is not good. Maybe I'll be wrong. I don't like spending a card on this. I don't like spending 2 mana on this. I haven't liked cards like this in the past. This is one I might be wrong on. I'm gonna say it's bad. I said, I don't know why you don't like this. It's like a super trade enabler. But 1 health is so vulnerable. 1 health is so vulnerable, and I don't like spending a card to preserve a 1 health minion. If thinks you're way off about this one, maybe I'll be wrong. I don't like it. I don't like using a card on it. Self teachers could be nice. That's probably true. Not spending a card on it then. The imbued axe. I didn't see this. Easy trade again, right? You can, but I think the situations where it'll be good will be limited-ish. Maybe I'll be wrong. Imbued axe. After you hear attacks, give your damage minions +1/+1. Infuse 3 +2/+2 instead. This one I like better. I like this better than this. So you value trade your minions. They get down to 1 or 2 health. You swing the axe, you buff them up. If 3 minions have died, you get to buff more. And you can, assuming the opponent doesn't destroy it, you can hold on to this for a while. Some potential big hand buff potential. Works with that location, too. This is a way to get yourself stuff health over 1 health after a riot. That is true. Yeah, I'm just thinking about generic trades, though. I like this one a lot. A decently stat weapon with a big upside. It's probably not a 5, but I like this one a lot. I would certainly call it a 4. I said way too conditional to get value from. What's riot? It's 3 durability, exactly. Yeah, a 3/2/3 weapon is pretty decent. And yeah, I like the high possibility. The high possibility of getting, I don't know, genuinely up to like +10/+10 off of this. But yeah, sometimes you trade minions and they just die instead of being able to do value trades. But I think a lot of times you You put you have a 3/4 and they have a 3/4, and you bump your 3/4 into their 3/4. You swing this weapon. Now instead of having a 3/1, you have a 4/2, and then next turn you drop more minions. Nice condition. The Suspicious Pirate. Ah, so there's only 3 suspicious cards in the set. So it's not like everybody gets suspicious cards. It's just 3. 1 for Priest, 1 for Mage, 1 for Warrior. Outrider's X always number 1 arena. Outrider's X, yeah. Outrider's X is like a 6-star card. Alright. Battle Cry. Discover a weapon. If your opponent gets your choice, they get a copy. Oh, jeez, so they're a caster. Can be approved. Then, yeah. This is art's amazing. 5-star. Yeah, they got trying to use the candelabra as a weapon. They got a wrench weapon. So yeah, it's already a good stat line. 3 mana, 3/4. Also has pirate synergy, which is relevant in Warrior. Once again, if you equip the weapon that turn, your opponent will always guess right. But if you delay, they might guess wrong. It's good for finding lethal, actually, right? In some cases, you know, you just like discover a Gorehowl. You swing for 7. I guess on their turn or immediately? On their turn, at the start of their turn. That's why I said, yeah, if you play this and you immediately equip the weapon, they'll always guess right. Because you don't play it and then they guess. Nothing in Hearthstone says, okay, the opponent acts now. So yeah, you have to not equip the weapon if you want them to truly guess. When does it get to guess right if you choose? They wait for their own turn. Yes, because unlike Magic the Gathering or Runeterra, opponents can't do anything during your turn. Can't get other class weapons. No. No. You take a trash weapon. It's still a free weapon on top of a mech tank. And the pirate tag is relevant. Choose bad weapon, spire tank. Which is still fine. I called the other suspicious cards 4 stars. I'm gonna call this one 4 stars too. You know what, actually, I think you getting the weapon first is actually a little more relevant than some of the other earlier spells and legendary minions. I'm still gonna call it 4. I'm still gonna call it 4. The Burden of Pride. Summon 3/1/3 jailers with taunt. If you have 20 or less health, which sometimes warriors gain big armor early in the game in Arena right now, give them +1/+1. 3 taunts for 4 mana. Small taunts. Taunts themselves are worth 3 mana, but they're kind of worth 3 small cards. If you have 20 or less health, then you get a very strong card. Like I said, the more aggro the meta is, the better this gets. Easily. If it's a more controlly meta, where right now warriors gain a lot of armor off like the Dredge gain armor cards, some of the other armor gains cards, this becomes worse, but it's still pretty good even without the 20 health effect. It's really good with the 20 health effect. So in aggro meta, this is like 5 bordering on 6. In a control meta, I think it's more of a 4. When Glory Chaser draw 3, Glory Chaser would draw 0. Because Glory Chaser says when you play a taunt, not summon a taunt. So Glory Chaser would draw 0, unfortunately. Yeah, good synergy with infused cards also. That's very true. Very true. So yeah, aggro meta 5, control meta 4, I think. These down hunters have low health a lot. Yeah. Oh, but it still won't save you. Here's Olgra. So yeah, Mancrick's wife died, and she became a cooler warrior in the afterlife. 6 mana, 3/7, gain +1/+1 for each damage minion that attack all enemies. Pretty cool card, pretty interesting card. do it after you do some trading to help you out. Yes, Mork, it does. It does, in fact, hit face as long as she survives hitting the minions first. If she hits the minions first. Whirlwind Ogre, yeah. One Ogre. If she survives the minions. This command makes it decent. Yeah. Trying to think of the average situation here. They've got. Say they have a 3/4 damage to 3/3 and a 5/6 damage to 5/5. So you gain +2/+2. I'm not counting friendly minions being damaged, which you might have. It does count for damage friendlies. But if they have a 3/3 damage and 5/5 damage, you go to 5/9. Boom, boom, you end up at 5/1. But you killed both minions. And you hit face for 5. I still. I feel like this is not a 5-star card, but it seems good. It seems good. Lisa Deathwing Madness picks your favorite warrior card ever. I think this is the last card, and it's a fitting card to be last. So yes, Ramonia, the Living Blades. This is Sire Denathrius's sword. And this card's actually pretty insane in Arena. This was one of the pretty early reveals. So yeah, 7 mana, 4/10 Rush, which would already be a pretty good card. Pretty good. But after this attacks, you equip it. So say they have a 3/4. You rush this into the 3/4, and you equip the Living Blade as a 4/7, and you can swing the Living Blade into like another 3/4, and it turns back into a weapon. And then you'll have a 4/4 rush, and you attack another 3/2, and then you equip a 4/1. You can't swing anymore because you already swung once, but you killed 3 minions, and you still have a 4/1 weapon for next turn. This'll not work against every arena board, but it'll work against a lot of arena boards. It also against it works against a Sleepy Dragon, right? Doesn't it? Sleepy Dragon, 4/12. Maybe also the Red Herring. Well, maybe the Red Herring's more relevant. So Red Herring's 3/12. So you play this, you attack into the 3/12. It goes, down to 3/8. You equip the 4/7. You swing. It's the same deal as saying a bunch of 3/4s. And so you can kill a red herring just with this card, and still again end up with a 4/1 weapon to swing the next turn. When someone form, you only lose 1 health/durability no matter what you hit. Oh yeah, I'm actually miscalculating, so it's even better than I think. Yeah, I'm miscalculating. I'm reducing extra durability, aren't I? So, recalculating. So yeah, you go 4/10, you get the 4/7, you swing, you get the 4/6, you attack, you get the 4/3 weapon. You swing the 4/3 weapon, you get the 4/2 rush, and then it'll probably die and you probably won't get a weapon back. But yeah, it's actually even a little better than I'm saying. So yeah, broke the Obsidian Dredger card too, which was but buff the health in your hand of all your minions. Yeah, a little bit. He said, I was thinking it'd be cool if we go infinite with commanding shell effect, but it wouldn't work. But yeah, really strong, really strong. Not sure if it's quite 6 strong. Not sure if it's quite 6, but and yeah, From says you could heal your weapon, which seems tough to do in Warrior, but there are cards that exist, like Hosen Healer. 4 mana, Battlecry, heal minion to full. So yeah, there are tricks you could do with that potentially. But yeah, I don't know if it's all the way to 6, but it's really good. It's really versatile. It's really cool. Big flavor. Yeah, pray for Hosen Heal, exactly. All right. Jackson, you're not sitting in the center of your caster decks. Wait, you're not sitting in the center of your on-stream desk. Most relaxed I've seen in months. What? I'm confused. I'm confused, but I don't get the gag, if there's a gag. But you know, I can't be sitting in the center. If I was sitting in the center, how would I have room for like my co-host Data? There has to be other room at the table. That's a thing. A desk. It is. It is. But it goes right. Right. There has to be room for that. You know. What if Data shows up? What if I don't know if they still cast. Actually, some people told me they didn't. But with Tournament Caster Frodan shows up. You know. What if Ben Brode takes a break from promoting Marvel Snap? You know, I don't know. What if Ben Brode's brother, Jay Brode, shows up? I don't know. What if Ben Brode's triplet brother, Brode shows up? Now I'm out of room. Now I'm out of room. Look, I need a bigger desk. It's a problem. It's a problem. I don't know what I'm gonna do.